Many years ago, right on the border of a powerful empire, there was a small province called Hershey, which became the starting point of our story. The settlement of Hershey suffered attacks from cruel warriors from the north, people from the kingdom of Icarus, known as the descendants of the Black Wolves. The dense forest located west of the province was rife with deadly dangers. Terrible monsters and fierce wild animals lived there. In the entire vast empire that conquered the east, there was no place more dangerous and harsh than the province of Hershey. The reign of Hershey was held by the ancient Versace family, nicknamed by the people the Guardians of Declan, because they raised more than one generation of outstanding warriors defending the empire's borders. However, peaceful life was about to end after a series of terrible events changed the usual way of life. The crown prince will be poisoned, and suspicions will fall upon the Versace family. Dragged into the whirlpool of palace intrigues, the main suspect will be Olivia Versace, a girl of great physique, whose appearance seemed to foreshadow her destiny as a villainess. At that very moment, Olivia admired her reflection in the mirror and calmly combed her hair with her favorite comb. Suddenly, the girl seemed to be struck by lightning, because her name is not Olivia, but Hamby, and she ended up in her favorite novel, finding herself in the body of its main villain. Usually, when a heroine finds herself in the world of a book, she takes the place of one of the key heroines. But fate decreed otherwise, preparing Hamby for a very unpleasant surprise. For some unknown reason, she got the role not only of a minor villain, but also of the owner of an appearance that is far from perfect. The girl looked at herself in the mirror with disgust, her chubby nose, her small lips compressed by her chubby cheeks, and involuntarily compared herself to a delicious bun. Hamby's gaze slid over her rounded face, and her gaze froze on her double chin, which gave her a resemblance to a well-fed hamster. The dull, lifeless hair reinforced her resemblance to a spoiled and capricious boar. In her past life, Hamby had an enviable appearance and attracted admiring glances from men. She proudly recalled how she graduated from the police academy and became a detective. This profession strengthened her character. Thanks to the harsh training of her past life, she managed to become the girl that all the men around her dreamed of. Just yesterday, she was a confident, 30-year-old zombie, but inexplicably woke up in the body of a teenager. But the worst part was not this, but the fact that she ended up in the body of Olivia Versace, who would be executed for murder in the future. This situation categorically did not suit Olivia, and she firmly decided to change the course of history. In the morning, the maid carefully knocked on the door and said that breakfast was ready, anxiously awaiting a response. Seeing that Olivia was already having breakfast, the maid was very surprised, because there was no one else in the house besides herself. There were still 2 years until the execution of the novel's heroine, and Olivia had enough time to think everything through. But she couldn't find the motive for the murder. All this time, Olivia simply ate, slept, and had fun without thinking about the future. The idea of an impending execution in 2 years made the girl horrified into action and start looking for a way out of the situation. Olivia struggled to get out of bed. She had eaten so much that it was hard for her to even move. She found it difficult to breathe, and disturbing thoughts came to mind. What else to do if you know that in 2 years you will be executed? Olivia understood that she needed to pull herself together and, above all, get her figure in order. She knew that changing herself would not be easy, but it was the only chance to survive. To improve, she needed to practice sports, and Olivia decided to start with fencing lessons. However, taking the sword, the girl realized that she first needed to get rid of excess fat, and only then develop muscle mass. The maid, seeing Olivia running in the garden, hurried to report this to the head maid named Daisy. Daisy was quite surprised by this sudden change in Olivia's behavior. The maid was surprised to find that Madame Olivia, who previously led a measured life, now spent the day running continuously around the estate. Olivia looked at her reflection with satisfaction, sure that the lost pounds had made her face even more beautiful. The girl smiled, believing that even if fate had prepared the role of the villainess for her, thanks to a strict diet, she would become the most charming villain in the world. Olivia was determined to maintain her new image, so different from the previous one. Olivia remembered her 16th birthday not only with a festive table, but also with an important event described on the pages of the novel. Father and brother finally returned to the estate, having spent many days on the border defending their lands from the enemy. Count Gerard Versace, a brave but naive warrior, was Olivia's beloved father. Happily embracing his eldest daughter, the Count exclaimed that she had become incredibly similar to her late mother. Kyle Bersaki, a reasonable and calm young man, noted with a smile that Olivia's resemblance to her mother was completely natural. Olivia was a little hurt by the reason for her father's intense joy. He was really just happy that she had finally lost weight. An hour later, filled with stories about the latest news, the relatives gathered at the table to enjoy a cup of freshly brewed tea. The Count believed it was time for Olivia to take over the administration of the estate and become responsible for Hershey, where total chaos reigned. Kyle added that he and his father would soon have to return to the border to deal with the invasion of dangerous monsters threatening the local residents. With hope in his voice, Count Versace asked his daughter to take care of Hershey, believing that she could restore order and prosperity in the province. Olivia agreed without hesitation to fulfill her father's request, because for her it was an opportunity to demonstrate her devotion to the family. The girl promised to do everything possible not to disappoint her father and justify his trust, although doubts lurked in her soul. Upon arriving in Hershey, Olivia was greeted by the village elder, who eagerly asked her to give him some time for an important conversation. The elder sadly reported that the first frosts had hit Hershey, destroying all crops and condemning people to starvation. Even the simple potato, the main hope of the Hershey residents, could not survive the harsh cold, leaving people without food. The elder was sure that if a way was not soon found to feed the population, in winter, Hershey would turn into a dead land filled with despair. Having lost all hope, the elder admitted that he did not know how to save the people from hunger and how to help them survive the upcoming winter. The elder sadly noted that even with the best forecasts, life in Hershey would be difficult and full of hardships, and these huge taxes collected by the imperial treasury finally paralyzed Hershey's already meager economy. Olivia, listening to the elder, was amazed by the kindness and patience of the people who were willing to share their last piece of bread. Suddenly, fear seized the girl because she herself was on the verge of death, having forgotten about her own safety for the sake of strangers. During the year she tirelessly spent taking care of Hershey, Olivia not only managed to improve affairs in the province, but also found a loyal assistant in whom she could trust. The girl, giving orders to her assistant, asked him to write a detailed report on tax cuts in Hershey. Olivia leaned back tiredly. Another year of her life flew by in endless work for the benefit of the Versace property, and bursting into the room without knocking, the excited maid hastily announced that the imperial delegation had arrived at the estate. Father urgently demanded Olivia come to him, and the maid hurried the girl, urging her not to waste time on trifles. Grabbing her robe, the maid dragged Olivia to the bathroom, insisting that she take a hot bath before meeting the important guests. Entering the dressing room, the maid began sorting through the fluffy dresses hanging on the walls. Having chosen 2 outfits, in her opinion the most suitable, the maid asked Olivia which one she liked best. Olivia, without a second thought, chose a bright dress embroidered with silver threads, which perfectly suited her slim figure. The maid smiled encouragingly and praised Olivia for her ability to present herself in the best possible way. Olivia was tired of the maid's pretenses, who always radiated the desired cheerfulness. The novel's plot began with a description of Olivia's 17th birthday and all the changes that occurred in her life. According to the author's plan, the girl was supposed to be sent to the imperial palace as a candidate for the role of crown prince's wife. In the novel, Olivia also had to study at a prestigious academy for girls of noble birth, which worried her father greatly. And her brother, Olivia noted with surprise that she had not met the prince and did not know him, unlike the novel's heroine. Neither her father nor her brother ever mentioned the need for Olivia to enter the academy, which was very different from the development of events in the book. The girl concluded that, with her actions, she had enormously changed the plot of the novel. Olivia hoped that, by violating the author's plans and behaving differently from the novel's heroine, she could avoid a terrible fate. The sudden appearance of the imperial delegation in Hershey complicated things and made Olivia nervous. Olivia resolutely headed to her father's office, wanting to quickly find out the reason for the uninvited guest's visit. Seeing Olivia, her father signaled her to enter the room and asked why she was making him wait. Olivia apologized for being a little late and mentioned urgent matters that required her attention. Noticing an important document on the table, the girl asked her father to clarify the situation and only hoped it was not related to the prince or her studies at the academy. Olivia, noticing the solemn expression on her father's face, asked with a smile if her name was in this letter. The father nodded and added that the letter was sent by the emperor himself and that this boded no good. Olivia guessed they must be inviting her to court. Olivia's father and brother were delighted to notice their sister's perceptiveness, which instantly revealed the essence of the letter. Olivia chuckled, amazed by the naivety of her new relatives, who were so easily fooled. It turned out that the Versace family, having won the most valuable trophy after fighting against the monsters threatening their lands, received the right to send their daughter to the palace as a candidate for the crown prince's wife. The girl was amazed by such a stupid and senseless request from the emperor that went against all common-sense laws. Olivia exhaled indignantly, not understanding how the emperor could come up with such a savage condition. The count, frowning, warned his daughter that the crown prince was cunning and cruel and that she must be very careful with him. Kyle supported his father and added that the trip to the palace was dangerous for Olivia. Olivia suddenly thought that this was a classic love story in which evil fate tried to separate the main characters. After this, Olivia turned to the servant who was present during the conversation, asking for his opinion on the behavior of her relatives. The servant, timidly coughing, admitted that he agreed with the lady on something. Thanking him for his sincerity, Olivia approached the window and admired the picturesque landscape opening before her eyes. Looking at her reflection in the glass, the girl thought annoyedly that her beauty was fading against the splendor of the surrounding nature. Olivia held in her hands the letter she herself had sent to the crown prince several months ago. Rereading her own words, Olivia marveled at the skill with which she had managed to pretend to be a fool, arrogant and selfish. Olivia was disgusted by the content of the letter. All the praise and manifestations of feelings seemed so fake. Olivia had no doubt that, having received such a message, the prince would not want to see her in his palace. She clearly understood that only her relatives could have come up with such stupidity, and suggested it to her. My father and brother were distinguished by enviable strength, but their mental abilities left much to be desired. The girl believed that having received such an upbringing, poor Olivia simply could not avoid becoming a cruel villain. Olivia, determined to change her fate, decided to look for a more suitable family with a kind husband. And loyal, she was ready to do anything to avoid the villain's fate and rewrite the script of the novel into which fate had thrown her. Abandoning the original plan, Olivia even decided to refuse the invitation from the imperial family and make decisions herself. To calm the emperor's ardor, she offered to send him that very trophy and refused to raise taxes. After all, if Olivia becomes the emperor's favorite, her family will already have everything they need. Olivia's father initially approved of her plan, admitting that he hadn't thought of it himself. To get rid of the annoying attention of the imperial family, it was decided to declare Olivia seriously ill. Kyle, with a wide smile, noted the strangeness of the invented plan, but still did not argue. At the last moment, Gerard still doubted that the imperial family would verify the fact that Olivia was actually sick. Olivia confidently stated that they would have no doubts, because in the old portraits, she looks much worse than now. In accordance with his daughter's plan, Gerard ordered the servant to call the others to tell them the important news. At that very moment, Edwin, the chief secretary of the Versace family, hastily entered the room. Olivia was delighted to see him and recalled that recently Edwin had taught her the intricacies of working with documents. Her attention was drawn to another person standing in the doorway. A familiar face evoked a vague feeling. Olivia recognized him as Daniel Meridian, the older brother of her friend Daisy and Kyle's loyal friend. Daniel's model appearance and slim figure left no doubt about the guest's identity. The young man's face, radiating warmth and kindness, sent a shiver through Olivia's heart. She remembered how Daniel became her first love and taught her how to use a sword. Daniel, after greeting, showed that he remembered Olivia and proved to be a true gentleman. The Meridian family had long been friends with Versace, and Olivia warmly thought about the wonderful man Daniel had become as a child. Romantic fantasies arose in her head about how wonderful it would be to go with him to the ends of the earth. To build a cozy home, to start a family, this is the true dream of every girl, and Daniel was its embodiment. Kyle, seeing Daniel, sharply broke eye contact and reminded his friend to ask permission to speak to his sister. Such injustice towards Daniel outraged Olivia, and angry thoughts about her brother crossed her mind. Edwin reminded them of their presence by inviting Gerard to discuss the payment for his services in a more private setting. Gerard invited Edwin to a separate room to discuss everything calmly. Olivia, taking advantage of the moment, hurried to start a casual conversation with Daniel. Kyle reprimanded his sister, noting that she was holding Daniel's hand, and this violated the rules of decency. Olivia paid no attention to her brother, admiring Daniel's manly figure. Kyle tried to bring his sister to order, reminding her of her status as the elder brother and the need to obey him. Olivia, at that moment, carefully asked Daniel if he was hungry and immediately offered him breakfast. She was captivated by the young man's pleasant voice. Olivia mentally gave him the highest rating in male attractiveness. Kyle, observing his sister's flirtation, felt out of place at this celebration of life. Gerard, returning to the interrupted conversation, reminded Olivia that they could not ignore the emperor's invitation. He pointed out the strong and lasting ties between their families, which the emperor always considered an alliance. Gerard completely entrusted the solution of this problem to his daughter, trusting her intelligence and ingenuity. Olivia understood that she could not refuse and leave, because this would give Kyle the opportunity to gain power for which he was not at all prepared. She was irritated by the emperor's arrogant message, which didn't even mention their services in protecting the borders. Olivia decided to declare her intention to lead troops to the borders, protecting her family's interests. Gerard expressed his concern. "You cannot abandon all your lands and go to the border." Olivia agreed with her father that good relations with the northern nobles should be maintained despite the tensions in the region. She suggested addressing the northern comrades with a request for joint defense of the borders and inform the emperor about it. Olivia developed a plan that would present the Versace family in a favorable light, emphasizing their achievements in border protection. Gerard was worried and reminded them not to contradict the emperor's will, because they were still dependent on the imperial family's goodwill. Kyle, learning about the danger to his sister, was indignant. They would allow Olivia to become a prisoner in the palace. Gerard replied that he would not allow anyone to treat his daughter like a prisoner. Olivia ironically noted that as soon as she mentioned the danger of becoming a prisoner out loud, her father's face immediately changed. Although recalling the past, Olivia understood that staying in the palace really resembled captivity. Despite the emperor's clear will, Olivia decided not to rush to fulfill his order and think it over carefully. Meanwhile, Olivia headed to her office at the Versace estate to attend to her accumulated business. Oscar, Olivia's assistant, noted with concern in his voice that she was late today. He asked if she had placed too many responsibilities on her fragile shoulders. Sam, another assistant dealing with important paperwork, politely asked if Olivia needed help. Olivia responded by assigning responsibilities to each of them, first reviewing Sam's report, and then traveling with Oscar on business. Daniel suddenly appeared and began asking with interest where she was going and how the negotiations with the imperial delegation were going. Olivia's heart beat with joy at the sight of Daniel, whom she considered her muse. Olivia said she was going to the new soap factory to see for herself how things were going there. She flirtatiously invited Daniel to join her for a snack before leaving. Daniel, concerned about the fate of the Versace family, asked if she was worried about the outcome of the negotiations. Olivia cheerfully assured him that Kyle was a true master negotiator and could handle anything. Daniel, trying to win her favor, timidly offered to bring Olivia sweets. Olivia ironically reminded the young man that she was no longer a girl, and in fact, girls her age were given flowers. But not wanting to upset Daniel, she accepted his gift, hiding her smile. Daniel sincerely promised to bring her sweets and flowers next time. Olivia looked warmly at Daniel, and once again realized how deeply he had sunk into her soul. Meanwhile, in the commercial department, work was in full swing, and it did not stop for a minute. 2 years earlier, to improve food supply, Olivia put the union by her side and organized several new retail outlets. Things were not going well, but thanks to Olivia's efforts, they managed to create favorable conditions for imports and establish a working system. Currently, this commercial branch has become the largest in the area, as evidenced by the intense activity of unloading goods. Olivia turned to Oscar with dissatisfaction and suggested that he go to the head office instead of Olga to sort things out. Oscar assured Olivia with a smile that he had left a reliable person in charge and that she could afford to rest. Oscar jokingly commented that Daisy would be horrified to hear the strong language that sometimes came out of Olivia's mouth. Olivia, with a threat in her voice, said she could easily drown all her departments with supply requests, and then there would definitely be no time to rest. Oscar, frightened by the prospect of working day and night, promised to keep quiet. She smiled broadly at her interlocutors, but it seemed no one paid attention to her. Meanwhile, Sam reported to Olivia about workers' complaints regarding the large accumulation of carts on the roads. Olivia explained that the city must first be divided into commercial and residential zones. Even if it incurs a high cost, she planned to start road construction immediately after the completion of the water supply systems. And sewerage, the young owner did not want to allow damage to the new communications during construction, so every detail had to be taken into account. Olivia handed Sam the finished plan and instructed him to carefully follow all instructions and avoid unnecessary expenses. Necessary. Sam absorbed the plan with admiration and wondered how Olivia managed to solve everything so quickly. Olivia said that she used to have to do a lot of paperwork, which now presented no difficulty for her. Despite the lack of computers in this world, Sam perfectly performed his duties. Looking around, Olivia noticed that the water in the local reservoir was too dirty and unfit for drinking. She ordered the construction of a special drinking water reservoir, from which a water supply system would be installed. Olivia suggested that poor quality wastewater could contaminate the river water and cause an epidemic. Sam agreed that building a storage facility would prevent these problems and called it a great idea in every way. Next, Olivia asked Oscar what would be more profitable, buying construction materials in advance or buying them as needed. Finally, having finished planning the work, she sent Sam to take the documents to Oscar, and she headed to the Devon factory. Devon was an old soap factory that had to close due to its proximity to a slaughterhouse and was now used as a warehouse. They decided to build a new soap factory in one of the poor areas of the city to create new jobs. Daisy, who was famous for her responsibility and reliability in her work, was put in charge of Devon. The idea of organizing soap production belonged to Miss Evans, who was in charge of the estate's laundry. No one could have suspected that Miss Evans' modesty concealed a great talent for trade. So, thanks to Miss Evans' discovery, the production of their own soap was established, which was a profitable investment for everyone. Now, Miss Evans worked at Devon along with the rest of the employees, rejoicing in her new position. Upon arriving at the factory, Olivia asked Oscar how the local nobility perceived her new products. Oscar reluctantly reported that the soap had not generated much enthusiasm among the local nobility, and that a large demand could not be counted on. Olivia, listening to Oscar, recalled the story of their acquaintance that began 2 years ago. She was only 15 then, but Oscar treated her with respect from the start and understanding, like an adult girl. Their first meeting ended with Oscar sincerely apologizing to the young lady for his inappropriate appearance. Olivia was frightened then when she saw the abrasions on his face and decided that her boss had beaten him. Oscar, telling his story, complained about the injustice of his boss, who constantly delayed his salary. Desperate, Oscar decided to steal, breaking into the accounting department and taking several valuables. He did not manage to escape, and the angry boss would probably have treated Oscar cruelly. However, Olivia's appearance saved his life, putting an end to all this injustice. That day, Olivia did not yet suspect what consequences this incident would bring and how it might influence the course of the plot. She made Oscar an unexpected offer to leave his previous job and work for her. Oscar left his abuser's house that very day and moved in with Olivia. The next day, he was appointed manager, becoming one of Olivia's trusted people. Returning to the soap production, Olivia admitted that Oscar was right, because her product was not to the taste of the spoiled nobility. The pungent smell scared away high society representatives who were not used to such simple aromas. Olivia sadly recalled how in a past life she bought soap in stores, what it was like to live without the internet and without the ability to choose anything. At that moment, Sam appeared and announced the arrival of Daisy and Daniel. He explained that the carriage could not travel any further and they would have to ride horses. Sam handed Olivia riding clothes and politely asked her to change. Zasna, where they were heading, was a city that had lost most of its men during the war. The families of the fallen soldiers were left without their sole breadwinner, and all they could do was trade herbs gathered in the surrounding mountains. The herald in charge of construction greeted Olivia with a bow, expressing his delight at her visit. Daisy introduced Harold to Olivia and explained that he was in charge of construction work here. Daniel reproachfully addressed Harold, considering it unacceptable that the workers still had not had lunch. And no one here took care of this. The herald explained that food distribution for all the elderly, children, and sick in need was organized here. Olivia looked sternly at the herald and noted that he did not mention this in his report. The herald, stammering, began making excuses, believing he had done the right thing, because he had divided the food equally among everyone. Olivia sharply stopped his attempts to justify himself, reminding him that he had no right to manage the budget at his own discretion. Daisy supported Olivia and pointed out that charity should be done without forgetting one's main duties and responsibilities. The herald immediately admitted his guilt and promised that he would be more attentive in the future. Of course, Daisy immediately reassured him, telling him that she did not judge him for his kindness, but that he should always be informed of such decisions. She greatly appreciated his action and the fact that he takes care of those who really need it. The herald sincerely rejoiced that his action was correctly understood and would not be punished. Olivia looked at Daisy with pride at how wonderfully she handled this situation and managed to save appearances. After visiting Devon, Olivia decided to continue her detour and do other things. In particular, she planned to build a hospital in Cessna, which was of utmost importance for this devastated city. This was not just a whim. Olivia wanted to help the families of the fallen warriors who defended their lands. The hospital was supposed to be free for the inhabitants of Cessna, and for its operation, it was enough to hire even the least experienced doctor. Although there were no epidemics or dangerous diseases here, Olivia noticed that the health of the villagers left much to be desired. Tired after a busy day, Olivia returned delighted to her estate and, wishing everyone good night, went to rest. In her room, she immersed herself in a warm and cozy atmosphere, but even this could not compare to the warmth of Daniel's embrace. Olivia was surprised, thinking that the events of the past appeared in her memory as vividly as if they had happened the day before, and not in a dream. She was tormented by unanswered questions. Why didn't Daniel want to become her knight? Daniel constantly distrusted rumors and gossip that would inevitably appear in high society. Moreover, he considered it his duty to defend his country on the border, where soldiers were greatly needed. Olivia reproached Daniel for simply looking for an excuse to avoid communicating with the boring Olivia. Daniel reminded her that Olivia was already 17 years old and would soon marry, and that he did not want to interfere with her destiny. Olivia, without hiding her feelings, confessed her love to Daniel and directly asked if he couldn't see how much she liked him. Daniel reciprocated her feelings and admitted that he was also very fond of her. So Olivia, without hesitation, invited him to become her knight to close the path to her heart to other contenders. Daniel blushed, but resolutely promised to become her knight when the time came. Delighted, Olivia snuggled closer to him and asked him to stay, because she truly treasured every minute spent by his side. Waking up in the morning, she didn't immediately realize where she was and decided that she had only fallen asleep for a few minutes. Olivia saw the silhouette of a man standing in front of her and tried to remember if this man was familiar to her. Suddenly, she recognized Daniel, who seemed to have materialized in her dream, and immediately asked him where he had been. Daniel explained that he met Kyle, and they decided to have a friendly fight. Coming out onto the street, where the moonlight silvered everything around them, they decided to be a little more alone. Olivia admired Daniel over and over again, reminding herself that the boy was only 17 years old. Daniel, a little embarrassed, replied that he would soon celebrate his next birthday and would turn 18. Olivia couldn't believe how much he had managed to mature in such a short time. Olivia herself was in poor physical shape for a long time, so she had to train a lot. One day, an unexpected guest named Giorgio Esther appeared to her, who bowed to her and expressed his joy at the meeting. Giorgio introduced himself as a representative of the imperial family and explained the urgent reason for his visit. Moreover, he expressed his joy at Olivia's quick recovery, having previously heard about her serious illness. Olivia, seeing Giorgio's impeccable manners, recalled that in the novel he was assigned the role of a secondary character. Giorgio was not only a courtier, but also a close friend of the crown prince named Leonardo. According to the plot, it was he who would become the main character of the novel's support and backup. In the novel, he is shown as a man of kind soul, but Olivia knew his true nature. It is he who will execute the sentence on the entire Versace family, and not just the main character. A feeling of bitterness and pain ran through Olivia as she realized that he was the cause of her torment. Suddenly, Giorgio asked if Miss Olivia knew the art of fencing. Olivia burst into indignation, because judging by the sword in her squire's hands, you could have guessed it yourself. Giorgio, embarrassed by his own awkwardness, suggested that his visit had only caused trouble for Olivia. Mentally, Olivia agreed with him, dreaming of getting rid of the unexpected guest as quickly as possible. With feigned concern in his voice, Giorgio then asked about Olivia's health. Unable to express all her thoughts, Olivia joked mentally that, in the presence of the murderer, Giorgio would behave exactly as she was now. In response to this, Olivia unceremoniously asked him to leave and not test her patience. As an excuse, Olivia cited a recent training session that left her without energy to continue communicating. Olivia learned an important lesson. As a member of the respected Versace family, she must fight anyone who dares to challenge her authority. Despite Olivia's best efforts to look noble, her true nature manifested itself from time to time. Instead of turning the other cheek, Olivia preferred to be proactive and strike first. Giorgio bowed gallantly and noted that the lady had dropped her glove. Olivia coldly denied Giorgio's assumption and replied that she did it on purpose. In an uncertain voice, Giorgio asked if she had accidentally challenged him to a duel. Giorgio could not understand the true meaning of Olivia's actions. Her intentions remained a mystery to him. Annoyed by Giorgio's behavior, Olivia openly declared that he was in her way, and that he should give way. Giorgio, instantly changing his anger to mercy, hurried to apologize, and assured that he did not want to incite conflict, so he would be happy to clear the way. Olivia, observing this guy's excellent manners and behavior, wondered who the real villain was in this situation. With a suspiciously sweet smile, Giorgio said goodbye to Madame Olivia, noting that the meeting was very pleasant. A few days later, Olivia had practically forgotten about this unpleasant incident, immersing herself in her daily concerns. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, Olivia asked her father about the delegation's visit, wanting to make sure she had heard correctly. Suddenly, seeing that cheeky guy in her father's office, Olivia felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Stepping forward, Giorgio introduced himself to the girl as if nothing had happened between them. Pretending she was seeing Giorgio for the first time, Olivia smiled sweetly and introduced herself to him. Giorgio, wanting to involve the whole family in the conversation, suggested discussing the issue of the Versace family. Olivia dryly pointed out that the answer to His Majesty's request had already been given to him in a recent letter. Giorgio did not argue, but mentioned some important facts that forced him to raise the issue again. Feigning sincere joy, Giorgio noted that Lady Olivia seemed to have recovered, so it was time to reconsider the decision to move to the imperial court. Mentally, Olivia cursed Giorgio with the last words, realizing that he was deliberately trying to weaken the Versace family. Removing the strongest link, maliciously, Giorgio recalled how a couple of days ago Olivia was practicing fencing and was completely healthy. Trying to remain calm, Olivia stammered that she still didn't feel well and was very weak. However, Giorgio noted that Olivia looked quite healthy, and it was clear he didn't believe her words. Giorgio admitted that he didn't understand Olivia at all, because the proposal that would have delighted many ladies only provoked a negative reaction from her. Trying to find at least some way out of this situation, Olivia stated that she preferred handsome men. Gerard, hurrying to prevent the conversation from taking the wrong direction, apologized for his daughter's peculiar taste. Giorgio reassured Gerard, assuring him that there was no problem, because the crown prince was famous for his supernatural beauty. Giorgio was convinced that she would fall in love with him at first sight. According to him, this man was even more handsome in reality, and his swordsmanship skills were superior to many. Olivia warned the guy by promising him that he would soon regret his decision, especially if she was actually forced to go to the palace. After this, Gerard decided to put an end to this, in his opinion, pointless conversation. He recalled that the Versace family faithfully served the crown for many years. Giorgio objected that the lady had already recovered, and moreover, turned out to be not as young as indicated in the letter. Olivia objected that her appearance should not deceive him because she was still sick. Although she didn't show it, She recalled that courtiers would consider Giorgio guilty if they knew that she rejected the crown prince solely for his appearance. This time, considering this long conversation over, Olivia decided to leave. But Giorgio tried to stop her, asking her to wait a little and accompany him to the carriage when he left. Olivia, in response, briefly refused to do this, citing her illness and fatigue. A month has passed since Giorgio's memorable visit to the Versace family estate. Daisy found Olivia sitting under a tree, reminding her young lover that it was time for dinner. Along with these words, she unexpectedly handed Olivia a letter that she didn't expect from anyone today. Olivia couldn't determine the sender of the mysterious letter, although there were still some suspicions. The letter spoke of an impending cold snap, so the author of the letter recommended that she dress warmly and not go out into nature until she had fully recovered. The sender also expressed concern for her health and hope that she would still honor the palace with her presence. Recognizing the handwriting, Daisy asked in surprise if this letter was from Giorgio, who arrived a month ago. She, of course, really liked Giorgio's concern expressed in this short letter. Olivia assumed that he simply decided to annoy her, and only for that reason began to reciprocate. Burning with curiosity, Daisy asked if Giorgio had really fallen in love with the lady. Olivia just laughed at such an assumption, recalling that it was Giorgio who united the main characters of the story. Suddenly, Daisy directly asked if Miss Olivia was going to answer his letter. Olivia, on the one hand, wanted to stay away from all this, but on the other, she understood that this guy wouldn't leave so easily, so she decided to reply. In her reply, Olivia again said that she had a cold, and this time it was her fault. She also asked him not to write to her anymore and not to bother her again. To calm his ardor, Olivia said that she hated receiving letters. Despite Olivia's request, Giorgio continued to bombard her with stupid letters. Sometimes Olivia replied, but according to her, solely out of pity, with short phrases and simple ones. After a while, the maids, having invented a romantic story of their relationship, began spreading rumors. According to these rumors, Giorgio fell in love with Olivia at first sight. More and more rumors spread that Giorgio, trying to get closer to his beloved, even tried to ask the Count for her hand, but he flatly refused Giorgio, who still continued to send ardent love letters to his beloved. In one of his letters, Giorgio admitted that, having not received a reply to the previous letter, he reread all the previous ones and decided to take up fencing seriously. In another letter, he asked if she was okay, if she was sick, and if she had anything important to do. Kyle didn't understand why Giorgio was wasting time on these letters, which Olivia still ignored, and advised her to simply burn them. Daisy joked that she now understood why Kyle didn't have a girlfriend. Noticing her immersion in the story, Kyle asked her if she knew anything else about the matter. Olivia, no less surprised than Kyle, shooed her brother away and decided to have a serious conversation with the maid. Olivia assured Daisy that this Giorgio meant nothing to her. Daisy didn't understand why Olivia was hiding her letters and was convinced that Giorgio was head over heels in love. Olivia denied it, saying it was complete nonsense and who cares even if it were true, because she would never love him anyway. Olivia tried in vain to convince Daisy that she had misunderstood everything and that there was nothing between her and Giorgio. Then, suddenly, Daisy asked if Lady Olivia was offended by Giorgio's love confessions. Olivia honestly said that they made her furious and that it would be very good to get rid of this guy once and for all. Olivia added that she actually likes Daniel and that her secret admirer probably knows it. Surprised by such a confession, Daisy noted that this Daniel was nothing more than a rude slob. Olivia knew this would be Daisy's reaction, but decided to switch to another topic of conversation. She asked Daisy which gentleman she liked and if she had a permanent boyfriend. Daisy, confused, admitted that she has a lover, but that this love, unfortunately, is unrequited. Meanwhile, the crown prince was in his office at the same academy where Olivia planned to study. His name was Leonardo, and he was not only the heir to the throne, but also the director of this very academy. Trying to compose himself while reading, Leonardo asked his overly noisy cousin Giorgio to calm down. Then, suddenly, he asked Giorgio what kind of women's glove he had in his hands. Giorgio admitted that it belonged to the lady who had captured his heart. Leonardo thought that Giorgio had been acting strangely since he returned from Hershey, and asked if he should call a doctor. Hearing a refusal, he advised Giorgio to look for someone else in this case, and tell him everything. At the same time, Olivia decided to ask Daniel how he would react if his feelings were confessed to him. Daniel said that everything depends on who said it. Olivia asked him what he would do if his feelings were unrequited, and he had to make difficult decisions. A little embarrassed, Daniel honestly admitted that he would feel ashamed in such a situation. Olivia agreed with him and pointed out that Daniel had probably broken the hearts of more than one woman. Daniel objected that it would have been much worse for the one who confessed, because there is nothing more painful than unrequited love. Olivia agreed with his words and decided that perhaps Daniel was right, and that it was better not to admit any feelings if you love a person who doesn't care about you. Regretting even bringing up the topic, Olivia asked Daniel to forget about the conversation. Daniel agreed and said it would be better for both of them, and that if he were in Olivia's place, he would do exactly that. Recalling the content of the novel, Olivia noted that Daniel never confessed his love to Olivia. Olivia assumed that it had something to do with her county, because even as an adult he kept calling her mistress. Reflections on this topic saddened Olivia, and it was understandable, because now it was her turn to live out the role of this novel's heroine. She decided to act decisively and confess her feelings to Daniel, remembering that she had already done so once when she was a child. Olivia was ashamed to remember this, although this incident happened many years ago. She suggested that Daniel then considered himself unworthy of her hand and heart, which made things very difficult for her. Looking at Daniel, Olivia thought that, apparently, today she had to push him away from her again. The weather that day was wonderful. The sun gently warmed the earth, bringing warmth and joy to all the inhabitants of the settlement. Beneath the stands was a training field where intensive fencing practice was taking place. Kyle asked Daniel if it was true that Daisy had found a boyfriend. Daniel would not have been surprised by this fact, as he noticed that boys were running after Daisy en masse. He honestly admitted that he didn't care whether Daisy found a boyfriend or not, because he was much more worried about Olivia now, and her attitude after their last conversation. Daniel feared that Olivia found that conversation by the lake unpleasant, and now wants to completely stop their communication. Daniel was tormented by doubts and fear about whether Olivia would really fall in love with this very Giorgio. At the same time, life at the Meridian family estate went on as usual. Daisy had just picked a wonderful flower that had a magical scent. She was surprised to notice that Daniel had arrived early today, which was completely uncharacteristic of him. Suggesting Daniel quickly change clothes, she loudly asked the servants to set the table. Daniel stopped Daisy and told her he wanted to ask her something important. He asked if Giorgio was still writing letters to Olivia, hoping she knew many details about this story. Daisy confirmed his guess and noted that this gentleman is very affectionate. Daniel disagreed with Daisy. He described Giorgio's behavior as annoying and intrusive, and added that this skinny Giorgio was not Olivia's type at all. Smiling, Daisy noted that Daniel sounded just like his friend Kyle, and added that Giorgio wrote nothing in his letters that could be considered tactless. She recalled that these are simple letters, in which it is difficult to write anything obscene. Daisy told Daniel that Olivia replied to Giorgio's letters from time to time, suggesting that she was still interested in him. The girl also admitted that she had only seen one reply letter, but Olivia was embarrassed to show her the rest. Moreover, Daisy noted that Olivia is no longer a child, and her feelings are not just childish love. Meanwhile, Olivia was at home trying to solve the problem that worried her. Daisy blamed herself for not asking this question sooner because, as Daniel said, there is nothing worse than unrequited love. Olivia realized that asking Daisy for information at that moment was a bad idea, and that a more cunning approach was needed. She needed to find out who broke her maid's heart and figure out how to make Daisy talk about it. Olivia felt ashamed that Daisy kept such stubborn silence, as if someone had strictly forbidden her to talk about it. Olivia had no doubt that Daisy's love story was definitely detailed in the novel. She just needed to remember the details. No matter how hard Olivia tried to recall the novel episodes related to Daisy's life, she couldn't do it. All events that did not concern her were as if erased from her memory. While she perfectly remembered Olivia's story, she knew that her heroine was a negative character, a stupid and compliant puppet. The main villain constantly pushed her, trying to annoy the crown prince. It was he who pushed Olivia to deal with the main character, vilely deceiving her, and forcing her to do it. Having kidnapped the girl, Olivia was sure that the main character was in her hands, and now her life would come to an end, but she was disappointed because the novel's main character arrived in time to help, which, in fact, marked the beginning of her greatest love. Olivia's entire role in the novel was reduced to the image of a stupid villain, which explains the absence of her love story. Daisy turned to Olivia with concern at this point. Noticing her thoughtfulness today, Olivia suddenly remembered that in the novel her character didn't even talk to the maid, but now they had become best friends. She considered it unfair that Daisy was given only a cameo role and noted that she deserved more. She suddenly noticed the beautiful embroidery on the girl's hands and admired Daisy's talent. Daisy explained that this work was not yet finished and praised the lady for the beautifully embroidered rabbits on her white scarf. Daisy suggested that Olivia really liked embroidery and that it probably took her a long time to learn it. She also added that by giving a man a scarf with embroidery, the girl shows her affection and tenderness, but in fact, after seeing her failed embroidery, Olivia decided to give the handkerchief to her brother, or to her father so that no one else would see this ugliness. Then, after asking the maid who she was going to give her handkerchief to, Olivia thought that it was most likely intended for that mysterious lover. Daisy timidly assured Olivia that this was not why she was embroidering it. Comparing her work with Daisy's embroidery, Olivia became a little sad realizing that she would never achieve such skill. Suddenly, guessing from the image of a shield with an eagle, Olivia decided that it was intended for one of the Red Knights. Daisy assured her that it was just a talisman she wanted to give to her brother. Olivia did not believe her, sure that her knight served in the Order of the Red Knights, because she would never give such a handkerchief to Daniel. However, Olivia suddenly became afraid that the maid would give the scarf to Daniel, and that he would find out how bad Olivia was at embroidery compared to Daisy. Comparing her work once again with Daisy's embroidery, she sank even lower realizing that she would never surpass her skill. Night was slowly falling over the settlement, and the moon, peeking out from behind the clouds, gently illuminated the houses and streets. Olivia did not stop training hard, improving her swordsmanship skills. Kyle decided it was time to check if Olivia was ready for the academy, and pointed out that the journey was approaching, and they needed to make sure she was ready. He praised his sister for her diligence, and noted that she still had a lot to learn. Inviting his sister to have a practice fight, Kyle warned her that he would not yield to her today. Sensing the seriousness of her brother's intentions, Olivia even tensed up a little. Without losing a second, Kyle launched into battle, attacking quickly and decisively. Gerard watched the children fight. Worried that Kyle might hurt Olivia during training, Olivia realized that her brother was not joking and was actually attacking with all his might. Unexpectedly for everyone, she skillfully waving her sword, took it out of Kyle's hands, and left him not a single chance. The sword clattered to the floor, and its tip stuck far from Kyle, surprised that his sword shone bright red, and the blow was much more powerful than usual. Olivia got scared. Immediately after the training, Gerard and Kyle took Olivia to the dungeon without explaining their intentions. In the dungeon, they approached a huge door, as if taken from the pages of a fairy tale. Gerard touched the door with his palm, and it, emitting a long creak, began to slowly open. Olivia did not understand what was happening and why they had come to this sinister dungeon. Gerard explained that he brought Olivia here not by chance, but to give her a ring that has been passed down in their family from generation to generation, and possesses extraordinary power. He handed the ring to Olivia and asked her to put it on her finger. Gerard said that this is not just a decoration, but a magical artifact endowed with enormous power, and chosen by itself. Olivia looked at the ring in bewilderment, trying to figure out how, in fact, they should fight. Gerard explained to Olivia that the ring could turn into any weapon she wanted. Olivia took advantage of her father's words and decided that this artifact was her chance to change the plot of the novel and avoid deaths. Meanwhile, Gerard instructed Olivia to approach the huge image of an eagle and, concentrating all energy in her palm, touch it. Olivia asked her father in bewilderment why he decided to tell her the secret of the ring now, and added that she always thought that only the head of the family was worthy of such an honor. Gerard smiled and replied that their family differs from others in that the transfer of a magical gift does not depend on age or rank. Olivia looked in surprise at the ancient book, which suddenly lit up, making her wonder about the reasons for this strange phenomenon, and about her role in all this. The words that came from the depths of her mind suggested that the book was a repository of invaluable knowledge intended for future generations of the Versace family. The chronicle of history began with Emperor Kamihili's ascension to the throne after 12 years of cruel wars and bloody ones. With his power, he divided the huge empire into 4 provinces: the Duchy of Sabina in the east, the County of Versace in the north, the Duchy of Krasin in the west, and all independent lands united in the south. In those dark times of endless wars, the name of the Red Eagle named Patricia Versace burned brightly on the pages of history. Leading the troops, she chose as her symbol a kind of red eagle, a proud bird soaring above the battlefield. However, with the end of the war, all the nobility distanced themselves from the heroine, not wanting to accept a woman as a skilled commander, relegating her merits to oblivion. Even the imperial family treated Versace cautiously and suspiciously, seeing her as a threat. When the rest of the Versace family was invited to the capital to establish relations with influential aristocrats, Patricia remained in her county, deprived of her former glory. In a desperate attempt to find peace, she ran from one duchy to another, but this brought her no desired solace. Fate dealt a new blow when the Versace family in the capital fell victim to treacherous betrayal. Falling under the attack of enemies, Patricia, like a phoenix, returned to the north to revive the former greatness of the Order of the Red Eagle. Only 2 years later, the emperor finally recognized Patricia's merits and honored her with his attentions. However, traditions were unbreakable. Noble families could only marry people of equal status. The beautiful commander attracted the emperor, but he did not want to unite with her, seeking a more profitable union. Patricia finally took her place next to Emperor Kamihili as his first concubine. Olivia was indignant upon reading the lines filled with the injustice of fate. Her ancestor's story was filled with such bitter moments that it caused a storm of indignation in the girl. Her heart was broken by the injustice. Patricia dedicated her life to serving the empire, and the emperor granted her the dubious status of concubine. Olivia's indignation knew no bounds, because she could not understand the motives of this cruel and heartless emperor. Gerard tried to calm his daughter, recalling the manners of the ladies of the capital, which were very different from her mother's manners. Cecilia, a beauty from the noble Argon family, was the complete opposite of the powerful and cruel women of the capital, for her heart was always filled with kindness and light. But Gerard could not deny the emperor's cruelty towards Patricia, because imperial blood also ran in her veins. Overwhelmed by emotions, Olivia decided to postpone reading, not wanting to further spoil her mood. But curiosity overtook her when Kyle slyly asked if she wanted to know the fate of the brave Patricia. Despite her indignation, Olivia decided to continue reading, hoping that justice would soon prevail. By fate's will or her cunning, Patricia asked Kamihili not for marriage, but for the title of guardian of the borders and the right to carry the imperial banner, sealing their agreement with an oath of blood. Although the Versaces retained their count title, their new status as border guardians elevated them to a very high level, bringing them unprecedented power. Since then, the Versace family has been dedicated to protecting the empire, becoming support and shield of the ruling family. The right to carry the imperial banner allowed Versace to freely move their troops in the capital, protecting the imperial family from any invasion. However, the oath of blood that sealed this union forever forbade Versace from joining their fate with that of the imperial family, condemning them to eternal service. Olivia realized with surprise that this decree, signed many centuries ago, was still in effect. In her reflections, she concluded that the emperor's gifts were rather a cunning stratagem designed to ensure that he only had a loyal army near the border. Gerard agreed with Olivia and noted that perhaps this was precisely the true purpose of the emperor's generosity. However, he also pointed out that this decree made the Versace family an enormous force with incredible power. Olivia's thoughts raced feverishly in search of answers to countless questions, and the main one was whether her family was still obliged to protect the emperor. Gerard confirmed that the Versaces remained border guards, ready to defend the imperial family at any moment. Olivia realized how right her ancestor was to force the imperial family to forever be the patron of the Versace family. Gerard pointed to the last lines of the book, arguing that they hide something very important for understanding the history of their family. It turns out that Versace was obliged to protect not only the emperor, but the entire empire, even if it meant opposing the crown itself. Meanwhile, in the palace, Crown Prince Leonardo excitedly asked his advisor about news from his beloved. Giorgio sadly reported that he had not yet received letters from the Count's family, and that the latest news only concerned the Count's daughter's sudden illness. Alarmed, Giorgio assumed the worst, that she was dying, since she couldn't even write a few words. Leonardo sarcastically pointed out that, fortunately for the entire empire, he was the crown prince, and not Giorgio. He reminded the advisor of the long letters he had sent to the Versace county, and that they had received no reply. Olivia only wrote about her illness, and, apart from these words, he received nothing in response to all his efforts. Giorgio agreed that the Count's daughter wrote him nothing except that she was sick again. For the umpteenth time, Leonardo, rolling his eyes in hopelessness, concluded the simple truth that, if the girl valued Giorgio's feelings, she would have made herself known after the third letter at least. She simply spits on him, and it's time to finally open his eyes and stop living in his dreams. However, Giorgio remained true to his feelings, arguing that a couple of lines are enough for true love. Leonardo waved his hand, giving in to his friend's stubbornness and laughing mentally at Giorgio's naivete. Giorgio, offended by Leonardo, replied that a couple of phrases hide the true affection and tenderness that this girl has for him. Leonardo only consulted with his friend whether he had truly fallen in love with the Count's daughter. Considering it a simple joke at first, Giorgio honestly admitted that he was captivated at first sight by the beauty and grace of Olivia, unable to resist the magic of love. Having lost patience, Leonardo forbade Giorgio from visiting the Versace estate until he came to his senses. At that very moment, Kyle asked what Olivia finally understood from the book she read, and where it was all leading. Olivia suggested that perhaps this meant that the North was safer than the capital. Kyle was more interested in Olivia's resemblance to her grandmother, which he tried to hint at. He directly asked Olivia if she noticed that her appearance was very similar to Patricia's. Olivia was stunned by Kyle's question. Does he really think she looks like a grandmother? Kyle exclaimed with delight that he immediately noticed their surprising similarity, like two peas in a pod. While reflecting, Olivia admitted that Patricia Versace would be an ideal protagonist, but anxiety overcame her. Why then did she, Olivia, end up in this story in the place of the heroine doomed to death? She was surprised, because the novel did not reveal all the secrets of Patricia Versace. There was no hint of such a past. Such detailed backstory, beyond the scope of the novel, seemed very strange to Olivia. The girl compared this tale to a film set, where all episodes seemed limited and clearly calibrated. Everything happened as if in a closed space, as if the world behind the scenes did not exist. And now, everything has taken on a real form. Even the ring, which seemed like a fantastic element of the plot, now felt like something real. And real. Olivia tried to remember if anything about the ring was mentioned in the book, but it was all in vain. She reasoned that usually in these kinds of stories, when you get into a short story, a guiding angel always appears to the hero and explains everything. Olivia wondered if perhaps the angel had appeared to her in a dream, and she had simply forgotten it. Deciding not to dwell on this topic, Olivia declared that she would live as she pleased. She dreamed of a luxurious house with a green garden, of how she would dump her stupid brother, and find a handsome husband. At that moment, Olivia's father and brother, having withdrawn from unnecessary ears, discussed an important topic in private. Gerard asked his son if he thought sending Olivia to the academy was the right decision, because it is a dangerous place. Kyle understood his father's fears, because no one knew what awaited them at the academy, and what events might happen there. 3 months later, Olivia approached her friend and colleague with a question, presenting an unusual situation. She asked Oscar to imagine what he would think if she confessed her feelings to him. Busy with his affairs, Oscar asked Olivia if she had done something wrong and what her question meant. Olivia, noticing his reaction, sharply asked him if she had too harsh an appearance, which scared away all her suitors. Oscar interrupted her and asked if she really thought Daniel went to the border because he didn't like her. He advised her to talk to Daniel personally, because they were complete strangers. In the end, Olivia abruptly changed the topic of conversation and suggested opening another business branch. Driven by new ideas, she proposed building a new factory and opening 3 outlets in the East. Oscar exposed her maneuver, saying that she was simply trying to take revenge on him for not being happy with his recent answer. He then added that, knowing her character, if she confessed, he would not hesitate to offer her his hand. And her heart, trying to calm Olivia, Oscar said he thought Daniel really liked her, and there was nothing to worry about. But Olivia objected, because he had been avoiding her for 3 months, and she didn't understand the reason for this behavior. She admitted that their conversation by the lake greatly affected her relationship with Daniel. And since then, they have drifted apart. Olivia spent all this time training, trying to distract herself from heavy thoughts. Daniel could not go with her to the academy because he decided to go guard the border with everyone else. Olivia was tormented by the thought of Daniel, who hadn't written her a single line during all the months he had been away from her. She bitterly reflected on how quickly their intimacy collapsed, because before he left, they could not spend a day without each other. Oscar, noticing her condition, kindly asked her why she didn't write to Daniel herself. Olivia, trying to hide her embarrassment, dismissed him, citing her constant activity. Unable to bear Oscar's gaze, she irritably explained that she did not want to bother Daniel and, therefore, she immediately interrupted the conversation. That beautiful day, the neighbors of the settlement where the Versace estate was located enjoyed the warm rays of the sun. The crown's order was heard throughout the country. The troops urgently moved to protect the borders from the invasion of monsters. True to their duty, Versace sent up to 5 combat regiments to war, ready to repel the enemy. 2 regiments were sent to strengthen the border, and 3 more detachments went deep into the dark forest, where the main danger was hiding. With great regret, Olivia bid farewell to her father and brother, who decided to personally participate in the trek. The thought that Daniel would go to war with them made her heart pound with redoubled force. Just before leaving, Count Gerard Versace, trying to hide his sadness, gently waved his hand looking at his daughter. Olivia, wanting to cheer up her father, handed him the scarf with an embroidered pattern she had prepared for him. And Kyle, Gerard thanked his daughter and bid farewell with a tight hug. Kyle, looking at his gift, grumbled dissatisfiedly because the chicken embroidered on the scarf did not match his menacing image. Olivia, without hiding her irritation, suggested to her brother that he return the handkerchief or throw it in the trash if he didn't like the gift. Daniel, observing their exchange, sighed and realized that Olivia had ignored him again. Daniel politely addressed the girl and asked how she was feeling. Olivia, trying to maintain composure, replied that she was fine and wished Daniel good luck. After thanking Olivia, Daniel, feeling the discomfort of the moment, hurried to join the departing team. Olivia, following Daniel with her gaze, sadly realized that he was once again not responding to her feelings, although he did it very delicately. The day was approaching sunset, but the sun had not yet disappeared beyond the horizon, and it continued to illuminate the enormous imperial castle. In Crown Prince Leonardo's office, candles were still burning, illuminating the stacks of documents arranged on the desk. Worried about the prince's tired appearance, the servant timidly asked if His Highness would like some tea. Leonardo, looking up from the documents, replied that it would be better to bring tea to the herald, who had already fallen asleep at his desk. At that moment, the servant reported that cousin Giorgio had come to see His Highness and was already heading to the office. Barely containing a smile, Leonardo turned to his cousin upon entering, noting that Giorgio's excitement was increasingly causing him a slight fright. Giorgio, trying to catch his breath, hurried to share the good news because he finally received the long-awaited letter. Unfolding the letter, he read the lines where the girl openly admitted that she hated writing letters. Sighing with relief, Giorgio concluded that the girl was not indifferent to him, but simply could not stand wasting time on correspondence. Leonardo, scanning the letter with his gaze, noticed that it was not written in the most legible handwriting, and it looked very much like Countess Olivia's. Decided to tease his cousin a bit, he invited Giorgio to meet another lady who, perhaps, would be more inclined towards romantic correspondence. Giorgio confidently stated that the girl was very tired and that they still had everything ahead of them. Leonardo ironically noted that Giorgio was mistaken about his feelings and that he should really think about other girls. Indignant at this proposal, Giorgio proudly listed all his best qualities that Olivia appreciates in him. Not giving his cousin any chance to object, he declared that there was a true love between him and Olivia that no one had the right to condemn. Leonardo understood that his cousin was viewing the situation incorrectly and had vain illusions about Olivia's feelings. Meanwhile, at the Versace estate, Olivia was giving orders regarding the regiments going to war. Olivia asked the maid Daisy if they had sent supplies and warm clothing for those who had gone on the trek. Daisy reassured the hostess, assuring her that everything was done exactly according to her instructions. Anticipating difficult times, Olivia ordered that no expense be spared to support the soldiers going to the front. Olivia ordered the servants to send 20 trophies from the vault to the artifact masters so they could make magical amulets. Oscar objected, reminding her that the trophies could be sold profitably and provide her with an estate for 2 months. Olivia replied sternly that severe frosts were approaching and that more amulets were needed at the front now. Oscar, shaking his head, said that Daisy should teach Olivia how to manage resources, because wasting valuable trophies on amulets was simply stupidity. Daisy harshly assailed Oscar and confidently stated that Olivia knew perfectly well how to manage funds. Growling in response, Oscar replied that he would find a more profitable use for the trophies. He turned to Daisy and asked if she had already spoken to Olivia about Daniel, since now was the time before Olivia got involved in business. But Daisy looked away and admitted that she simply did not want to bother Olivia with questions about Daniel. Oscar smiled and assured Daisy that the mistress would not yet be offended by her best friend, so there was no need to worry about it. Daisy nodded timidly, agreeing with Oscar and apologizing slightly for her indecisiveness. The dark forest was shrouded in many secrets, and legends passed down from generation to generation. For 2 weeks, the Imperial troops fought fierce battles with monsters, gradually liberating the captured forest. Despite all the difficulties, iron discipline and fighting spirit united the soldiers before a common goal. Daniel Meridian fought in the ranks of the 3rd Knights Battalion, which was always at the forefront. Kyle, looking at his friend with concern, noticed that he was completely exhausted and needed rest. He reminded Daniel of Olivia's concern, who was very worried about him. Daniel bitterly thought that he had recently distanced himself from Olivia and that she had most likely already given her amulet scarf to someone else. Kyle, interrupting Daniel's thoughts, suddenly asked him if he knew who gave him the embroidered scarf. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Daniel asked Kyle if Olivia had sewn the scarf. Kyle confirmed his assumption and added that he would gladly give the scarf to a friend, because a talisman is a talisman, even if the embroidery was not the most skillful. Looking at the drawing, Daniel recognized the features inherent in Olivia and the piercing gaze of the eagle that the girl was trying to convey in the drawing. Kyle smiled and told Daniel to take care of the scarf and not stain it with blood, making sure to roll up his sleeve during the battle. Moved by the concern, Daniel put on the amulet created by Olivia with pride for the first time. Before leaving, Kyle asked Daniel to be careful, reminding him how much Olivia would regret it, and promised that he and his father would take care of him. Daniel stopped his friend. He told Kyle not to be left without a talisman and prepared a gift for him in return. He handed Kyle a scarf and explained that Daisy had sewn it and that now both of them would be protected by the amulets of their beloved girls. Suddenly, a messenger ran into the camp and loudly announced that he had a letter for the commander. The messenger handed Daniel an unopened sealed letter. Looking at the unfamiliar seal, Daniel thought that he was not expecting letters from anyone today. At that moment, Kyle excitedly asked his friend if he really didn't recognize Olivia's seal. In her letter, Olivia asked Daniel not to get into trouble and to take care of himself only. Excited by Olivia's words, Daniel suddenly told Kyle that he intended to transfer from the vanguard. At that moment, Olivia was sitting by the window and sadly recalling the childhood of the heroine whose body she inhabited. Olivia, from the original novel story, was born when Kyle was only 4 years old. Since childhood, Daniel never left Kyle and was like an older brother to him. They grew up together like brothers, learned fencing together, and hung out together. Little Daisy was their constant playmate and companion. Olivia's appearance in no way affected the children's friendship. But unfortunately, happy days did not last long. 6 years after Olivia's birth, Countess Cecilia died from a serious illness. The death of his mother had a severe impact on the whole family. The Count fell into deep sorrow and stopped smiling, and Kyle, not wanting to see a reminder of his loss in Olivia, began to avoid her. Many years passed. Olivia turned 16 when Kyle and her father returned to their native estate after a long absence. In the mature Olivia, they saw with horror the exact features of the late Cecilia, like 2 peas in a pod. Olivia, still sitting by the window, felt a sudden dizziness and chills. Looking outside, she exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the first snowfalls outside the window, which would put an end to her sword training plans. Olivia smiled, imagining how her brother Kyle would react to this weather. It was as if she had heard his voice, saying that enemies would not wait for good weather, so she needed to train every day. But a fragile girl is not a kung fu master to practice techniques under the snow and rain. Olivia shuddered imagining how easy it was to catch a cold in this weather and decided to postpone training. At that moment, a servant silently entered the room and, bowing, asked Olivia about her plans. Olivia politely replied that she was heading to the music room. The servant suggested lighting the fireplace in the hall, noting that it might be cold there and that the hostess was already feeling unwell. Olivia gratefully accepted the servant's offer because it was much better in a warm room than in a cold one. The music room, like many years ago, remained unchanged since Cecilia still lived in the house. Here everything breathed memories of the Countess, who spent long hours in the room. It was here, under the governess's guidance, that Olivia learned to dance along with Kyle, Daisy, and Daniel. Olivia's gaze fell upon the portrait of her parents, which Countess Cecilia hung on the wall. Depicted in it even before marriage, she shone with beauty. Olivia had always admired the Countess's beauty and wondered how her own daughter could be so disappointing. She sadly noted the astonishing resemblance between the Countess and herself, mentally agreeing with Kyle's words. Then Olivia approached the piano and, sitting on the bench, began to play a melody that was familiar to her since childhood. In her previous life, her older brother, who dreamed of becoming a famous pianist, loved to play this melody on the piano. Inspired by her brother's dream, Olivia also thought about becoming a musician, and their home concerts brought joy and laughter to their parents. Once grown up, my brother entered the Academy of Music and enthusiastically immersed himself in his studies. And Olivia took an interest in martial arts from childhood and focused all her strength on them. Her brother left, and Olivia only occasionally received letters from him with enthusiastic stories about his studies. When Olivia entered the second year of high school, terrible news arrived. Her brother committed suicide. He climbed onto the roof of the Academy of Music and jumped, deciding to end his mundane days. The police quickly closed the case, considering it a suicide due to a nervous breakdown caused by study difficulties. Olivia painfully remembered her brother's cheerful disposition and his boundless love for music. The idea that he voluntarily gave up his life seemed simply far-fetched. The tragedy was a heavy blow to the whole family. Musical instruments were removed, and the sounds of the piano now only brought painful memories. Their families were very similar, except that her brother's room in their house was never opened after his death. But the music room in the Versace house was always open, and music seemed to bring the Count back to life after his wife's death. Kyle and her father always rejoiced when she sat down at the piano. The music reminded them of the carefree days when the Countess lived. Olivia could not understand this joy because her family could not cope with grief and did not turn its back on music, as happened in her real-world home. Olivia stubbornly refused to believe that her brother could commit suicide. For her, music became not just a hobby, but an outlet and a salvation from mental pain. She played the piano, trying to drown out her pain and despair, dreaming that at least once her parents would listen to her. The next day, a very important guest approached the estate, whose arrival Olivia had been anticipating for a long time. Julian, the chief designer of the most fashionable house called Leblanc, arrived at the Versace estate. This was the long-awaited guest, whose arrival was eagerly awaited at the estate, and Olivia was the one looking forward to it the most. Entering the reception hall with Oscar, she noted with an important air that he was the first visitor to be honored in this hall since the Countess left, and he was happy like a child. Seeing Olivia in front of him, he gallantly bowed and introduced himself by his full name. He then informed Olivia that he had the honor of designing the outfit she would wear at the Academy graduation ceremony. Olivia asked Julian not to limit himself and to work in his own style, without paying attention to titles. Julian humbly assured Olivia that it was a great honor for him to work on the set. Previously, he had not even imagined the majestic figure Olivia possessed with her tall stature. After hesitating a little, Julian asked if this time he could use a corset to give Olivia the desired shape. Olivia categorically refused the corset, saying that there was no need to repeat the models from previous years. Julian apologized warmly and, inspired by new tasks, hurried to start working on the sketches. He enthusiastically explained to Olivia that he was going to emphasize the gentle lines of her waist and the beauty of her neck. Olivia decided to take a moment and, while Julian worked, delve into the brochures with fabric samples. Julian, inspired by a new idea, interrupted the conversation and began to draw, apologizing to Olivia for the delay. After some time, Julian proudly presented the first sketch to Olivia, arguing that the clarity of the lines of her figure did not require elaborate decorations. Olivia, looking at the proposed option, frowned and asked the designer to show her others, saying that this sketch was too simple. In the next sketch, Julian focused on the color of the set and explained his choice by saying that dark shades would suit Olivia well, which would emphasize the expressiveness of her face. Olivia impatiently dismissed this option, harshly calling it too boring. Only after seeing the third option did she unexpectedly realize that this was exactly the outfit she had imagined in her fantasies. Julian smiled radiantly and noted that it was this option that he liked the most. Olivia quickly expressed her wishes to Julian regarding the color of the set's fabric, wanting it to be a bright red color. Julian enthusiastically picked up his idea and made several sketches in the margins of the sketch, opening the back and calling it a crime to hide such beauty. He even allowed himself a slight liberty in his words, assuring Olivia of the perfection of the beauty of her delicate and beautiful back. Olivia frowned and abruptly interrupted the designer, declaring that her back was her own business, and that she was not at all happy with the prospect of someone wanting to touch it. After this, Olivia, taking a pencil, scribbled her comments on the sketch and handed it to Julian. Julian was simply amazed by Olivia's courage and her innate sense of style, and enthusiastically called her a genius. Olivia, satisfied with the created look, asked when she could try on the finished dress. Julian assured her that the work would be finished as soon as possible, and asked Olivia to wait a little longer, until inspiration struck him. Once this matter was settled, Olivia invited Daisy to discuss the details of developing her new business. That is, the opening of a chain of workshops. While considering possible name options, Olivia suggested naming the stores La Leblanc. What worried Olivia most was the opening of 5 stores in the eastern region of Temir, where she planned to go in the near future. Initially, she planned to send Julian there, but then abandoned the idea, doubting his knowledge of court etiquette. Daisy was convinced that Mr. Julian himself would do a great job with the fashion show, because he could sell clothes, even to the most terrible forest monster. Olivia, upon hearing such a comparison, could not help but laugh, appreciating her interlocutor's sense of humor. Olivia, although she laughed, still doubted that she would be able to teach Julian the rules of etiquette. Daisy waved her hand, asserting that finding an etiquette teacher was a simple matter, and that he would definitely be less busy than Olivia herself. Olivia wondered if Oscar would agree to take on this task, but quickly decided that Oscar would take on the task, because he could not refuse Daisy, especially with such requests. Satisfied that all matters were resolved, Olivia greeted the end of the workday with relief. Suddenly, Olivia's gaze fell upon a new letter from Daniel, and she became curious about what he wrote this time. Daniel's letter began with a description of the snowy weather and a message that, fortunately for Olivia, he was not on the front lines. Moreover, Daniel advised Olivia not to overburden herself with training, showing his concern for her health. He warmly thanked Olivia for sending him the boots, and also admitted that the snow as white as snow reminded him of her eyes. At the end of the letter, Daniel informed Olivia of his imminent return, eagerly anticipating their meeting. Daniel's words about the snow resembling her eyes made Olivia wonder if he thought the girl's attitude was too cold. This letter was the last one Olivia received that day and left a slight sadness behind. Olivia dared not reply to the letter, struggling with an incomprehensible tremor in her hands and anxiety in her chest. Daniel's next letter was already in an official tone. He thanked for the constant concern regarding supplies and announced his imminent return. The unusually formal tone of the letter made Olivia wonder about the reason for such a change. She began to reproach herself whether Daniel found her letter heavy and intrusive. Olivia could not understand what companion job Daniel was writing about, because she was not going to Temir, and the mention of her surname at the end of the letter also seemed strange to her. The cold snow outside the window seemed to reflect the confusion and coldness in Olivia's heart, making her want to start anew. But then she recovered and realized that a new life did not guarantee happiness, and might even bring new challenges. Despite Daniel's incomprehensible behavior, Olivia continued to believe in their relationship and hoped to meet soon. A week before these events, Kyle decided to visit his friend without knowing what he was doing. Daniel, at that time, was busy rewriting the second draft of the letter to Olivia. trying to understand what could have hurt her so much. Kyle was surprised reading the lines where Daniel compared Olivia's eyes to white snow and admitted his desire to return as soon as possible. He immediately expressed doubts about the appropriateness of such personal confessions, since Olivia also sent boots to other soldiers. Daniel himself understood that his words sounded too personal and intimate, betraying the depth of his feelings. Kyle pointed out that the phrase about the snow and Olivia's eyes seemed like some kind of quote from a romantic novel. He once again doubted the correctness of comparing his sister to cold snow, because a girl could understand these words completely differently. But to Daniel, the snow only resembled the whiteness, fragility, and purity inherent in Olivia. After reflecting on his friend's words, Daniel finally decided that addressing Olivia by her first name, instead of by social etiquette, could be taken too harshly. Daniel's behavior seemed strange to Kyle, and he, deciding not to insist on his own today, advised his friend to sleep well at night. Meanwhile, Sam learned with obvious surprise that Lady Daisy and Lord Oscar were going to Ear to Temir. Sam was angry and did not understand why he was not taken on the trip, demanding an explanation from Oscar. Oscar, trying to calm his friend, invited him to go in his place, trusting that Sam would cope with the important task. Olivia, stunned by Oscar's proposal, could not imagine how Sam, with his character, would be able to complete such a responsible task. Daisy, with a cunning glint in her eyes, declared that Sam was right to be the head of Devon. Oscar, suspecting that Daisy was making another joke, irritably asked what those tricks were for. Daisy, not at all embarrassed, insisted that she was right and assured Oscar that she was simply stating an obvious fact. Sam, seeing his friends argue, was mentally glad because Oscar's fight, and Daisy's, was much better than Olivia's indifference. Sam, moved by his friend's attempts to protect him, suddenly realized that he did not want to take someone else's place, and wishing them a good trip, he ran away holding back tears. Oscar looked at Sam in surprise, wondering why he burst into tears and ran away. Daisy, as always, blamed Oscar for everything, saying he was always the culprit for any problem. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Versace hotel, in an atmosphere of secrecy, an important meeting was taking place. The spy, having completed the task, handed Leonardo documents with information about Olivia Versace. Leonardo looked at the letter, whose handwriting, as he already knew from Giorgio, belonged to the Count Versace's daughter. From the file, he only learned that Olivia skillfully wields a sword and avoids society. Leonardo also learned that she personally manages the family business and the Hershey province. The name Hershey brought Leonardo memories of the clean and prosperous city he saw when he was a child. The spy confirmed Leonardo's words and added that even in the poor areas of Hershey, free hospitals have been built. Leonardo was surprised because this information was surprisingly different from the rumors 3 years ago. Reflecting on the changes that had taken place in Hershey, Leonardo suggested that it was due to the personal growth of the inhabitants of this settlement. Suddenly, Leonardo remembered the main goal of his mission and asked the spy why he never met Olivia in person. The embarrassed spy admitted that he could not see Olivia due to her sudden illness. The spy explained that even the offer to visit the sick Olivia was flatly refused. Leonardo was not upset because he planned to meet Olivia himself after his squadron returned the next day. Leonardo chuckled, imagining his friend's anger when he found out that he not only personally investigated the case, but also sent a spy to spy on his beloved Olivia. Giorgio sighed regretfully because he also wanted to have fun at the team party. He looked at Leonardo with concern and made him promise not to fall in love with Olivia when he saw her tomorrow. Leonardo, who had already formed an opinion about Olivia, noted that even if she transformed Versace and Hershey, he still didn't consider her his chosen one. The next day, a large crowd of common people gathered in the square in front of the Versace house. Leonardo felt uncomfortable standing in front of someone else's house, surrounded by a crowd. Because he was the crown prince, there were shouts of admiration from the crowd for the knights passing by their homes, and how it was rumored to be Olivia's idea. The people were sure that only young Lady Olivia could come up with something so ingenious. Leonardo, although he knew whom he would see, could not contain his curiosity and fixed his gaze on Olivia. Looking at Olivia, Leonardo mentally apologized to Giorgio for considering him crazy. Now he understood his friend's feelings. Olivia, standing on the dais, announced joyfully the return of her father and brother from their trip, and invited everyone to celebrate her birthday. She surpassed all of Giorgio's descriptions because the girl was dazzlingly beautiful and behaved impressively. At that moment, Olivia had already accepted the role of head of the family and learned to live with it. Olivia assured everyone that she had no reason to be sad because she had already been through a lot and was prepared for anything. At that moment, her father approached her along with Daniel and Kyle, and she happily threw herself into their arms. Surrounded by her loved ones, Olivia shone with happiness, and everyone was also happy to finally see her after a long separation. Olivia thought, smiling, that only people like her family were allowed to show their feelings so openly in public. At the same time, in distant Temir, where the famous academy was located, the weather was wonderful. Giorgio, alarmed by his friend's silence, asked Leonardo if he had seen Olivia and how she was feeling today. Leonardo replied that he had only seen Olivia briefly, but she seemed healthy. Looking thoughtfully at his friend, Leonardo asked an unexpected question. What if Olivia chose someone else? Giorgio smiled smugly and confidently replied that this could not be, because Olivia definitely liked him. Although then Giorgio wondered what he should do if someone suddenly appeared who could interest Olivia more than him. And at that moment, a monstrous plan matured in Giorgio's head to destroy his rival, to make him unattractive in Olivia's eyes. In the evening, in the hall where the return of the soldiers from the campaign was celebrated, joyful exclamations and clinking glasses were heard. Gerard, looking hungrily at the delicacies, asked his daughter if the pig was ready. Olivia smiled, and taking the knife said she would prepare everything now, and they could finally have dinner. After wishing everyone a pleasant evening, Olivia, citing fatigue, went to rest. Olivia saw Daniel as she passed and greeted him happily. For 2 months, Olivia tried to find an approach to Daniel, but could not find a suitable topic for conversation. Olivia looked at Daniel with admiration and noticed that he had become even more attractive. Yes, by his appearance, it can safely be said that Olivia was hopelessly in love with Daniel. Leonardo, meanwhile, listened to Giorgio's story about his plans and thought that his friend's rival certainly would not be envied. Giorgio interrupted Leonardo's thoughts, assuring him that he was not joking and that he was ready to do anything for Olivia's love. He was sure that an intelligent opponent would take care of his safety, so he himself was ready to fight for his beloved. Leonardo, listening to his friend, thought that if he were Giorgio, he would rather marry Olivia to gain power, instead of organizing all these games. At some point, Leonardo recovered and scolded him for the stupid thoughts constantly appearing in his head. Giorgio suspiciously looked at the thoughtful Leonardo and asked him if he was all right. Finally, the day of Olivia's 18th birthday arrived, for which everyone had carefully prepared. The maid who helped Olivia put on her party dress admired her beauty. After making sure the lady was ready, the maid said it was time to go downstairs, where her father was waiting for her. Olivia nodded and ran to her father because he was the first to see her in this form. Gerard was shocked by his daughter's beauty when she entered the hall and appeared in everyone's sight. He proudly proclaimed that Olivia was the most beautiful girl he knew and that he was proud to be her father. Olivia, moved by her father's words, thanked him for such kind words on her birthday. Gerard reminded his daughter that tomorrow she would leave the academy and sighed sadly. Olivia, trying to reassure her father, promised to return soon and added that Oscar and Daisy would go with her. Olivia shared with her father her plans that during her stay in the capital, she wanted to open 10 La de Bon Ma's stores. Gerard had some doubts about the feasibility of this decision, believing that the existing stores were enough. The father advised his daughter to pay attention to quality and not chase the quantity of stores. But in response, Olivia explained her strategy to her father, because they would easily push out small competing stores and simply absorb the medium ones. Olivia was sure that in trade, one should not be afraid to be active. The girl believed that they would simply not be known until they were loudly announced. Gerard hugged his daughter and reminded her that he and Kyle would always be there and support her in any situation. Olivia smiled in response and said that she fully trusted her father and brother, and this thought gave her self-confidence. She was always a daddy's girl and was proud of it, not even trying to wrench that fact from anyone. After that, Gerard and Olivia proudly entered the huge hall, provoking looks of admiration from the guests. Gerard, raising his glass, thanked everyone for honoring with their presence the celebration in honor of his beloved daughter. Wishing everyone a good time, Gerard invited the guests to the table. The guests looked with admiration at Gerard Versace's father and daughter, the true defenders of the empire. Having opened the ball, Gerard invited his daughter to dance, because she rightly deserved the first dance on her 18th birthday. Olivia, laughing slightly, made a playful bow and accepted her father's invitation. Kyle, frowning, declared that Olivia should dance her first dance with him. Her brother. But at that moment, Daniel approached Kyle and led him aside for an important conversation. During the conversation, Kyle was surprised to learn that the crown prince had arrived for the holidays. Daniel explained that he personally warned Hammond not to let other nobles in without his knowledge. Kyle agreed that the crown prince's visit should have been announced in advance. Daniel, wanting to be sure, checked all the places where the crown prince could stay, and found out that he was staying at the temple. Daniel asked if Kyle wanted to go to Temur with Olivia. Daniel was legitimately Olivia's right hand during the absence of her father and her brothers, who were guardians of her peace. He warmly watched how Olivia danced, enjoying the love and respect of those around her. Suddenly, Daniel realized that his attitude towards Olivia had changed a lot today. He suddenly remembered how 3 years ago Olivia asked him to teach her how to use a sword. Olivia was only 15 then and looked completely different. Daniel thought for a second that in Olivia he saw the features of a noble countess, whom the entire local population knew. He admired her courage and determination, which she demonstrated from an early age. Olivia, exhausted, struggled to continue her run and asked Daniel to give her a break. But Daniel encouraged the student, telling her she was doing very well, but that she needed to run 2 more laps. Daniel enjoyed watching Olivia mature and gain confidence. And most of all, Daniel enjoyed training with Olivia in sword fights. Daniel always took training with Olivia seriously and gave her no concessions, because he wanted her to quickly reach the desired form. He taught her to treat every training session as a real battle, even if they only trained with wooden swords. He taught her that fighting unfairly means disrespecting the opponent, which means every blow is worth delivering correctly. Daniel remembered that Olivia would not be a little girl for the enemy, and at the decisive moment, she would have to show all her skills. It was then, during training, that Olivia transformed from a little girl in Daniel's eyes to a true queen. After the ball, Olivia, tired of the guests' attention, decided to relax in her private rooms. Olivia took off her shoes and rubbed her tired feet. It was clear that she had been suppressing her emotions for a long time when in public. At that moment, Daniel entered the room and heard that Olivia had leg pain. Olivia was confused, but quickly found an explanation for Daniel, saying that her legs were simply numb from dancing. Then Olivia invited Daniel to sit down and relax with her. Alone with Daniel in the room designated for rest, Olivia felt her heartbeats quicken with excitement. Olivia realized that if she did nothing now, Daniel might get married, and then she would lose him forever. Olivia prepared herself and reminded Daniel of her departure to the academy, and hopefully, she asked him if anything had changed between them. Daniel was confused, not understanding what Olivia was referring to and what she was insinuating with her question. Olivia continued talking about the fact that she was leaving, which meant they would not see each other for a long time. And that is why she really asked him not to fall in love with other girls. Trying to hide her excitement, the girl assured Daniel that she would return in a year so he could still wait for her. Realizing it would be hard to keep hiding her feelings, Olivia decided to change the subject before saying too much. So suddenly, jumping up from her seat, Olivia asked Daniel to dance. A melody played, unusual for aristocratic dances. It was one of the Northerners' favorite tunes. Ideal for dancing, Olivia explained that this dance is called the courtship dance, and anyone can initiate it by inviting the object of their adoration. Receiving an invitation to this dance meant an open declaration of love in front of everyone. Pretending not to understand Olivia's hints, Daniel calmly asked her if she would like to dance another tune with him. Olivia could barely contain her disappointment. Didn't Daniel understand that she had been waiting for this for so long? Olivia sighed sadly and said she had dreamed of dancing this dance, but if Lord Daniel refused, she would understand perfectly. After all, Olivia added as her gentleman, Daniel must protect her from the undue attention of young men. And that is his main task. Olivia could barely contain her smile as she looked at the confused Daniel, for she immediately understood the reason for his refusal. And then Daniel did what she had been waiting for so long, when he finally invited her to dance. He quickly explained that he knew this dance very well and wanted to show her his skills. Olivia, barely concealing her triumph, was surprised by the change in his decision. But she was happy about the turn of events. Daniel smiled and admitted that for a long time he had dreamed of dancing a courtship dance with her. Daniel held out his hand to Olivia and repeated his invitation once more, if the girl didn't mind. Happy Olivia, of course, agreed and with a smile on her face, replied that she would be happy to dance with Daniel. During the whole dance, they did not take their eyes off each other, and Olivia seemed to see through all of Daniel's reserve. At that moment, Olivia felt like his lover. They stayed so close to each other. There was a languid anticipation from all the guests around. The guests watched Olivia and Daniel's dance fascinated, wondering how their relationship would end. Kyle, watching them from afar, whispered to his father that Olivia was embarrassed because he knew his sister's behavior well. Gerard smiled back and said he saw nothing wrong with it, because they were dancing a courtship dance that meant a lot to both of them. One of the princesses, observing the dancers, noted that she was not at all surprised by Daniel's skill, since he was from a family whose inhabitants are famous for their dancing skills. The young princess laughed, imagining the excitement that young women were now experiencing while watching the dancing couple. Another guest pointed out that before she thought Daniel was cold and unfeeling, but today she sees how passionate his gaze is. The princess, not hiding her smile, pointed out that it is difficult not to fall in love with a girl like Olivia, and Daniel has every chance to win her favor. Another girl whispered quietly to her friend that not everything was so simple, because Olivia was the Count Versace's daughter, and Daniel was only the son of a baron. However, the Meridian family, despite the fact that it was a family of barons, had produced 2 of the 10 most famous sword masters in the country, and had great fame. Daniel's father, named Ron, was also known as one of the strongest swordsmen, and if the Meridian family united with the Versace family, their status would be much higher. The young girls, looking fascinated at Olivia and Daniel, whispered with admiration how beautiful the couple was. The ball ended, and Daniel anxiously looked around the hall searching for Olivia, who had disappeared somewhere. Daniel saw Olivia at the table with a glass of sparkling wine and asked her in surprise if she really drinks alcohol. Olivia was sure that a glass of champagne would not make her drunk or harm her. Kyle, observing her behavior, became convinced that Olivia was already quite drunk, and her behavior reminded him of Daisy. Daniel immediately apologized to Gerard for not watching his daughter and leaving Olivia unattended. Gerard, trying to avoid an awkward situation, offered to quietly take Olivia to the room before the other guests noticed her condition. Olivia categorically refused to leave the banquet and explained that she would not see Daniel again after his departure. Kyle told Daniel to take her away immediately and suddenly discovered that he could not see Daisy anywhere. Where had she gone? Seeing Daisy right in front of him, Kyle turned to her and asked if the rumors about her imminent departure to Temir were true. Daisy, a little surprised by Kyle's sudden appearance, confirmed the news of her trip to Temir to open several Laidban stores there. Kyle, trying to continue the conversation, hesitantly asked if he should also go with her to Temir. Daisy, feeling uncomfortable with his question, asked him if he was worried about Mrs. Olivia if he asked her like that. Trying to justify himself, Kyle emphasized that he was not only worried about his sister, but also about Mrs. Daisy. Daisy, clearly surprised by Kyle's words, asked him directly why he would worry about her. Feeling uncomfortable with Kyle's flirting, she sharply asked what Mr. Kyle had to do with her future encounters with men from Temir. Kyle, having gathered courage, decided to no longer hide his feelings and told Daisy directly what was bothering him. He began his story by asking if Daisy remembered what happened 4 years ago when they walked together at the same party. Daisy replied ironically that she was not one of those girls who remember nothing after drinking alcohol and, of course, they understood perfectly what they were talking about. Kyle, hoping to continue the conversation, said he would definitely come to Temir next year. He promised that as soon as he arrived in Temir, he would definitely contact her. A spark of hope flared up again in Daisy's soul, and she was surprised thinking that she was once again expecting something from this meeting with Kyle. His words, full of affection and attention, excited her imagination, and she began to lose control of herself. Suddenly, one of the girls approached Daisy and admired the beauty of the flowers in her hands, asking where she got such beautiful flowers. Riviera proudly said that these beautiful flowers were given to her by her fiancé, and that he constantly declares his love for her by showering her with flowers and gifts. Suddenly, realizing that Kyle was talking about something with Janet, the girl assumed that he was confessing his love to her. Kyle's face turned red, and the girl confidently declared that these two were perfect for each other. She looked at Daisy with interest, remembering that she also received flowers from her fiancé when she was a child. Daisy smiled, recalling that when they were children, she and Kyle played boyfriend and girlfriend. And it was just a joke that Kyle probably no longer remembers. Meanwhile, Kyle hastily looked for Daniel to inform him of the sudden trouble. Bursting into the room, he shouted loudly that Daisy, having drunk too much, was lying unconscious on the sofa. Daniel indignantly attacked Kyle, reminding him that he should know that Daisy cannot drink. Kyle angrily shouted that he hadn't given Daisy anything to drink and asked Daniel to stop shouting at him. Justifying himself, he explained that it took effort to drag Daisy onto the sofa and lay her down, and that he didn't have time to find out all the details. Daniel reminded Kyle that today he was going to confess his love to Daisy, but it seems she is now too drunk to appreciate his impulse. Kyle had no choice but to agree with Daniel and reschedule the day of his confession for next time. Daniel, fearing a scandal, ordered Kyle to lower his voice and warned him that if Daisy woke up and caused a scandal, it would all be his fault. Kyle, paying no attention to Daniel's words, approached Daisy and addressed her in a low voice, asking if she had come to her senses. Suddenly, Daisy sharply opened her eyes and menacingly declared that he must not dare to give her flowers or confess his love to her. Kyle, confused by her words, tried to remind her that they had actually already decided to get married. Daisy angrily attacked Kyle with a storm of reproaches, accusing him of stupidity and saying that lately he had become very annoying to her. Kyle, not understanding the reason for her anger, tried to calm Daisy, taking all the blame and assuring her that there would be no more confessions. Daniel turned to Kyle in bewilderment and reminded him that he had just found Daisy on the sofa. Suddenly, Daisy pulled Kyle towards her and kissed him passionately. With burning eyes, she whispered that he now belongs to her and that as soon as she turns 20, they will get married immediately. With jealousy and rage in her voice, Daisy warned Kyle that if he dared even look at the other, he would regret it very much. Daniel immediately grabbed Kyle, reproaching him for the fact that he was very aware of Daisy's condition, and he stayed there without even trying to avoid the kiss. Kyle's only response was to ask Daniel if he hadn't noticed that Daisy had just proposed to him and kiss him. Olivia, mentally reviewing the events of the previous night, bitterly admitted that Kyle must have been very happy about what happened, because Daisy remembered nothing due to the alcohol she drank. Finally, the day came to leave for the academy, and Olivia went to a completely different world, where its own laws and rules reigned. Daisy and Oscar went to Temir with Olivia, so the girl was completely safe. Daniel unexpectedly announced that he was also going to Temir, although his decision was unclear until the last moment. With a mysterious look, Daniel asked Olivia if she remembered all the important details that happened to her last night. Olivia replied that she only remembered the beginning of the evening and how they danced together. She decided that this was no longer important and asked Daniel why he was still going to Temir. Daniel reminded her that originally he was supposed to accompany her, but since she would live in the academy dormitory, there was no need for security. Olivia, burning with shame, remembered how yesterday she insisted and did not want to stay in Temir without Daniel. She wanted to fall to the floor from shame. Daniel noted with regret that, most likely, Olivia did not like the fact that he was going with them to Temir. Olivia rushed to explain that it had nothing to do with his presence, because she would constantly be at the residence and would only leave it occasionally. She tried to convince Daniel that for a gentleman of his rank, there were more important things to do than protect a boring girl. Daniel calmly asked Olivia if she could stay in Temir if she found another job there. Olivia quickly asked Daniel if he had been fired by accident, assuring him that if he were fired, she would definitely help him find a new job. Daniel, hiding a smile, explained that it was his personal decision to resign. Olivia was received by the Sun Palace's very own Chamberlain, Milo, who addressed her with respect. Olivia greeted Milo and ordered him to raise his head and follow her. The scene of her arrival matched exactly the description in the novel, in which the emperor sought to protect Olivia from misfortune. The only thing that alarmed Olivia was that the Chamberlain used her middle name, Argon, a privilege available only to members of the imperial family and close associates. The fact is that many years ago, even before the wedding with the emperor of Argona's daughter, The current emperor's father was in love with Cecilia, Olivia's mother. But a week before the wedding, the Princess of Argana died unexpectedly, and another aristocrat took the place of the crown prince's wife. To somehow compensate Argana, the imperial family gave her daughter the status of the crown prince's concubine, and she gave birth to a girl, the future Empress Cecilia. To Olivia, the past seemed like a colorful canvas compared to the boring present. And faded. According to the novel's author, Olivia had to pay with her life for her sins. However, she was not going to accept the victim's fate and allow the crown prince to go unpunished. She had already learned the main thing: neither the emperor nor his son could be trusted. After a long journey, Olivia's carriage finally arrived at the majestic gates of the imperial palace. Known as the Sun Palace, Olivia noticed that the scale of the palace was not inferior to the boldest descriptions. Milo announced that only Lord Meridian and Lady Versace could proceed, and the rest had to remain in their places or return to the carriage. Milo stopped in front of the huge door leading to the emperor's chambers and asked if Olivia and her companion were ready to appear before His Majesty to open the door. Olivia, the daughter of the head of the peripheral Duchy of Versace, knelt before the emperor, the son of the Karen Empire. Daniel, the Meridian Baron, did the same, bowing his head respectfully. The emperor greeted the newcomers amicably, inviting them to drop the formalities and take a seat. The emperor was clearly pleased with Olivia's impeccable manners and asked with open curiosity where Olivia had acquired them. Olivia replied that all the intricacies of social etiquette were taught to her by the Baroness Meridian, who acted as her nanny. Hearing this, the emperor assumed that Olivia's decision to enter the department of swordsmanship was also related to her influence. Olivia was ready for a tense conversation, and she already suspected that the conversation would revolve around her illness, for which she had refused the visit many times. Recalling Olivia's recent illness, the emperor noted that she now looked quite healthy. Apologizing for the inconvenience, Olivia stated that she felt better as soon as she took up the sword, because being a knight was her vocation. Suddenly, the emperor turned to Daniel and looked him in the face with curiosity. The external resemblance of the young sword master to Lord Meridian was striking, and the emperor could not ignore this fact. Noticing Daniel's remarkable talent, the emperor invited him to join the ranks of the Imperial Guard. To justify his proposal, the emperor mentioned that he was worried about Olivia, because she would have to live alone in the capital. Daniel readily replied that he would gladly accept this flattering offer, if not for one thing. The emperor ironically noted that, judging by Daniel's words, he was free to leave his post at any time. The baron confidently replied that despite his gratitude for such a high assessment of his skills, he had already sworn an oath of allegiance to the Versace family. Smiling, the emperor pointed out that the head of Versace would never allow his man to swear allegiance to another family, not even for a short time, so Daniel's transfer to the emperor's service is now almost a done deal. To everyone's surprise, Daniel said that although his master was a man of great soul, he would not waste valuable soldiers. Olivia looked at Daniel bewildered, wondering why he would say such things, risking drawing the emperor's attention to their relationship. The emperor laughed, implying that Olivia, being a talented commander, was too worried about her subordinate's schedule. Without hiding his smile, he pointed out that truly talented people should not waste time resting, because their work is always in demand. The emperor, turning to Daniel, invited him to enter service in the capital at least, while Olivia was nearby. Addressing the girl, he asked if everything was all right and if she had any objections. Olivia, hiding her true feelings about the situation, politely replied that it was an honor for them to be noticed by His Majesty. Indeed, Olivia secretly noted with relief that she would not get involved in matters related to the crown prince. The emperor, rising from his seat, summarized that he had a wonderful time in the company of his niece and acknowledged the talents of the young knight. Olivia politely assured that she would be delighted to arrive in the capital at His Majesty's first call. Bowing slightly, she noted that she had probably taken up too much of the emperor's time, and that it was time for them to leave. The emperor refused the offer to accompany them to the Versace residence, and having arrived at the temple in a court carriage, they transferred to their own carriage, sent in advance by Oscar. Daisy, looking at her friend's thoughtful face, asked if anything unpleasant had happened during the meeting with the emperor. Having received an evasive answer, the girl, worried, directly asked what had spoiled Olivia's mood so much. The girl was indignant at the emperor's proposal, considering it unacceptable to meddle in the affairs of the Versace family. Having guessed the reason for her friend's discontent, Daisy assumed that she, fearing to upset the emperor, did not express her discontent. Olivia, sighing nervously, explained that the problem was not in the proposal, but in Daniel, who was ready to enter imperial service. Daisy reproachfully reminded her that Olivia was the heiress of Meridian and could not dispose of her friend's life as she pleased. The girl noted with fear that if her father found out about Daniel's entry into the emperor's service, he would immediately rush to the capital. At that moment, Daniel himself approached them, trying to calm Olivia, and explaining that it was a temporary position. He assured his friend that the oath of allegiance he had sworn to Daisy was much more important to him than the emperor's order. Daniel carefully asked the girl if his temporary service in the Imperial Guard caused her any inconvenience. Olivia, hiding her true feelings, replied that everything was fine, as if he himself were asking her about it. Smiling, the girl reminded him that she got this job thanks to his patronage. A little embarrassed, Daniel asked what gift she would like to receive as a token of gratitude. Daisy, who had been watching them silently before, noted that one should choose a gift yourself. Thinking about who it was intended for, Olivia, not wanting to show her true feelings about the situation, replied that she would like whatever Daniel chose. Olivia thought with slight sadness that for the first time in a long time they were together again, enjoying mutual company. Even before last summer, when Daniel was her personal squire, they used to spend time like this. Soon the carriage stopped at the gates of the Versace residence, notifying Olivia of their arrival. Looking at the majestic mansion, the girl remembered that this house was a gift from Emperor Alfred I to his beloved wife, Empress Cecilia. The emperor's love for young Cecilia manifested itself in everything, in the luxury of the house and the garden, in the elegance of the architecture, and in various other aspects of life. Olivia was greeted by the manager named Fred, who made a cordial bow, as he usually did according to all the rules of etiquette. The man warmly said that he was waiting for their arrival and was very happy to meet them. Olivia, in response, asked him to be careful with the household chores. She introduced Daniel, who would serve in the Imperial Guard, and her faithful friend Daisy. The young maid Rose introduced herself to Olivia with a bow, and told her that she had once served Empress Cecilia. Looking at Rose and Fred, the girl remembered that these two remained loyal to Cecilia until the end. Protecting her, smiling at the maid, Olivia asked her to continue taking care of her. Fred looked at Daisy with feigned reproach, noting that Rose was very happy with the news of the girl's arrival. Daisy replied with a slight smile that she also missed Fred and Rose, because they always took care of young Olivia as if she were family. Olivia remembered that she had always perceived Fred as a strict master and Rose as a caring nanny. But looking at Daisy now, she saw a normal girl in front of her. At that moment, Daniel approached and asked her affectionately if she was all right. Olivia thought ironically that she didn't have much time to rejoice, as a real storm was approaching, and soon everything would change. She again remembered the traditions of the Callan Empire, which had been strictly observed for centuries, and were considered unbreakable. According to the legend established by the second head of the Versace family, all aristocrats had to undergo training at the academy. Initially, this was aimed at strengthening imperial power, but it eventually paid off. Thanks to the training, the clan empire had talented young managers at its disposal. Educated aristocrats held important positions, and in their work were guided not by emotions, but by common sense. Olivia thought that a country that values education is like a flexible reed that can withstand any storm. Olivia called a young passing maid and kindly asked her how she slept. The girl, opening her eyes wide in surprise, mumbled that my lady knew her name, which led Olivia to slight confusion. She suddenly remembered that servants were assigned to her at the Versace castle, and among them was this little girl, whom Daisy cared about more than anyone. The girl Rora's face lit up with a joyful smile because Olivia addressed her by name. Meanwhile, at the Smackle Academy, Olivia was familiarizing herself with her room in the girls' dormitory. The girl looked with interest at the students' uniforms, white for mages, and deep blue for representatives of other faculties. She observed that the color of the sleeves, collars, vests, and buttons varied depending on the student's profession. Olivia proudly thought that she, as a future fencing student, would wear the silver uniform. The uniform was issued in 2 copies, a formal outfit for special occasions, and a casual suit for training. Examining herself in the mirror, the girl heard an enthusiastic exclamation from Rora, who really liked the disguise. Olivia remembered that every director and his deputy at the academy were entitled to a separate room. Olivia looked around the spacious room and noticed that she could use some furniture. For addressing Rora, the girl told her to arrange the arrangement to her liking. Olivia also asked Rora to order a bed, a sofa, and a desk from Oscar, similar to those in the Versace castle. Having allowed Rora to choose the most necessary furniture, Olivia let her go home until the evening. Olivia forbade buying cheap things, believing that the lady's dignity was also noticeable in the quality of her servants' things. She jokingly commented that this could be considered a kind of social assistance for her employees. They decided to go shopping together with Oscar because he knew the best local shops well, and Olivia herself knew it well. Rora, pleased with this turn of events, cheerfully went to follow her lady's instructions immediately after accompanying her to the carriage. After leaving the dormitory, Olivia headed first to the fencing building. She was glad she brought a map. Otherwise, she would surely have gotten lost in these labyrinths. When Olivia arrived there, she was surprised to find that the corridor was empty. But where were all the students? Everyone was still asleep, but it was already time for breakfast, judging by the schedule Olivia managed to get. At that moment, a group of students in their department uniform appeared around the corner, and the girl decided that she had finally found the right place. Not understanding why the students suddenly ran out and started running, Olivia decided to follow them. Meanwhile, in the building of the La Depatch Company, the usual daily work was taking place. Oscar listened with evident pleasure to Rora, who relayed Olivia's orders regarding the shopping. Fearing to seem intrusive, the girl timidly noted that the gentleman was very busy, and that she could easily go to the store alone. Oscar exclaimed indignantly that this was out of the question, because he was the one who had to choose the things. He then looked at Rora with feigned severity and asked her never to bother him like this again. The girl, opening her eyes wide in surprise, asked him if she had offended him in any way. Oscar solemnly announced that his favorite hobby is spending money, and moreover, other people's money. Rubbing his hands and heading for the exit, he cheerfully invited her to have fun. Remembering Daisy, Oscar ordered Rora to choose something for her and send all purchases to the Versace residence. Oscar also ordered that the bed Daisy used when she lived in the Versace palace be sent to her. Rora, turning pale with horror, tried to stop Oscar, fearing that she would be fired for such expenses. Oscar, brushing her away like an annoying fly, assured the girl that Olivia only loves generous people. Not fully understanding what Oscar meant, Rora cautiously asked if this meant that if you earn a lot of money, you can also spend a lot. Oscar, smiling satisfied, explained that all that money was earned by him and Mrs. Daisy. The weather that day was truly summery. The sun shone brightly, drawing the townspeople out for a walk. Michael, seeing Arnold, asked him if he would conduct military training for new recruits this year. Sighing, Arnold told him that it was so. Although he himself was mentally cursing this stupid and boring duty, Michael immediately noticed that his friend was not in a good mood, and decided to cheer him up a little by informing him that Versace's daughter had entered the academy this year. He reminded Arnold that the niece of their mutual friend Kyla would be studying fencing. Hearing the news, Arnold cheered up and exclaimed enthusiastically he could finally see Kyle Versace's legendary sword style. Michael noted with a smile that this was most likely the case, and that he would have that opportunity very soon. Kyle adored his younger sister and had most likely taught her fencing personally, passing on his invaluable experience. In fighting style, he was unlikely to trust anyone else to teach someone so close to him. Meanwhile, the students began to gather in the square in front of the fencing faculty building. Arnold, menacingly looking at the crowd of newcomers, severely asked if everyone knew the reason why he ordered them to appear half an hour early. Without waiting for an answer, he briefly ordered all latecomers to get into a prone position. Annoyed by the thought that no one was even trying to do basic exercises, Arnold was ready to explode. Olivia observed with disgust the first years who were forced to follow the orders of this arrogant second-year boy. In her opinion, it was necessary to arrive at such meetings exactly on time, because arriving late, as well as arriving earlier than expected, inevitably results in similar humiliations. Suddenly, a cheerful voice was heard from above, and Olivia raised her head, noticing the young man in the tree. Noticing a familiar figure, Olivia asked what had brought a magic student named Ray to her spot. Unexpectedly, Ray jokingly asked Olivia if she thought he was handsome. Strange. Why was he acting so brazenly? Olivia evasively pointed out that everyone has their tastes, and she has clear preferences. Ray decided to go all out, suggesting that the girl was crazy about him and might even agree to marry him. Reflecting on the boy's words, Olivia noted his doll-like appearance. Lilac hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. However, Olivia rejected the boy, citing the fact that she already has a fiancé, Daniel, and she has no intention of cheating on him. Suddenly, Arnold's authoritative voice was heard, urging the lagging students to keep running. Olivia decided to quietly join the runners, but they were too far from that spot. Then, the girl turned to Ray, who was sitting on a branch, and asked him to use magic to move her to the center of the running column of first years. Ray readily accepted Olivia's request and began preparations for the move. A second later, Olivia literally disappeared into thin air, and the surprised Ray was not sure if his spell had worked. Suddenly, the girl triumphantly realized that the plan had been a success, and now she was among other students. Olivia relaxed and ran quietly in the general formation, hoping no one would notice her sudden appearance. Arnold announced to the students that only one lap had been completed, urging them to get used to the load. Olivia, turning to the red-haired boy, laughed inwardly at his self-confidence and his stern tone. After finishing her run, Olivia mentally thanked Ray and decided that later she would find a way to thank him personally. Ray watched Olivia with a smile and realized that she was even more forgetful than he had previously thought. The young man wondered if Olivia remembered their conversation many years ago about the signs of true love. Recalling their conversation, Ray repeated Olivia's words that, when you meet that very person, your heart will beat faster, and your breathing will immediately stop from excitement. That is exactly what Ray was feeling at that moment, but it only bothered him that Olivia did not seem to feel the same way about him in return. Arnold's voice brought Ray back to reality, because at that moment, the senior student was ridiculing the newcomers for being tired. Olivia, breathing heavily, thought that running in the morning on an empty stomach was harder for her than usual. Arnold continued to humiliate the newcomers, accusing those who failed the test of cowardice. The senior student invited the students to challenge him and show off their skills. Without waiting for volunteers, Arnold himself chose a rival among the girls and pointed his finger at her. Olivia recognized the student and noted her perseverance, because during the race the girl ran the last one, but never gave up. Watching the fight attentively, Olivia noted the girl's insecure stance and grip, and assumed it wouldn't last long. Indignant voices were heard among the novice boys, ready to substitute the girl. Arnold, ironically, noted the student's desire to play the role of noble knights. Addressing the student, Arnold asked about the purpose of her admission to the academy, and if she had come here to receive pamphlets. The girl, proudly raising her chin, clearly replied that she wanted to master the martial arts. The student accepted the senior student's challenge, proposing to start the fight, and observed the opponent closely. The next second the students fought each other, the girl attacked with all her might, trying to impress. However, she turned out to be too weak and inexperienced, and the sword immediately slipped from her hands. Olivia watched in surprise as the sword landed in front of her, but it was just an accident. At the end of the fight, the student thanked Arnold for the fight and the experience gained. Arnold appreciated her efforts, but admitted that he was disappointed with the training level of the newcomers. The senior student especially feared that among the newcomers, there would be others who didn't even know how to hold a sword correctly. Arnold asked the girls if there was anyone among them who knew how to use a sword. Seeing Olivia among the other students, Arnold decided to call her too, suggesting that the white-haired beauty would not refuse the prince's help. But unfortunately, now she would have to solve everything alone. Olivia, inwardly jubilant, thought that this attention was only beneficial, because her main goal was to go unnoticed as a normal student. Without a doubt, Olivia accepted Arnold's challenge, knowing the outcome in advance. Arnold decided to introduce himself, but first asked the name of his new rival. Olivia defiantly replied that in a duel it is not necessary to know the opponent's name. Suddenly, a recently defeated student intervened in the conversation, asking Olivia to be orderly and respectful towards senior students. Olivia replied by repeating her teacher's words that politeness was inappropriate during a fight. Arnold decided not to prolong the verbal skirmish and invited Olivia to fight. Olivia took a fighting stance and attacked, not wanting to hesitate for a second and finish this fight immediately. Without delay, from the first seconds, Arnold was amazed by the agility and strength of the unknown student. Doubtful that he was facing a first-year student, the teachers watched the fight from the stands, and one of them was amazed by Arnold's tenacity. Another teacher named Theo chuckled and noted that this was not surprising, since they were watching the fight between Arnold and the younger sister of Kyle, a famous sword master. While observing Olivia's technique, the teacher noted similarities with Kyle's fighting style and informed his colleague about it. Theo was surprised because he believed that her fiancé, Daniel, taught Olivia martial arts. The teacher, after looking closely, he realized that Theo was mistaken and that the girl was repeating Kyle's techniques exactly. Theo wondered in surprise, could this student really master the technique of two masters at once? At that moment, Arnold, assessing Olivia's strength, admitted that she was a mid-level strong fighter with excellent reflexes and basic skills. He suggested that Olivia could become a true sword master if she continued her training. At that moment, Olivia felt her strength leaving her, and hunger flies swam before her eyes. Seeing that Olivia had reduced her pressure, Arnold took this as a cunning move and accelerated the pace of the fight. But Olivia, breathing heavily, explained that she could not continue the fight on an empty stomach and was losing concentration. Realizing that her weakness could turn against her, Olivia decided that this moment was ideal for the final attack. Taking advantage of the enemy's hesitation, Olivia snatched Arnold's sword from his hands with a strong blow. Arnold, stunned, could not believe that he, an experienced fighter, had just lost to a first-year student. Suppressing the joy of victory, Olivia finally said her name and thanked Arnold for the fight. Arnold admitted defeat and also told her his name, noting Olivia's strength as a worthy opponent. Having recovered a little, Arnold hurried to apologize to Olivia for his rudeness while jogging and explained his behavior as the duty of a senior student. Olivia confidently replied that she knew the traditions of the combat department and, as a student in the academy now, she was ready to observe them. She smiled, satisfied with her answer and the impression she made on the students and teachers watching from afar. Meanwhile, the fight ended, and Arnold released the students. Before following the rest of the students, Olivia announced to Arnold her intention to have lunch after hard training, leaving him no choice but to agree to pay for her lunch. At the same time, a secret meeting was held in the palace where matters of national importance were discussed. The spy reported everything he had learned about the enemy's plans and expressed his willingness to continue the investigation. However, Milo stopped him and asked him to gather information about Olivia's life at the academy. The emperor remembered Olivia and asked how strong her discontent was after the visit. He thought for a long time what pretext he could use to invite Olivia to the palace. Milo looked closely at the emperor and suddenly noticed that Olivia's eyes reminded him of those of the emperor's sister. The emperor, with an indignant snort, replied that such a comparison was not surprising for Milo, who had always had trouble with his sight. After thinking for a while, the emperor suggested that Olivia could make a wonderful daughter-in-law, and this idea had occurred to him a long time ago. Milo, however, recalled that candidates for the crown prince's brides had already been selected a long time ago and were currently preparing for it. The emperor said thoughtfully that there is always a way to change the situation and make your plans come true. Milo, despite his devotion to the emperor, decided to oppose him and warn him against such a bold move, because enmity with the Versace family could cost them dearly. He asked the emperor a direct question about the reaction of other family members. Even if Olivia accepted his proposal, the confident emperor laughed and objected that all his sons were the most handsome men in the empire, and they definitely wouldn't be left without brides, after which he asked Milo if he had been too harsh in his statements. Milo calmly noted that he always says what he thinks to his face, and warned the emperor that if he continues to insist on his own, it is possible that the empress might not stand it and leave him. The emperor casually dismissed Milo's last comment, pointing out that his wife rarely appeared at the palace lately. During this time, Olivia enjoyed delicious food and sunny weather. She thought that in that situation, she could continue her studies at the academy without ever meeting the main characters of the story she was in. She suddenly remembered that the main male character studied at the Faculty of Humanities, and the main female character studied at the Faculty of Politics. Furthermore, Olivia entered the academy a year later, which means that the age difference makes their meeting almost impossible. Suddenly, Olivia was distracted by an unfamiliar voice. A girl was addressing her, calling her Lady Olivia, which was a bit strange. The girl enthusiastically introduced herself as Jessica and explained that she had seen the fight and was amazed by her strength. An excited Jessica admitted that she admires Olivia and really wants to be her friend. Olivia listened to her new acquaintance Jessica in surprise. She admired her so sincerely that Olivia was taken aback. She suddenly laughed and easily accepted Jessica's proposal to become close friends, which filled the girl with indescribable delight. Having somewhat regained her composure, Olivia decided it was time for them to hurry to class so as not to be late. On the way to the office, Olivia asked Jessica why she decided to study sword art. Olivia praised Jessica for her courage in choosing a difficult path in life. Jessica believed that independence was an easier path than constant dependence on someone else's protection. Olivia assumed that Jessica's escape was due to her unwillingness to marry for convenience and to hide at the Academy of Martial Arts. Olivia admitted that she also took refuge in the academy, fleeing death. So, like no one else, she could understand Jessica's experiences. Warning Jessica to keep her composure, Olivia guided her. The wonderful spring weather, the 8th day of the month in Temur, delighted everyone with warmth and sun. Meanwhile, in the Department of Sword Arts, the second-year student, Arnold, was alone, reflecting on his recent fight with Olivia. Arnold theorized that the girl he was fighting was the younger sister of the famous sword master Lord Kyle. The young man was amazed by the incredible strength of the new student, reminiscent of Lord Kyle's own skill. The appearance of Michael's friend interrupted Arnold's thoughts as he was trying to calm his companion after the defeat. Michael reminded Arnold that he would still have many opportunities for revenge and to show off his skills. Trying to cheer Arnold up, Michael noted that Olivia's success was solely due to training with her brother, and that she herself was an ordinary first-year student. Furthermore, Michael considered Olivia an arrogant person whose true face was hidden behind a mask of authority. His friend's words angered Arnold, who recalled that Olivia personally gave him instructions during the fight. Michael, frightened by his friend's anger, hurried to retract his words without understanding the reasons for such a violent reaction. Arnold tried to convey his point of view to Michael, which was based on the deepest respect for Kyle's family. Olivia's behavior, from Arnold's point of view, was quite expected from the younger sister of such an eminent swordsman. Arnold was convinced that Olivia even studied Daniel Meridian's skill with the sole purpose of finding his weak spot and using it in battle. At that moment, Olivia, feeling a slight ringing in her ears, thought that someone was talking about her behind her back. Meanwhile, Samuel Lan, the professor and mentor of the first-year students, appeared in the classroom. He severely warned those gathered that within the walls of the academy, mere skill in wielding a sword is not enough. Those who show poor results in at least one discipline face the disappointing prospect of repeating a year. As part of the military discipline, first-year students had to study international relations, administration, economics, and the art of leadership. Military history provided the opportunity to experience not only the triumph of victories, but also the bitterness of defeats, and most importantly, to learn from past mistakes. In addition, the schedule included mathematics and physics. The professor warned that not taking these subjects seriously could result in being sent to preparatory courses for squires. Olivia realized that the academy was more like a military school, where success cannot be achieved just by being good at wielding a sword. Professor Lan emphasized that outstanding swordsmanship does not make a student a true warrior. A true warrior is, first and foremost, a thinking person, capable of making independent decisions, and not a weak-willed instrument in the hands of a tyrant. Hearing the professor's speech, Olivia realized that this institution educates conscious warriors, and not blind executors of someone else's will. Professor Lan recommended that students familiarize themselves with the schedule and teaching staff, and then prepare for tomorrow's group assignment. One of the students asked if they were given space and time to practice independently after the main classes. The professor allowed the use of the area behind the academy building or the training hall for these purposes, upon submitting an application to visit it. The right to independent study is granted to the top 10 students in the high-level group, which served as an incentive to prove themselves in tomorrow's exams. Olivia, understanding the importance of tomorrow, decided to show the maximum result. Meanwhile, within the walls of the academy, news about a new student had already spread. Who was Miss Versace? Senior students, whispering among themselves, talked about her victory over Arnold on the first day of training. At that moment, a young man appeared right in front of them and loudly demanded that they take him to Olivia Versace. The lesson ended, and Olivia wondered what she should do next. Suddenly, the senior students rushed to inform Olivia about a stranger who was looking for her at the threshold of the academy at that moment. A recent incident came to Olivia's mind, a chance encounter in the hallway with this very boy who had sent her a whole mountain of love letters. With a smile of joy on his face, Giorgio greeted Olivia and immediately asked her directly if she had missed him while they hadn't seen each other. He admitted that he thinks about her every day and really looked forward to seeing her again. Olivia had no desire to continue this questionable acquaintance, so she tried to behave moderately, hoping to quickly get rid of the annoying admirer. Olivia noticed in horror that a crowd of spectators had already begun to gather around her, enthusiastically catching her every word and movement. The girl suggested to Giorgio that they go for a walk outside the academy to be alone. During the walk, Olivia asked her companion if he found it strange that everyone else was constantly paying attention to them. It was extremely uncomfortable for her to be the center of everyone's attention, just because she had such a prominent gentleman by her side. Mentally, Olivia had already regretted 1,000 times getting involved with this Giorgio, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention, especially from the crown prince. Olivia decided to limit today's meeting with Giorgio to a joint lunch, inviting him to have lunch together. If he was free, of course. Not wanting to waste time looking for a secluded spot, she invited Giorgio to lunch in the academy cafeteria. Giorgio, of course, was not enthusiastic about the idea, planning to spend time with his lady in a more refined setting. But he still agreed. The young man gallantly invited Olivia to the table and offered to treat her, boasting that he had personally selected the best dishes, especially for her. Contemplating this abundance, Olivia felt a wave of nausea instead of appetite, which she didn't have at all now, but she couldn't refuse Giorgio either. Giorgio was surprised to find that his appetite today was also leaving much to be desired. Examining Giorgio, Olivia realized that his hands were too well-groomed for a future warrior. The girl decided to ask Giorgio if he was serious about martial arts. Giorgio, after hesitating a little, admitted that he had to give up his dream of a military career. The reason for this, according to Giorgio, was the young man's complete inability to practice martial arts, and he was ashamed to admit it to Olivia from the start. The girl was surprised by the ease with which Giorgio admitted this because, as far as she knew, he was a self-confident person. Olivia sadly realized that if he hadn't been so successful in battles, he could have been the ideal candidate for the role of the main character in a romance novel. Because he was handsome, not wanting to offend Giorgio, Olivia asked him what he did if he didn't have to worry about his reputation as a future warrior. The girl added that Giorgio could hire the best teachers and achieve great success if he had at least a drop of talent in the military craft. With genuine surprise, Giorgio asked Olivia if she really thought so. He was happy to hear Olivia's praise and to believe in his own strength, considering her a straightforward girl. And honest. At that moment, Olivia realized that she was completely confused. Giorgio's words seemed to turn everything upside down, forcing her to look at this boy in a new way. Meanwhile, Giorgio continued to praise Olivia, comparing her to other girls. In his eyes, Olivia was strong, honest, and direct, which captivated him from the beginning of their acquaintance. Olivia had absolutely no desire for their relationship to go beyond the bounds of decency. The phrase about their relationship made Olivia distrustful. Does he really perceive her as a friend from the heart, and not just an acquaintance? Trying to rectify the situation, Olivia made it clear to Giorgio that it was better for them to see each other as little as possible. Olivia's sudden change of mood alerted Giorgio because just a second before, he had harbored the hope of their close friendship. The girl reminded him of those endless letters he sent her throughout the year, turning her life into a real nightmare. Olivia suggested that Giorgio forget about her once, and for all to avoid further trouble, and also to stop trying to apologize, because she hadn't held a grudge against him for a long time. Suddenly, she interrupted Giorgio mid-sentence, begging him not to pursue her anymore, since this was already crossing all boundaries. Rising resolutely from the table, she announced her departure, considering the conversation over. Giorgio, however, was not going to give up so easily, taking Olivia's words as ordinary flirting, and tried to stop her by grabbing her hand. Olivia reminded Giorgio that he had better keep his distance, making it clear that their meeting was over. Internally triumphant for having managed to get her way in this difficult situation, Olivia hurried to disappear from sight. However, understanding the laws of the genre, Olivia knew that the story could not end so simply, and at that moment, she accidentally bumped into a passing girl. The girl apologized to Olivia and asked for forgiveness for her clumsiness, as she spilled the drink on her clothes. Overwhelming Olivia with apologies, the girl tried to justify herself because she was in such a hurry that she simply didn't notice. Olivia realized in horror that in front of her was the main protagonist of the novel named Adriana, who, according to the plot, was supposed to spill grape juice on her new outfit. Olivia tried to remember the details of how the main characters of the novel met, but everything was confused in her head, mentally. Olivia was already starting to panic. She hoped to avoid meeting Adriana and realize how their first encounter could end. Adriana noticed in horror the stain on Olivia's snow-white blouse. Blushing with shame, she invited Olivia to give her the blouse so she could wash it. Adriana was ready to do anything to amend the damage, because it was she who caused the damage to her outfit. Olivia tried to calm Adriana, assuring her that it wasn't her fault and that she had nothing to worry about. The students gathered around the girl, whispered among themselves, discussing what had happened. At that moment, Giorgio ran out of the crowd and, fearing for Olivia, rushed towards her and asked about the girl's well-being. Memory gave Olivia useful recollections of how her encounter with Adriana turned out in the original version of the novel. Olivia remembered how, in a fit of anger, she had snatched the food tray from Adriana's hands and poured the contents over her head. Giorgio asked Olivia again and again if she needed help. At that moment, Olivia noticed that Giorgio, unknowingly, saved her from an irreparable mistake by grabbing her hand in time. Olivia assured Giorgio that she was fine, although this did not make the situation any less uncomfortable. Realizing the absurdity of what was happening, Olivia was already mentally bidding farewell to the hopes of putting everything back in its place. Adriana, recognizing the young Giorgio running towards them, was very happy and decided that they knew Olivia well. Giorgio hurried to ask Adriana if she really hadn't noticed Olivia and, if so, why did she keep walking in the same direction? He reproached her that, hiding behind her repentance, she was only trying to attract the attention of everyone around her, including him. Adriana replied by apologizing once again to the girl for the spilled grape juice, hoping to smooth over the awkward situation. Giorgio shrugged, considering that it was a completely natural reaction for any girl to a ruined dress. The boy was perplexed, seeing in Olivia's behavior only a polite request to clear the way. He simply could not give in. Considering that the incident was not over yet, he strictly advised Adriana to move away immediately so as not to block the way. The witnesses to the incident were perplexed as to why such a scandal arose unanimously, suspecting that Adriana was a deliberate provocation. Just in case, Olivia was even accompanied to the hospital to avoid unpleasant consequences. While at the hospital, Hale directly told Olivia that he saw his friend Giorgio in the company of a girl for the first time, and added that he clearly had never had a romantic relationship. The kind young man left his guests in peace, inviting them to visit the hospital whenever they wished. Finally, Giorgio was left alone with Olivia face to face, without the omnipresent ears. The girl noted with a smile that this time it wasn't just the walls watching their conversation. Olivia counted 6 observers, 1 on the top floor and 5 more in the small room. Noticing Giorgio's confusion, Olivia asked him how well he knew Adriana. Instead of answering, the boy decided to surprise Olivia with a confession of his feelings. The girl recalled the recent conflict, considering it an attempt to protect her honor and dignity. But Giorgio insisted that his confession was sincere and required no justification. Olivia, amazed, realized that this was the first love confession she had received since being transferred to this world. She, of course, rejected her suitor, insisting that he talk about his relationship with Adriana. The girl made it clear that her heart was already taken, and she was not looking for a new relationship. Excited, Giorgio burned with jealousy, wanting to know the name of his rival. He immediately tried to diminish the importance of his relationship with Adriana, reducing it to a fleeting help once. Olivia recalled how a year ago in the cafeteria, Adriana came into conflict with the humanities students. The situation with Giorgio's confession confused the girl because, according to the novel's plot, she was supposed to fall in love with Adriana. Perhaps the changes in the boy's behavior occurred long before he met Adriana. Olivia suggested that Giorgio's feelings for her became an obstacle to an affair with another girl. If Giorgio does not maintain a close relationship with Adriana, then she probably hasn't met her fiancé yet. The boy only knew Adriana's name and appearance, without any romantic interest in her. Offended, Giorgio tried to hurt Olivia by emphasizing her popularity among many other girls in her academy. Remaining calm, Olivia thanked him for his help, but firmly refused to continue communication. The sun was setting, dyeing the sky crimson, when Olivia noticed her pursuers. The girl decided not to play hide-and-seek, which forced the observers out of hiding. Back in the academy building, Olivia noticed that there was a tall man hidden in a small room on the top floor. Giorgio frowned in disgust, indignant that those who spied on them did not come out to greet them in person. Leonardo sarcastically asked his friend how his conversation with Adriana went. And then, with Olivia, Giorgio noted that Olivia did not succumb to Adriana's manipulations and maintained icy calm. Leonardo concluded that a girl who could speak calmly with Giorgio definitely had great skills. Leonardo concluded that Olivia and Adriana are on opposite sides of the barricades, which means that the probability that the latter serves the Empress has increased. Furious, Adriana did not understand why Olivia did not fall for her tricks and stubbornly refused to follow the written rules. Leonardo suspected that the schemer was competing for the position of the Crown Prince's wife. Giorgio did not believe that Olivia was involved in political games, because she showed no interest in him or Leonardo. The prince was puzzled as to why Olivia was interested in his relationship with Adriana. Leonardo suspected some hidden motive in the girl's interest in him, suggesting that she was pursuing her own goals. Giorgio, sharing his friend's jealousy, wanted more than anything to know who managed to win Olivia's heart. He hurried to reassure Leonardo, assuring him that their relationship was so strong that not even competition for a woman would become a reason for discord between them. Thinking aloud, Giorgio suggested that most likely Olivia was rushing to defend her chosen one, and therefore Leonardo would lose this fight. Night fell upon the city, and the silver disk of the moon flooded the entire land with its light. Adriana was angry. She could not understand why Giorgio did not come to her side, scorning her superiority. She relied on the support of all participants in her game, but Giorgio's sudden appearance ruined all her plans. What angered Adriana the most was that she could not be alone with the Crown Prince to charm him without unnecessary witnesses. A mercenary suddenly appeared and told Adriana that the subjects of her surveillance went to the hospital immediately after today's incident in the cafeteria. Surprised, Adriana did not understand why Olivia needed to go to the hospital, because the girl was not even injured at all. The mercenary explained that it was impossible to get close to them, because the Crown Prince's guards were always with him in this place. The idea that Olivia had already met the Crown Prince infuriated Adriana, and made her wonder what other talents this mysterious girl possessed. The mercenary assessed Olivia's skill in wielding a sword as close to a master's level, or even surpassing it. At that moment, Adriana realized why all her tricks were powerless. Most likely, this girl had the power to resist her charms. The worried mercenary suggested that Adriana withdraw and stop interfering in this dangerous game. Adriana remained firm. She had no choice but to see it through to the end, and for this, she had come a long way. The mercenary tried to appeal to his beloved's feelings, not hiding his jealousy. Adriana hurried to reassure him, assuring him that all her actions were just part of the plan, and that her heart belonged only to him. Trying to justify her behavior, she recalled her vulnerability, because he, being just a mercenary, could not protect her from all dangers. She tried to convince her faithful chosen one that it was here, in the middle of things, that she would be safe, and he could protect her from any threat. After saying goodbye to her lover, Adriana eagerly awaited his return. Alone, she decided to focus all her attention on Olivia to unravel the secret of her power and find a way to destroy her. The next day, the sky was clear and blue, and the academy's training ground was filled with many students. Olivia knew that students from all academies had the right to attend the tournament to distribute the newcomers to their faculty, which explained such a large crowd. There were so many people among those gathered that Olivia even felt dizzy, and the girl understood that Giorgio must definitely be somewhere among them. Jessica, worried by her friend's strange appearance, carefully asked her if she was feeling well. The tournament host announced the rules. Participants had to use the swords given to them and leave the arena, or losing the weapon was considered a defeat. The match continued until the opponent was eliminated, and the competition, in which about 40 people took part, was divided into 4 groups of 10 participants each. Calculating that she had about 6 opponents to defeat, Olivia prepared for the tournament. She wanted to finish the competition as soon as possible and enjoy the long-awaited lunch. The competition began, and Olivia was surprised to notice that some of the students moved much faster than she expected. She also noticed a big difference in the training level of the students, since some of them could barely hold swords in their hands. To her relief, most fights ended almost immediately, as she easily defeated opponents who lacked real combat experience. Jessica, watching the fight, said with admiration that she would like to learn how to wield a sword from such a strong mentor. At that moment, Olivia noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was the same student who tried to lure her into a meeting with Giorgio yesterday. Observing his skillful and swift movements during the fight, the girl realized that she was definitely not facing a commoner. She assumed that this talented young man came from a noble family, but the fact of his admission to this academy seemed even more mysterious to her. She felt embarrassed by such a friendly gaze from the stranger, as if he was glad to meet her and happy to see her. Jessica's voice brought Olivia back to reality, reminding her that she was the next participant in the fight, and confidently predicting her victory. Giorgio raised his eyebrows in surprise upon seeing an unknown young man with such skills, and could not understand where this first-year student at the academy came from. Leonardo, for his part, explained that Olivia missed the entrance exam because she arrived late from Hershey. With hope in his voice, Giorgio suggested that Olivia would definitely win this fight. Seeing what was happening, he thought with envy that if he had devoted more time to studying fencing, he could fight with Olivia now. Leonardo admitted that he could not forget Olivia since that very encounter at the banquet in honor of the punitive squad. He wondered why the girl cried that day in her father's arms, because she should only have rejoiced at his return. The face of Olivia he saw now was very different from the image he kept in his memory. Excited by her behavior, he wanted to find out what this girl was capable of and how great the strength of her spirit was. Meanwhile, Olivia was victorious again, putting her sword directly to the chest of her disarmed opponent. At that moment, approaching Giorgio from the podium, Adriana apologized for yesterday's rudeness. Trying to forget that conflict, she feigned concern for Olivia's fate, consulted Giorgio about the girl's well-being, and offered her help. Giorgio hurried to reassure Adriana, assuring her that Olivia was fine. Looking closely at Olivia, he pretended to recognize her only now, noting that the girl was studying in the fencing faculty. She applauded with false admiration for her victory, emphasizing Olivia's strength. After that, taking advantage of the right moment, she asked Giorgio to introduce her to his entourage. Leonardo knew that Adriana constantly resorted to such tricks because she could not talk to him directly. Leonardo lost patience and invited Giorgio to leave, as he did not want to be in the annoying girl's company anymore. After saying goodbye to the irritated Adriana, the friends hurried to leave. Giorgio thanked Leonardo for his help and was relieved that they managed to escape unnoticed. He muttered irritably that it was all Olivia's fault, because it was because of her that his attempt to escape failed. Olivia, for her part, won the intermediate stage of the competition, although she had no doubts about her victory. Ray congratulated Olivia on winning the competition with a smile on his face and noted that she was still strong. Olivia, surprised by Ray's presence, asked him what exactly he meant by mentioning her strength in the past. Realizing that Ray was late for class, Olivia reminded him of the schedules of the other departments. Ray assured Olivia that everything was fine with him, and upon learning that the girl had no lessons, he volunteered to take her. Olivia was pleasantly surprised by the young man's gallantry and complained that she could not teach her beloved Daniel the same behavior. After accepting Ray's proposal, Olivia reminded him of the importance of attending class. Olivia talked about the ability of young men to seduce girls, comparing Ray to his brother Kyle. She proudly spoke of her victory in the competition and noted that a handsome stranger showered her with flower petals. Enjoying the warm spring day, Olivia dreamily imagined how wonderful it would be if Daniel were nearby. After this, the girl decided to go to the brewery. It was a popular place among young people. According to Jessica, the brewery was the favorite place of the students of her department. Olivia hoped to improve her relationship with the guys in her group, so she decided to follow Jessica's advice and go directly to this place. At the brewery, Olivia met Elon, Chris, and Ron, with whom she had recently competed. Ron congratulated Olivia on her victory and noted that her ability to block attacks was impressive. Olivia thanked him for the compliment and then asked Elon why he looked so serious. Jessica explained to Olivia that Elon was simply shy, because it was he who suggested they meet at the brewery without expecting to see the competition winner there. Olivia found Elon's reaction very touching. She immediately noticed how he blushed. Ignoring Jessica's words, Jessica clarified that she is only close to Olivia and explains her harshness towards Elon due to their childhood friendship. Observing the guys' relationship, Olivia was surprised at how they constantly argued. Despite the evident mutual sympathy, taking the first sips of beer, Olivia unexpectedly noticed that she liked it. After a while, the table was covered with empty alcohol bottles. Elon looked at Olivia with concern, wondering if she had drunk it all alone. Olivia, feeling a little drunk, asked Elon to call her simply by her name, because they were still the same age. Elon admitted that he thought Olivia hated him and recalled the conflict with his brother. Olivia, who already had trouble remembering her brother Elon, looked at him surprised. A familiar man appeared in the girl's head, and she loudly asked Elon if his brother was Lord Giorgio. Looking at Elon, Olivia confidently stated that he was very similar to his brother. Seeing that Olivia had drunk too much, Elon offered to take her home. Olivia flatly refused and explained that another guide was already waiting for her somewhere near the brewery. Ignoring Elon's objections, Olivia stubbornly insisted that someone was waiting for her. The girl's gaze fell on Ray, and she began to list his merits, finally convincing herself of her sympathy for him. Suddenly, at that very moment, Daniel appeared behind Olivia, whom she did not actually expect to see here. Seeing Daniel, she greeted him joyfully, not hiding her delight. Alcohol loosened Olivia's tongue, and she told Daniel how she sent him a note with the help of the brewery workers. Daniel decided to immediately take his friend home, showing his affectionate attitude towards her. Not wanting to leave, she proudly told Daniel about her victory in the competition. After apologizing to Elon and the rest of the group, Daniel paid for the drinks and led Olivia to the exit. Elon hurried to call Daniel and asked if he was the same Lord Daniel Meridian, known throughout the area. Confirming his assumption, Daniel strictly forbade Elon and his company from inviting Olivia to drink alcohol. The boy, surprised by Daniel's words, asked in return about his relationship with Olivia. Elon reminded Daniel that they study at the same academy, and that is why today he is the one responsible for the girl. Hearing Elon call Olivia by her name, Daniel coldly nodded to the boy. Daniel hinted to Elon that he should understand his words the first time, because he himself is quite an intelligent student at the academy. Elon tried to return to his previous question about Daniel's relationship with Olivia. Daniel replied evasively, pointing out that he is the one who takes Olivia home when she drinks. And besides, they live together. She and Olivia are responsible for each other, and this is enough for the boy to stop interfering with his stupid questions. Pleased with Daniel's simple answer, Elon apologized to him and withdrew. Watching the departing carriage, Elon thought that perhaps there was no need to worry about the girl, because Daniel sincerely loved her. On the way home, Daniel politely asked Olivia what made her drink so much alcohol. She, overcoming shame and intoxication, confessed her feelings to Daniel, because it was easier for her to speak now than usual. Ashamed, Olivia asked Daniel to reciprocate her feelings, or she would break his heart. Daniel suggested talking about it later, rescheduling the conversation for Friday. Approaching the house, Daniel repeated to Olivia that a drunken conversation was not worth it, because anyway, in the morning, she would forget all the details. Helping Olivia out of the carriage, Daniel showed affection and attention to the girl by extending his hand to her. But already saying goodbye to Daniel, Olivia suddenly couldn't resist and kissed him. Daniel thought angrily that it would be a pity if Olivia didn't remember anything about that night again. The girl had a bad habit. She completely forgot everything that happened to her while drunk. Daniel suddenly remembered an episode that happened between them when they were dancing. He admitted to himself that it really hurt him to know about Olivia's mistake, recalling his father's words. Daniel sadly decided that, in this situation, he saw no future for his relationship with Olivia. Daniel thought that he couldn't be with Olivia after her confession. Olivia, mentally reviewing the events of the last few days, felt very anxious. She was indignant recalling Daniel's request to wait until graduation and his subsequent behavior. Suddenly, Daniel invited Olivia to join him, which of course left the girl in love with no other choice. Delighted by Daniel's offer, Olivia happily agreed. Daniel explained to Olivia that he was responsible for them and began to openly court her. She completely agreed with the boy and noted that she was also ready to be responsible for both of them. The next morning, Olivia woke up in her academy dormitory. As soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately saw an unfamiliar girl next to her, who introduced herself as Violetta. Olivia greeted her and said her name and response, but who was this mysterious stranger? She unexpectedly noticed the beautiful decoration of the room, with flowers especially for her. Violetta said that she decorated the room with flowers, knowing about the hostess's habit of having breakfast in the room. Olivia, noticing Violetta's slight embarrassment, invited her to have breakfast together, assuring her that she was also very hungry. The meal took place in a pleasant atmosphere, and Olivia enjoyed the company of her new friend. Violetta was very kind and never gave Olivia a reason to feel uncomfortable. During a casual conversation, Olivia asked which faculty Violetta studied in, and casually mentioned Ray. This name suddenly sparked genuine curiosity in Violetta, and she clarified whether it was about that unusual young man. Olivia confirmed with a smile that she was talking about him, a boy with bright lilac hair and piercing blue eyes. Olivia suddenly felt a wave of negative energy around Violetta and worriedly thought that she might have made some kind of mistake. Fearing that she had been misunderstood, Olivia hurried to assure Violetta that they had a friendly relationship with Ray, and that her heart belonged to someone else. Violetta's question about whether Olivia was going to marry Ray left the girl a little shocked. Olivia wondered why she would marry a boy she only addressed affectionately, because in the West, this is not at all a reason to marry. Olivia emphasized that they only met a couple of times, not even having time to become friends, and the only thing connecting her to this young man is a superficial acquaintance. Violetta, intrigued by Olivia's revelations, asked with interest who the object of her sighs was. A little embarrassed, Olivia explained that it was too early to talk about her lover, because she had only admitted her feelings and was eagerly awaiting a response. The girl described Daniel tenderly, noting his extraordinary beauty, which had no equal among those she had met before. Olivia admired his impeccable figure, expressive eyebrows, and elegant nose, which gave his appearance a unique charm. The girl's special attention was focused on Daniel's lips, which, in her opinion, contained a special magic. Violetta looked worriedly at Olivia, whose face was flushed and expression had taken on a dreamy tone. Saying goodbye, Olivia thanked Violetta for the pleasant company and cheerful conversation that lifted her spirits. Violetta was on cloud nine because Olivia herself called her by name and allowed herself to be addressed the same way. The girl recalled how Ray from afar pointed out a beautiful stranger with snow-white hair galloping on a horse as the legendary Olivia Versace. Wanting to study in the same class as Olivia, Violetta even sacrificed a year of study and postponed her entry into the academy. The girl planned to meet Olivia immediately after the competition, but the insidious Ray got ahead of her and quickly approached the object of her adoration. Due to Reynolds' sudden appearance, Violetta lost the opportunity to get to know Olivia better, which greatly annoyed her. And now, enjoying breakfast together, Violetta felt triumphant because being Olivia Versace's neighbor is a special privilege that the entire academy dreams of. Violetta worriedly asked Olivia if she had drunk too much alcohol the day before, because she got so drunk that she couldn't get home on her own. The girl was tormented by the question of how Daniel was doing there, and she helped Olivia return to the dormitory. Olivia admitted with a smile that she herself wrote to Daniel, taking advantage of the fact that she finally had real friends now. The memory of how she touched Daniel's forehead with her lips, putting him to sleep, still worried her heart. Olivia was looking forward to Friday because Daniel had promised to pick her up for the weekend. Violetta reminded Olivia that she had planned a trip to the Versace family residence this weekend. Noticing a strange flicker in a corner of the room, Violetta quickly asked Olivia what kind of curiosity emitted such an unusual light. Olivia explained that this magic ball was a gift from her father, allowing her to keep in touch with the whole family. Acting like a telephone, Gerard's voice, coming from the magic ball, sounded worried. He wanted to know if anything happened during Olivia's meeting with the Crown Prince, which she attended, accompanied by Daniel. Olivia reassured her father by telling him everything went well, and Daniel decided to enlist in the royal guard. Gerard reminded Olivia of the magic ball's powers, with which she can contact not only him and Daisy, but also Daniel. He explained that Daniel, being an old confidant of the Versace family, took responsibility for representing their interests. Thanks to Daniel's impeccable reputation, the northern nobility shows him respect, and meetings with the prince are much more successful in the presence of such an influential companion. Suddenly, Olivia realized that there might be a conspiracy of villains behind all this, and it was Daniel who was now protecting her from a hidden threat. Gerard confirmed her conjectures, because Daniel refused to accompany her to the meeting with the prince until the very end. But the night after the banquet, he changed his mind. The man recounted how Daniel personally accompanied Olivia to the room and then visited her again, so he decided they had already discussed everything together. Only then did Olivia realize that it was Daniel who was her savior that night, and she felt invaded by a feeling of deep gratitude towards this man. Gerard, slightly embarrassed, apologized to his daughter for having to hide the truth, but Daniel did not give his consent, and they could not let her into their plans. Tired after a long conversation, Olivia asked her father not to make any important decisions without her, and in particular, not to travel abroad until her return. Olivia ordered her father to check the documents sent by the emperor, suspecting that there might be some inaccuracies there. Olivia's thoughts returned to the events of the previous day, and despite the tranquility of her new life, she was not left with a feeling of anxiety for her family, who were so far away. The girl recalled with a shiver how cruelly fate had treated the old Olivia. And now, being in her body, she could not completely get rid of the fear of a possible repetition of the past. However, now next to Daniel, Olivia believed that everything would be fine. Moreover, Olivia was looking forward to meeting her father and brother soon, which she spoke of to them with evident tenderness. Kyle, hearing his sister's words, hurried to check with his father if Olivia really loved him more than anyone. The devoted servant hurried to calm the serious passions, assuring the count and the young master the same love of the young lady for both of them. Olivia had ambitious plans on the ground floor of a shopping center located opposite the Union Building. She decided to open a shop next to Bond's. The choice of location for the store was not accidental, because this street was considered the busiest in all of Temir, and, despite the high rent, thanks to the investments received, the girl could afford it. Daisy, who held the position of director of bonds, was currently at her workplace. Emboldened, she decided to directly ask Oscar if he had a mistress, immediately apologizing for her lack of tact. Oscar, clearly tired of such questions, reminded Daisy that he did not have a mistress. Daisy, without losing a second, immediately offered Oscar her candidacy for the role of his chosen one. Meanwhile, Kyle, obsessed with a sudden thought, burst into his father's room to immediately share his conjectures. Gerard, tired of his son's constant fantasies, urgently told him to forget everything and rest well. Sam, reporting to the count on his preparation for the upcoming meeting, said that everyone was waiting for him alone. Referring to urgent matters, Gerard advised his son to deal with the documents at the fortress in his free time. Kyle, indignant at his father's attitude, tried to convey the importance of his dream, which opened his eyes to his own future. He was impressed by his prophetic dream and was sure that he would soon get married, for which he had to immediately go to Temir. Gerard, tired of his son's endless declarations about his imminent marriage, felt relieved that Kyle finally realized the importance of this event and came to his senses. Oscar, slightly embarrassed, asked Daisy if her previous comments seemed arrogant to her. Daisy replied seriously that she really thought too highly of herself, but immediately assured him that this time she was not joking about her proposal. The indignant Oscar could not believe this was true, because he always carefully studied the character of the girls before starting a relationship. Trying to hide his discomfort, Oscar recalled the important matter and was about to leave. Daisy, suppressing a smile, asked Oscar to stay, admitting it was a joke, and offering to have a cup. Oscar said that if he was going to apologize, then he shouldn't have done it, because he might have agreed. In search of a solution to her problem, Daisy suggested trying a strategy based on Kyle's jealousy towards Oscar. She explained the simple plan. She just needed to spread the word that she was having an affair with someone else, and that if he loved her, he would come straight from Hershey. When Oscar asked where she got these ideas, Daisy calmly replied that she had read them in a novel. Doubtful Oscar reminded Daisy that her future rival is a sword master, and this could threaten her life. Confused, Daisy admitted that she didn't know what to do because she liked Kyle, but there was no reaction from the boy. After taking a close look at Oscar, Daisy declared that Kyle was definitely secretly in love with her, and asked him to help her just once. Oscar, before agreeing, asked how Daisy was going to end this performance, and if she would give up if he didn't respond to her trick. To begin with, Daisy set out to deceive Mrs. Olivia and Father Oscar while taking out a suitcase with money, the purpose of which she promised to explain later. Daisy pulled an impressive amount of money out of her suitcase and ordered Oscar to buy a ring and give it to her to make Kyle jealous. At the same time, Olivia tried to recall the daily routine at the academy, where even after the distribution, all students gathered in the stadium at 7 a.m. for general training. After an hour and a half of crawling, the sweat even mixed with dust, and everyone was terribly exhausted. After the half-hour break, the newcomers remained in the stadium, and the more senior groups headed to their own training hall next to the faculty. The martial artist announced to the students that today they would learn how to deal with border guards during a confrontation with the enemy. The teacher explained that these skills would be useful to them in suppressing riots, or in case of a large-scale war, and selected 10 people from the upper group to study the basics of infantry combat. During this lesson, they had to diligently wield swords and defend themselves with shields along with all the students. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Olivia confidently stated that this looked more like a military school than an academy, and admitted that it was very difficult for her. Elon asked Olivia with concern if she managed to get home that night after the party. Olivia calmly replied that she arrived without incident and asked why he was asking about this. The girl added dissatisfiedly that she did not need comfort, and that his frankness and attempts to cheer her up did not seem entirely sincere. Elon, slightly embarrassed, asked Olivia if she only liked Daniel because of the boy's good looks. Olivia admitted that while she does not deny Daniel's attractiveness, she likes him as a person, and not just as a handsome man. The girl recalled with a smile how Daniel carefully accompanied her home after the party, and noted that this was an important indicator of the seriousness of their relationship. Olivia explained her point by saying that a real relationship between a man and a woman is when the couple lives together and takes responsibility for each other. Gathering courage, Elon admitted that that night he could not resist asking Daniel about their relationship. Olivia did not see anything unusual that night, because Daniel, as a representative of her family, lives with her in the same house. The girl added that Daniel, being her personal security guard, is obliged to accompany her home after parties for her safety. The only thing Olivia could not understand was what Daniel meant by responsibility in their relationship. Elon explained that, generally, such phrases mean a man's serious intentions, and his willingness to call the girl his own. Olivia, surprised by what she heard, asked completely confusedly if Daniel really perceived her as his girlfriend. Meanwhile, the emperor proudly noted that Olivia ranked first in academic performance in her department. Although this was expected, addressing Milo, the emperor said with pleasure that such a result was quite expected from his dynasty, recalling Olivia's fierce skill in wielding a sword. Milo, slightly embarrassed, admitted that he had not seen Olivia in battle and had only heard about Lord Meridian's legendary skill. After a moment of silence, the emperor asked the advisor if Olivia and Leonardo had already met. The spy, reporting that Prince Leonardo was watching the competition from afar, concluded that they had not yet met and spoke about the prince's companion. The emperor frowned and asked if we are now talking about that illegitimate daughter of the Bonaparte family, who possesses only a small plot of land. The spy described Olivia's appearance in detail, mentioning her silver hair, and said that she was trying to get closer to the heir to the throne through Giorgio. The enraged emperor declared indignantly that the illegitimate daughter of the Bonaparte family could not have any connection with the empress. The spy noted that the only point of contact was their common homeland, and promised to obtain more detailed information a little later. Milo recalled that the Bonaparte male visited the empress several times, and suggested checking the list of palace guests in recent years once more. The emperor ordered Geronimo to take one of his ravens and carefully examine the bon-appeared male, starting from his financial situation and ending with all family connections. Relatives. Surprised, Milo asked the emperor if he was worried about his son, since he decided to use his personal raven to check him. The emperor, with alarm in his voice, explained that his nephew, who was now in Temir, was the main reason for his fears. He admitted that he was afraid of his nephew's possible actions towards Leonardo, but hoped that the prince was in control. To be sure, the emperor sent Rei, who had enormous power, to the Tower of Mages. Milo noted with bewilderment that Prince Rei had been visiting the academy a lot lately. The surprised emperor, learning of Rei's travels, even dropped his teacup. With clear concern in his voice, he asked if the place was safe enough for such a guest. Milo suggested contacting the head of the Tower of Mages to clarify the situation and ensure his safety. Olivia, recalling stories from the past, noted that Prince Rei always caused the emperor a lot of trouble. The members of the Karen imperial family were descendants of the Golden Dragon, whose blood had weakened greatly over time due to mixing. Olivia added that sometimes, although very rarely, purebred children, similar to common people, are born, but unfortunately, they die at an early age. The reason for their fragility was that they could not cope with the dragon power carried in their blood. Unlike others, Rei was born with enormous strength that he managed to resist. But unfortunately, being born in a human body became a real curse for him. Olivia said that Reynolds was hidden in a specially created place for him, where he spent many years in complete isolation from the outside world. Slightly out of breath after 4 hours of running, Olivia admitted that she now understands why the break between trainings lasts 3 hours. Passing by the cafeteria, Olivia heard one of her classmates calling her for lunch together. Olivia politely declined, explaining that it was more convenient for her to eat in her room, far from the noisy crowd. Seeing Jessica, Olivia kindly asked her friend how the training went. Jessica, beaming with joy, replied that everything was wonderful, because today they learned how to hold the sword correctly. Olivia, having decided to have lunch with her friend, invited Jessica to join her in her room. Delighted, Jessica enthusiastically supported this idea, admitting that she had dreamed of having lunch with her for a long time. Olivia asked Rora, with concern, if she had time to eat anything when she entered her room. Rora replied that she and the maid Sophie had already had lunch, and asked what she would bring with her when she came with Olivia tomorrow. Olivia asked not to worry, because she had everything she needed at home, and told her to tell Mrs. Daisy to have the cart ready by 8 p.m. on Friday, because Olivia was going to have dinner. Delighted, Rora promised to convey the order to the lady, and did not hide that she really liked following her instructions. The girl admitted sadly that everyone at the academy, except Sophie, treated her with disdain, like a fool from the north. Olivia wondered if the fencing department had a bad reputation, since no one had ever told her that she was from the north. The girl confidently stated that she had enough friends, including Jessica, Elon, Violetta, and Chris. Hearing the painfully familiar voice, Rora exclaimed happily that it was Lady Jessica who had come. Olivia happily invited her friend into the room and noticed how much fun she was having in Jessica's company. Jessica, seeing the book on the table, declared with joy that this literary masterpiece was her favorite book. Olivia smiled and noted that this book describes the story every girl dreams of, where the main character, a prosecutor, marries a handsome knight and lives happily ever after with him. Jessica warmly confirmed her words and admitted that it was thanks to this book that she decided to become a knight. Olivia replied by inviting her to the table, pointing out that in real life everything is much more complicated, and you shouldn't judge it by romantic stories. Seeing Jessica enthusiastically talk about her romance while eating, Olivia thought that this was the first time she had seen her friend so happy. She wondered what influenced Jessica so much. Perhaps she should have changed classes sooner. Olivia asked with concern if Jessica was having difficulties with her morning classes. Jessica, despite her fatigue, admitted that although it is difficult for her, she is overcoming it. And overcoming difficulties only encourages her to achieve new accomplishments. Olivia, smiling slyly, asked Jessica if she had any glorious knight in sight. Feeling embarrassed, Jessica replied that she had not yet met a knight like the hero of her favorite book. Olivia laughed and said that, of course, Jessica had such a knight, and then, jokingly, asked if he was tall and strong enough to protect her. Jessica became even more embarrassed and muttered that this was probably too personal a question. Olivia assured her that she did not attach much importance to this, but only asked to keep the conversation going. She shared that her heart belongs to a tall and handsome knight who is much stronger than her. Jessica, with a dream in her voice, asked if she could ever meet such a wonderful person. Olivia confidently stated that a girl as charming as Jessica would have many admirers, especially among the students of her department. Jessica, blushing with embarrassment, replied that she was not very sure about this because Olivia already had many admirers among the students. Olivia laughed and explained that it was because they only wanted to fight her or ask about her skills. Olivia, wanting to close the topic of her personal life, noted that showing off and trying to attract the attention of a beautiful girl is typical behavior for guys in all women's books. Of women, after a moment of silence, she confidently stated that she didn't need anyone, because tomorrow she had a date with Daniel. Recalling tomorrow's meeting, Olivia asked Rora to contact Daisy and ask her to give her 3 more shirts and trousers from her new suit. Olivia added that after class, she would go to the training hall and return for dinner. Around 8 in the evening, after leaving the student residence, Olivia turned onto a narrow street and immediately became cautious when she heard a suspicious crunch somewhere very close. Olivia felt a chill run down her spine, as if someone's invisible eyes were watching her every step. Plunging abruptly into a narrow passage between 2 buildings, she disappeared from the pursuer's field of vision, disappearing into the labyrinth of city walls. The confused pursuer stood motionless, trying to figure out where his target had gone. Like a mirage in broad daylight, hiding in the shadows, Olivia waited for her pursuer, tightly clutching a small dagger. But sharp in her hand, the spy, astonished by the girl's speed and agility, mentally noted that the rumors about her skills were true. With a sharp movement, Olivia approached the spy, wanting to look into the eyes of the one who dared to disturb her peace. The boy clearly did not expect such a quick reaction from Olivia, although he knew that this girl had enormous strength and enormous experience. Olivia looked closely at the young man and realized that he did not look like a murderer, but rather a frightened boy. There was no longer any doubt. Right now, standing in front of her, was one of the crown prince's men. The idea of being spied on by the prince made Olivia burst with indignation and anger. Olivia coldly ordered them to tell their master that the next attempt at surveillance would cost the envoy his life. Leaning against a tree, the boy thought about Olivia's incredible strength and aura, which reminded him very much of her formidable brother Kyle. At that moment, in the luxurious Versace castle, the head of the Knights Division named Javier was reporting important news to his master. With fatigue in his voice, Javier turned to the ruler with a proposal to return Lord Kyle from Temir, explaining this by the difficult situation in the castle. The head of the Knights Guard alarmingly described how the guards stayed awake all night, patrolling the borders in anticipation of an attack. The ruler listened to the report with obvious pleasure, anticipating the effect his plan would have. Javier was bewildered by the master's words, suspecting that sending Lord Kyle was not an accident, but part of a cunning plan. Gerard confidently stated that even if Kyle returned, it would not change anything in the relationship between the young people. He explained his decision by saying that men from the north are too reserved in expressing their feelings, and that only the separation from his beloved girl will force Kyle to take drastic measures. Gerard, with a smile on his face, suggested that Javier find a mistress to better understand the young lord's feelings and push him to action. The ruler shared his cherished dream of finding a beautiful bride for his son this year and having a magnificent wedding. Javier was shocked by the ruler's words, not understanding how he could go against the feelings of his own son. He reminded the ruler of the deep affection Lord Daniel had for Olivia and how tenderly he took care of her. Javier emphasized that Daniel is sincerely and deeply in love with the girl, and his feelings are real. The head of the Knights Division gave an example of how Daniel changed after 2 weeks of separation when he led a punitive detachment to war. Gerard, unable to listen to further objections, decided to test Olivia's feelings on his own and offered to give her a small test. In the dormitory, anticipating Olivia's return, Violet and Sophie could not have imagined the unexpected encounter that awaited them that night. Hearing familiar footsteps outside the door, Violetta exclaimed happily, sure that it was her friend who had returned. But upon opening the door, Sophie was stunned to see a tall young man on the threshold. And handsome. Violetta looked at her friend in surprise, not understanding the reason for such a violent reaction. Horrified, Sophie exclaimed that their visitor looked very much like Olivia's relative, who impressed her with his beauty and majesty. Violetta, remembering that students often return home on weekends, she decided that Olivia's brother had come to see her. Confident in her assumption, Violetta turned to the young man and suggested that it was none other than Kyle of Versace. Smiling politely, the young man apologized for the unexpected visit and asked if he had the wrong door. Violetta recognized the visitor as Lord Daniel and hurried to introduce herself, fascinated by the beauty and the guest's manners. Violetta, blushing with embarrassment, admitted that she had heard a lot about Daniel from Olivia and, therefore, she recognized him immediately. She invited the young man to sit and have a drink while Olivia returned from training. Violetta's thoughts began to work feverishly, because if this is the same Daniel Meridian, then he will easily be able to protect Olivia from Ray's annoying attention. It became clear to her why Olivia fell in love with such a handsome and strong man. Unexpectedly for everyone, Daniel interrupted her reasoning with a question. Does Olivia really consider him her lover? Violetta, burning with impatience to quickly talk about her friend's feelings, blurted out that she had heard Olivia admire Daniel's beauty. In her opinion, everything should go well for them now, and Violetta even helped the two lovers with her revelation to Daniel today. Having regained her senses, Violetta started making excuses that Olivia was very upset when she didn't receive an answer to her confession. Trying to make things clear, she added that anyone would be angry if they didn't receive an answer to such an important revelation. Isn't that so? Violetta launched into detailed explanations that everyone considers Olivia to be the incarnation of the goddess Nefertiti, admiring her beauty and skill in wielding a sword. Noticing Daniel's attention, she hurried to assure him that Olivia's feelings had probably cooled down, and that he shouldn't attach much importance to them. Daniel, interrupting this flow of eloquence, explained that he had even responded to Olivia's confession that very day, and now they are in a relationship. He decided that tonight was the time to confess his love again and dispel all of Olivia's doubts. Violetta thought with admiration that in front of her was not only a handsome young man, but also a very intelligent one. At that moment, Olivia burst into the room, accompanied by Sophie, happily calling her friend. The maid blushed and immediately started stuttering that they had a guest, and finally blurted out that she had been talking to Olivia's lover a minute ago. Hearing the last word, Olivia froze, unable to believe what she heard. Daniel explained the reason for his unexpected appearance with a slight smile, implying a close relationship with Olivia. A little confused, he asked if his presence was causing trouble for the mistress of the house. Olivia, all blushing with shame, assured him that he was the only one in her life and, of course, his appearance would only bring her joy. After asking the guests for a few minutes, Olivia hurried to tidy herself up. Smiling triumphantly, Violetta asked Daniel if he was grateful for her help, because she helped him understand Olivia's true feelings for her boyfriend. She hoped their love would be mutual and lasting, otherwise her help would go to another man. Bewildered, Daniel hurried to assure the girl that his feelings for Olivia had always been sincere and strong. It is true that he immediately warned Violetta against reckless actions upon realizing that she could use Olivia for her own ends. Violetta explained that she was only guided by good intentions and sincerely wishes happiness to her friend. With some irony, she added that enmity with family is common among aristocrats. While Daniel and Lola were talking in the living room, Olivia, with Sophie's help, diligently restored her beauty. A little unsure, Olivia asked her friend if she looked too bright with makeup. Lola assured her friend that there was very little makeup and that Olivia looked great. Proudly straightening Olivia's dress, she emphasized that it was made especially for her. Violetta walked in and gasped, surprised by her friend's transformation. After a while, the carriage pulled by ceremonial horses moved away from the academy gates. Noticing Olivia's unusual stiffness, Daniel gently asked the reason for her anxiety. Olivia assured him that she was fine, although her gaze and behavior said otherwise. Abruptly changing the subject, Olivia asked Daniel in surprise why he was sitting so close, even though there was plenty of space in the carriage. Slightly surprised, Daniel asked if lovers shouldn't sit next to each other. Olivia's heart began to beat faster. She thought that her Daniel couldn't have changed so quickly. Daniel tenderly touched her hands, noticing that they had become rough after the girls' intense sword training. Olivia, to hide her embarrassment, began to complain about fatigue, because lately many worries had fallen upon her. She tried to understand why Daniel was not acting as he usually did, trying to find an explanation for his tenderness and affection. Daniel whispered that such behavior is quite natural for lovers. Olivia hopefully asked if Daniel remembered that night when she was a little drunk. Daniel replied that he remembered very well the night he had to take Olivia to the room. Olivia realized with horror that she remembered nothing about what happened after the ball. Embarrassed, she began to apologize for her behavior, blaming the alcohol and the fact that she had allowed herself to relax a little. Daniel reminded her that she grabbed his hand when he wanted to leave and thus stopped him. He continued the story with a smile, mentioning that she began to worry about his marriage to another girl and said it out loud. Daniel admitted that she even directly stated that he had no right to marry anyone but her. Olivia mentally cursed the alcohol and her talkativeness that night. Daniel continued his story, reminding her how she asked him to go with her without waiting for morning. Olivia listened with emotion to Daniel's voice, which drowned out all other sounds. Gathering courage, Daniel declared that he did not want to wait any longer and quickly moved closer to Olivia. Olivia felt his breath on her lips and the beating of her own heart. The soft touch of Daniel's lips made her forget everything in the world, because this was the moment she had dreamed of all her life. Breaking the kiss, Daniel asked Olivia if she liked what he was doing at that moment. Embarrassed, Olivia whispered that the kiss was beautiful and that she had been waiting for such an act for a long time. Daniel, smiling, asked her to look at him, not understanding why the girl suddenly turned away. He tried to encourage the girl, saying that he himself was very embarrassed and that there was nothing special about it. Daniel reminded Olivia of the words she herself spoke that night after the ball. He confessed his love to her with an open heart, emphasizing that his feelings were absolutely sincere. Trying to lighten the atmosphere a bit, Daniel asked Olivia about her plans for tomorrow. Olivia hesitantly replied that she was thinking of riding a horse tomorrow morning. Daniel approved of her choice and pointed out that fresh air is exactly what both of them need now. Olivia looked at Daniel with a happy smile, wishing this trip would last forever. Olivia hesitated shyly and did not dare to ask Daniel if he could kiss her again. Daniel looked at Olivia tenderly and asked if he could call her his beloved in front of everyone, to which the girl agreed. The sky was covered with gray clouds and heavy rain fell on the Versace residence, which had not stopped since morning. The wonderful weather that had delighted the inhabitants of the settlement for a whole week gave way to persistent rain. And on that rainy morning, Olivia convened a meeting attended by Daisy, Oscar, and Julian. Due to the constant downpour, Olivia even had to cancel her planned horseback ride. Suddenly, Olivia's gaze fell on Daisy's hand, and she surprisingly asked the girl about the ring on her finger. Daisy, blushing slightly, confirmed that she would be getting married soon. Oscar, with a feigned smile, announced that he was marrying Daisy and asked all his friends to congratulate them on their upcoming wedding. The news of the engagement was a real shock to everyone, because no one even suspected that Oscar and Daisy were in a relationship. Olivia was bewildered by Oscar's strange and playful reaction, because she knew that he had truly loved Daisy for a long time. Daisy explained that Oscar was very embarrassed, and that was why he was acting so strangely. Deep down, Olivia doubted that Daisy and Oscar were meant for each other, although she did not want to spoil the joy of the engagement. Looking closely at the ring, Olivia admitted that it was very beautiful and perfect for Daisy. Taking advantage of the moment, Olivia casually announced to everyone that she was Daniel's lover. Daisy enthusiastically congratulated Olivia, although in reality she had known about their closeness for a long time. Inspired by their engagement, Daisy decided to take charge of choosing Olivia's engagement ring. Oscar reminded everyone of the urgency of preparing for the wedding, because the decision to get engaged was unexpected even for him. Olivia, observing Oscar, noticed that he was starting to look more and more like Kyle. As she was saying goodbye, Olivia advised Oscar and Daisy to have a date and have a good time at the company's expense. Moving on to company matters, Olivia consulted with Julian about the opening date of the store next week. Julian revealed plans to launch the establishment after assessing customer response during the Spring Festival. Olivia pointed out that even in this world cosmetics are in demand, and a few good ideas are enough to achieve success. Olivia ordered Edit to be separated from the other stores and asked Oscar to find 3 more experienced cosmetic saleswomen. Julian, in turn, was to offer free makeup to customers who bought a dress in their store, which would serve as good advertising. Oscar, after hearing the plan, pointed out that separating the 2 sales points could reduce the profitability of their business. Olivia reassured Oscar, assuring him that problems would be solved as they arise, and instructed him to continue looking for a location near the La Blanca branch. Suddenly, Oscar asked a question about the management of the half-lead, to which Olivia immediately put Julian in charge. Explaining her decision, the girl emphasized that the idea of cosmetics belonged to Julian and asked Oscar to find out everything about local aristocrats with good reputation and sense of style. Oscar clarified where they planned to attract aristocrats besides the Hershey settlement. Olivia, without hesitation, listed several other nearby communities where they could find their customers. Olivia continued her briefing and ordered Oscar to negotiate with 2 of the leading newspapers for advertising during the spring festival. She solemnly announced a new product, a rose-shaped bath soap with a bright and interesting name. Olivia asked Daisy to create a soap box of the same pink color as the dress she wore the day before. Then she took the idea further and suggested that pink should be the brand color to differentiate themselves from competitors. Julian suggested adding a white ribbon to the pink packaging to give it greater beauty. An enthusiastic Julian praised Olivia's genius and admired the idea of the new product. Julian's mind ran through images of Olivia's dress that had been specially made for the spring festival. The servant suddenly interrupted the meeting, saying that the carriage was waiting for Mrs. Olivia downstairs. Olivia, looking out the window in frustration, realized that the rain had not stopped, which meant she wouldn't be able to see Daniel. Despite the servant's pleas, Olivia was determined to at least catch a glimpse of Daniel. The servant hurried to report that Daniel was currently in his office. Olivia asked Daisy to leave without her, promising to return soon, and headed towards Daniel's office. Recalling her previous meeting with Daniel, Olivia annoyingly noted that this time she wouldn't be able to spend time with him. Upon entering the office, Olivia ran to Daniel and asked why he didn't see her off earlier before leaving. Daniel admitted with a slight smile that he was engrossed in work and gallantly apologized to Olivia. Olivia looked at Daniel tenderly, wanting to cling to him and never let go. Daniel, responding to Olivia's silent call, excitedly moved closer to the girl. To Olivia's disappointment, Daniel's kiss did not fall on her lips, but on the tip of her nose. Daniel, as if excusing himself, offered to accompany Olivia, citing his duties in the Royal Guard. Olivia, hiding her disappointment, agreed and alarmingly thought that serious relationships had always been difficult for her. Standing next to Daniel, Olivia could not restrain the flow of words that seemed to burst out by themselves. Unable to hold back the secret, Olivia tells Daniel the news about the start of a relationship between Daisy and Oscar. Daniel was stunned by the news and, not believing what he heard, asked his sister if it was true. Daisy proudly confirmed Olivia's words and happily clung to Oscar. The atmosphere instantly became tense and Olivia looked alarmingly at Daniel, whose face expressed furious anger. In an effort to calm the situation, Olivia hurried to assure Daniel that he could always count on her help in case of a conflict with Kyle. Daniel, with cold confidence in his voice, said that he would definitely manage on his own. In an effort to interrupt the unpleasant conversation, Daniel suggested that Olivia set off so as not to be late. The crew set off, and after them the clouds cleared and the bright sun lit up the sky. Oscar, overwhelmed by wild fear, admitted to Daisy that he was very uncomfortable after Daniel's reaction. Daisy responded by promising to cover him if necessary, because the plan had to be completed. Oscar imagined with horror the consequences that awaited him if the male found out about their fake wedding. Suddenly, Oscar, as if feeling Daniel's gaze, sharply turned around and realized that he was eager for a serious conversation. Approaching the frightened Oscar, Daniel offered to talk man to man. Daisy ran up to her brother and Oscar to ask them to postpone the conversation, but it seemed it was already too late to back down. Despite Daisy's persuasion, Oscar was determined to tell Daniel the whole truth. Oscar blurted out that Olivia was jealous of Daisy when she saw the ring he gave her. Trying to put everything in the best light, Oscar came up with the legend that the ring he gave meant a long friendship and respect. That's all. Daisy, supporting Oscar, spoke movingly about her feelings for the boy, which are based on trust. Oscar, triumphant, reasserted that the presentation of the ring does not mean an imminent wedding, but simply his gift to a good friend. Realizing that she had a chance to end the conversation, Daisy once again hurried her brother and asked him to quickly change clothes and return. Left alone with Oscar, Daisy praised him for his wit and for inventing the story about the ring. Upon arriving at the location, Olivia was surprised to notice that the palace seemed very familiar to her. At that very moment, Milo approached Olivia and respectfully greeted her. Milo explained that this place was called the Garden of Argonia, and that the former Empress Cecilia loved spending time here. He spoke about the tender and trusting relationship between Cecilia and her half-brother, the future emperor. Olivia recalled that Alfredo's mother died during childbirth, and the Princess of Argonas substituted her own mother for the children. Olivia tried to find a connection between the emperor's relationship with his aunt and her relationship with the original heroine of the novel, whose body she ended up in. Milo explained that Cecilia always protected Alfredo, and that he is not Olivia's enemy. Olivia asked in disbelief who her real enemy was then. Recalling her first meeting with the emperor, Olivia mentioned an attempt to poison her. Milo immediately asked how she knew about the assassination attempt. She had actually read about it in some book. Olivia referred to a novel that tells about how the emperor, who was in love with her, prevented an attempt to poison her. She spoke about her suspicions and the fact that she didn't realize that day that the cup with poison had been switched. Thanks to the coincidence of several facts at once, Olivia was able to find out that they were really trying to poison her. Olivia was indignant because Milo kept asserting that the emperor was not her enemy, because he made no attempt to protect her. Milo, after a pause, calmly stated that it was he who put the cup back before Olivia arrived. Milo continued his story that the emperor tasted the cup and found poison in it. Moreover, the angry emperor began to personally investigate Olivia's assassination attempt. Milo asked Olivia if she really thought the emperor was involved in the assassination attempt. He then invited Olivia to lunch and promised to tell her the details of the incident, which made her even more interested. Milo reiterated that he has always been a loyal man to Cecilia. The man told Olivia that before leaving, Cecilia asked him to protect Alfredo. Milo believed that Olivia was the only one who reminded the emperor of his beloved sister and could melt the ice in his heart. But Olivia, knowing his temper and difficult character, doubted being able to find common ground with the emperor. However, thinking to herself, she excluded the emperor from the list of suspects. And at that moment, she remembered Count Temirov's family. She had really seen her enemies all this time in the people who actually saved her life. At that moment, the crown prince entered the garden, and Milo quickly informed him that he and Olivia had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. Looking at the surprisingly handsome crown prince, Olivia understood why he was one of the main characters in the novel. Olivia, as a representative of the border duchy of Versace, officially welcomed Leonardo, the crown prince and the son of the empire. Leonardo smiled and apologized to Olivia for having dinner with her instead of the emperor. Citing His Majesty's tight schedule, the appearance and manners of the crown prince pleasantly surprised Olivia. Exceeding her expectations, Olivia immediately reprimanded herself for such thoughts, because the book Leonardo, the character in the novel she was in, wasn't bad. Leonardo suddenly switched to the topic of Olivia's recent fight, praising her skill and asking who her teacher was. Olivia, slightly embarrassed, admitted that the technique she used during the fight was shown to her by Lord Daniel. The smile did not leave Leonardo's face. He continued to question the girl about her technique, suggesting that Daniel also taught her to attack with the back of the sword. Olivia replied that this technique was pure improvisation. Born in the heat of battle, Olivia explained that she is not afraid to try new things if something interests her. Leonardo's behavior confused the girl, because in the novel he could not stand Olivia, and treated her with evident hostility. Leonardo's benevolent gaze and smile directed at Olivia caused her bewilderment and anxiety. Olivia jokingly asked the prince not to look at her with such a gaze, because all girls are prone to fantasies and see what doesn't exist. Leonardo admitted that he was amused by Olivia's frankness and sharp tongue, and that was why the smile never left his face. Olivia decided that in front of her was another rake trying to charm her with his charm. The girl thought annoyingly that she had already experienced similar feelings when she met Giorgio. Suddenly, Leonardo asked if Olivia was going to hit him for staring so intently. After these words, the prince dismissed the servants and, becoming more serious, invited Olivia to speak frankly. Leonardo asked Olivia why she didn't apply to be his wife. Olivia replied that she could not become the prince's wife because her heart was already taken. Leonardo said with regret that the emperor really wanted to see her as his daughter-in-law, and that he and his father were preparing a marriage proposal. Leonardo then changed his face and asked Olivia what she thought about becoming Empress of Decaran. Olivia reminded Leonardo that the loyalty of aristocratic families is payment for the patronage of the imperial house. With irony, Olivia asked if the prince really needed her personal devotion. In the novel, Leonardo manipulated Olivia, but now the girl refused to become his puppet. Olivia seized the opportunity and asked Leonardo an important question about Patricia Versace. The conversation was about what connected the Versace family and the imperial dynasty. Olivia reminded Leonardo of the ancient oath, according to which the Versace family always remains the shield of the empire. Leonardo pointed out that to preserve the union, it is not necessary to marry a representative of the Versace family. Because there are other candidates, the prince admitted to Olivia that he was preparing for a possible uprising, and he needed Versace's support. Looking directly into Olivia's eyes, he asked if she would become his loyal ally. Olivia assured the prince that the Versaces would never break their oath and would defend the empire, even without receiving anything in return. Leonardo, wanting to ensure her devotion, invited Olivia to participate in the preparations for the uprising. Olivia was perplexed because Leonardo spoke of the upcoming riots with surprising confidence. In the book, Leonardo acted completely differently, but in this reality, apparently, he decided to change his destiny, and Olivia was not going to interfere with him. The girl did not understand why the plot of her life began to differ from the book, but she was quite happy about it. Olivia offered Leonardo a deal whereby she would become his ally for 2 years after marrying the man she loved. She also promised to support Leonardo if the uprising occurred and would not allow him to die. Olivia honestly warned Leonardo that the Versace family had not been associated with the emperor for a long time and was following an independent policy. She could not answer for the decision of her relatives, but promised that she would try to convince them to support Leonardo. Leonardo thanked Olivia for the proposal and joked that he was jealous of her lover. Olivia, blushing, replied that he was too good for her and that she actually had many flaws. After this conversation, Leonardo said goodbye to Olivia, wishing her happiness and great love in her marriage. Meanwhile, in Temir, Oscar showed Daniel the jewelry in which Olivia had invested money. Oscar proudly told his friend the story of the development of their business, in which he and Olivia had the help of the La de Face stores and another successful deal with a large company. Seeing Daniel and Daisy enter, Oscar loudly called Hans as the shop owner. Hans, full of joy, hurried to greet the guests, rejoicing especially for Daniel, whom he had not seen for a long time since he served in Temir. Daniel smiled about the old times and hinted to Hans that he no longer inflated prices as much as before. Hans, laughing, assured Daniel that since Kyle and Daniel scolded him for cheating, he had come to his senses and was now operating honestly. Leading the guests to the back of the store, Hans curiously asked Daniel if he was going to buy a ring for Olivia. Daniel, a little embarrassed, admitted that he wanted to choose a ring for his beloved. Hans, as an experienced salesman, offered to help choose the stone for the ring. Asking about the future bride's preferences, he smiled and showed Daniel an amazing emerald whose color resembled Olivia's eyes. Hans asked Daniel for whom he was looking for the ring, assuming that, of course, he meant Olivia. Cunning lights shone in Hans's eyes. It turned out he had a special offer ready for such an important event. Daniel wondered mentally how Hans guessed that the ring was needed specifically for Olivia, and why he decided to prepare the gem in advance. Oscar explained to his friend that Hans had been inspired by Olivia's beauty and charm and, unknowingly, he had become her admirer. He advised Daniel that this time he should not split hairs, but choose a simple ring, and comfortable without unnecessary frills. Oscar explained his idea by saying that a small ring is easier to wear. It will not bother Olivia, and most importantly, it will not give other men a chance to flirt with her. Daniel heard common sense in Oscar's words, because in this way other men definitely would not have unnecessary thoughts about Olivia. Jealousy broke into Daniel's voice, and he sarcastically asked his friend why he bought a ring with such a large stone that Daisy clearly didn't like. Oscar, having regained his senses, murmured that it was his beloved's whim, and he, of course, could not refuse her, and ordered the most expensive and beautiful ring for the lady of his heart. Daniel assured Oscar that he would not be stingy, and would give Olivia a luxurious ring that would emphasize the depth of his feelings. Oscar smiled and directly asked Daniel if he had decided to propose marriage to Olivia. He no longer doubted the seriousness of his friend's intentions and even praised him for his decision. And frankness, taking advantage of the moment, Oscar suggested immediately ordering an engagement ring with Olivia so as not to waste time. Justifying his desire to help his friend, he said that creating important things takes time and, therefore, it is better to plan everything in advance. Daniel was confused by so much pressure from his friend and noted that he hadn't even proposed to Olivia yet, and that perhaps she would not understand such haste correctly. Suddenly, Daisy joined the conversation who, to Daniel's surprise, believed that Olivia would be offended by Daniel's slowness. She reminded Daniel how important it is for a girl to receive a ring from the man she loves, assuring that Olivia will be happy. In her mind, she compared Daniel to Kyle, who only gives his girlfriend wildflowers instead of a real ring. Moreover, he always ran away at the most crucial moment when it was necessary to propose marriage. Daniel was surprised by Daisy's behavior. She spoke with such bitterness and pain as if it were about herself. Daniel asked his friend if she was really describing Kyle now. Daisy, literally transforming before his eyes, defiantly declared that she did not know any Kyle at all, and she did not want to know him. Oscar closed his eyes in fear, afraid that Daisy would tell Daniel everything about their plan. Daniel was still perplexed by Daisy's strange behavior and turned to Oscar, considering him the instigator of this adventure. Daniel directly asked Oscar if he was crazy and if he understood the gravity of the situation. Oscar looked pleadingly at Daisy, wanting to make her guilty of the situation, but did not dare to do so. Daniel sighed, knowing that both were lost in their blindness, but decided to play along, giving Kyle another chance to court Daisy. Daniel decided that it was better for him to attend this meeting as support and control of the situation. Mentally, he decided to use Olivia as a cover in this venture, realizing that an honest girl and simple would have to resort to cunning and deception. Meanwhile, Leonardo and Olivia strolled through the imperial palace garden, enjoying the warm evening and the pleasant company of each other. Leonardo returned to the conversation about Olivia's refusal to marry the crown prince, and pointed out that Daniel didn't even know what a treasure he had obtained. The prince added with a smile that Olivia can always change her mind and decision, and that the doors of the imperial palace are always open to her. Olivia hurried to stop the development of this topic, reminding Leonardo that she had already made her decision, and she was not accustomed to changing her decisions. Leonardo sighed, frustrated, and saying goodbye to Olivia, asked about her habits, trying to prolong the meeting a little longer. Olivia looked thoughtfully into the distance and suddenly stopped dead, recognizing the figure of Daniel among the courtiers. Daniel bowed with dignity to the heir to the throne, as secular etiquette requires. Leonardo recognized the male Daniel and, slightly raising an eyebrow, asked about the reason for the visit. Daniel made it clear to the prince that he had come for his beloved. Leonardo realized that the man whom Olivia had praised so much was this very male, and smiled politely at him. He also did not forget to remind the male that his beloved had already accepted the engagement, without giving Daniel a chance to change his mind. As a sign of reconciliation, he wished Daniel good service by his side for 2 years. Daniel thanked Leonardo for his trust and promised that, together with Olivia, they would serve him faithfully. Leonardo looked sadly at Olivia and Daniel as they left, comforting himself with the thought that they would live at court for at least 2 years. The crown prince could not stand the idea of losing such a valuable ally, because Esther, as he found out, still hated him. Meanwhile, Kyle woke up in a cold sweat, having dreamed again of Daisy marrying someone else. For the past few days, Kyle has barely slept or eaten and suffers from nightmares. He did not understand what was happening to him and began to be afraid of his own sick imagination. Olivia was worried about Kyle's condition because he stopped sleeping and eating normally after Daisy left for Temur. She remembered how 12 years ago, late at night in Versace Castle, lights were on in all windows, and Kyle, a 10-year-old boy, ran through the corridors, unable to sleep. The kind maid tried to calm the worried boy, assuring him that everything would be fine. Despite her words, Kyle noticed how much the hands of his nanny, Baroness Meridian, were trembling. The maid silently knocked on the door and letting Kyle go ahead. She told the mistress of the castle that the young master had come to visit her. After Olivia's birth, her mother practically never got out of bed, and her health deteriorated greatly. The worried father, fearing to disturb his wife again, spoke to her very carefully and could no longer hold back tears. As the years passed, the sparkle in Cecilia's blue eyes faded, and her once fiery red locks faded. On that fateful night, the mother's eyes went out completely, and life left her fragile body. All the nobility gathered at the funeral, including Alfred and the deceased's brother named Patrick. Suddenly, Uncle Patrick, who was supposed to inherit his sister's fortune, attacked Kyle's father, blaming him for his wife's death. Old Alfred, shocked by grief, watched silently what was happening, unable to intervene. The day after the funeral, Kyle left home without saying goodbye to anyone. He walked through the forest until he reached his mother's favorite greenhouse, filled with the fragrance of flowers. Tears streamed from his eyes. The boy could not stop for a long time, grieving his loss. Suddenly, little Daisy found him and let him cry into her handkerchief, noticing that he was very upset. The girl reminded Kyle of his mother's instructions that it is okay to cry, but only if there is someone nearby who can comfort him. Comfort him, Kyle sobbed, repeating that even though his father was strong, he could not save his mother. Little Daisy remarked that in any case, it is better to be a strong man than a weak one. Kyle doubted what use power was if it didn't even help protect a loved one. To this, Daisy proudly declared that she, for example, could easily defend herself. And that's the point. Then Kyle, trying to smile through his tears, asked his sister to protect him too. Daisy cleverly replied that, according to her mother, a girl should be faithful and protect only her husband. At that very moment, Kyle, as if he had realized, asked Daisy to become his wife. The girl blinked in surprise and asked if he was really proposing marriage to her. Kyle, trying to be serious, confirmed his words and did not want to back down. Then, the practical girl Daisy said that for such an occasion flowers were needed. And a ring. Kyle proudly waved his hand around the greenhouse, inviting Daisy to consider all these flowers as her wedding bouquet. The girl nodded, assenting, but reminded him about the ring, which they had not yet offered her. Kyle picked a beautiful bouquet of flowers and, kneeling down, solemnly repeated his question. After the boy's proposal, Daisy, suppressing a smile, agreed to become Kyle's wife. Remembering wedding traditions, she offered to seal their marital ties with a kiss, which greatly surprised little Kyle. Kyle, embarrassed, admitted that he was a little nervous about the proposal. Daisy encouraged him by pointing out that the bravest men always get the most beautiful girls. Thus, in a glass greenhouse, colored by the dawn, the wedding ceremony of young Kyle took place, and Daisy sealed with an innocent kiss. That day, despite the sadness, Kyle felt lightness and peace for the first time. 12 years later, remembering that day, Kyle turned to his father and asked him to let him go to Temir. Gerard was indignant. Does his son really think he can handle the management of the household here alone? Kyle calmly noted that Olivia was much better at business and could help his father. But Gerard categorically refused to burden Olivia with household chores. Kyle exclaimed that he also has his own dreams, and not just the hard work of settlement affairs. The father raised his eyebrows in surprise and sarcastically remarked that he didn't even remember his son having a girlfriend. Then Kyle, angry, said that this is why he needed to go to Temir and return married. Gerard replied that even if Kyle had a son as stubborn as Kyle himself, then there was probably nothing wrong with that. The servant standing nearby agreed with him and immediately offered to send Kyle to Timur right away. Gerard unexpectedly agreed, because he himself had been waiting for a long time for the day when his son would finally grow up. At that very moment in the palace, the emperor was listening to his spy's report. The spy said that the crown prince had been in a very good mood all the previous day and smiled a lot. The emperor only briefly replied that he knew the reason for his son's good mood. The emperor, rubbing his hands, asked if Olivia was returning his smile. Leonardo, the crown prince, was distinguished from childhood by a sharp mind and was an unsurpassed swordsman, but much to his father's chagrin, he was absolutely indifferent to girls. He respected all the potential wives proposed by his father, but none touched his heart. The emperor hoped that the meeting with Olivia would help the prince forget the past and focus on matters of state. But his plans were not destined to come true, because Gerard's daughter rejected the heir to the throne. The emperor understood that Olivia's refusal could negatively affect Leonardo and return him to his previous state of indifference. At that moment, the assistant brought a document that the emperor had been requesting for a long time. After scanning the papers and making sure everything was in order, the ruler put them aside. He turned to Jerome and asked if he had found a weak spot in the Duchy of Sabina. Jerome reported that his people had already infiltrated the empress and would soon yield results. The emperor had no doubt that this time luck would be on his side. The power of the House of Lords was divided into 3 branches: the center, the east, and the west. The west was under the control of the Castle County, associated with the empress. The emperor noted that relations between them had recently gone poorly, and it was time to take advantage of the situation by attracting the Duchy of Sabina to his side. He began to ask the spy about Olivia's success at the academy and about her relationships with her classmates. The spy spoke about the failure of his best student, Seth, who could not cope with the task of spying on Olivia. He described in detail her extraordinary talent with the sword, leaving no doubt about Olivia's strength. Upon hearing this, the emperor only reinforced his suspicions that the attempt on the girl's life was the work of an angry empress. Despite the strict academy rules prohibiting entry to its territory, he worried about the safety of his future daughter-in-law. The emperor demanded vigilance from the spy, fearing that Olivia would once again become a victim of palace intrigues. Meanwhile, Olivia herself finally arrived in Temir, and upon meeting Daniel, she warmly apologized for the long absence and sudden arrival. She admitted that she missed him and feared that everything happening was nothing more than a dream. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her head. Was this the same man who met her at the gates of Versace Castle? Daniel, sensing her state, hurried to confess his feelings to her once more and convince her of the seriousness of his intentions. He was ready to repeat these words again and again, wishing to drown all her doubts. Daniel, trying to cheer up Olivia, humorously pointed out that her choice only falls on handsome men. He thanked her for the attention paid to his person, promising her eternal devotion and fidelity. Olivia, feeling the tenderness in Daniel's words, felt her cheeks flush. Daniel, who suddenly came to his senses, shyly asked his beloved about the date of their future wedding. But in response to this came a long kiss under the moon, and it made them forget everything in the world. Olivia, a little embarrassed, reminded him of her intention to return to Temir after 2 years, mentioning that His Highness seemed to have misunderstood her. Daniel, not wanting to tolerate such a delay, asked if Olivia was abandoning their engagement. He honestly admitted that he was hoping for a quick wedding and would be very angry if they had to enjoy only rare meetings during all this time. Gathering courage, Daniel pulled a small velvet box out of his pocket, wanting to show Olivia the exquisite ring he had been keeping in his pocket all this time. He explained that this was not the ring he had prepared for the engagement, but just a small gift he had chosen with all his heart. Olivia, moved by his words and the beauty of the gift, happily accepted the ring, pointing out that for her it was the most beautiful in the world, because he was the one who gave it to her. After giving Daniel a long, loving look, Olivia tenderly said that it was time to return home. As the girl looked at her ring, the magic ball suddenly rang, announcing a call from Versace Castle. It turned out to be Kyle, who wanted to know about his sister's affairs and her new life in Temir. Olivia briefly told him about Daisy's new fiancé, who turned out to be Oscar. Upon learning that her brother knew nothing about Daisy's new hobby, Olivia added that he was a much better choice than dating that indecisive boy from Hershey. The conversation had to be interrupted because the brother's indignant cry was immediately heard from the magic ball. Upon reconnecting, Olivia heard Kyle's angry tirade about the ugliness of some boys, like this Oscar, who could not open up their feelings to a girl. After asking her brother to whom this angry message was addressed, Olivia again mentioned Oscar as an excellent choice for Daisy. She recalled that it was he who gave Daisy an engagement ring, which speaks of his determination. Kyle, confused by the news of the marriage proposal, accused his sister of betraying the family's interests, because she did not side with her brother, but with some stranger. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Olivia abruptly interrupted the conversation, wishing her brother good luck. Yes, the plan to create jealousy in Kyle's soul worked better than they could have imagined. He was furious. As soon as he heard the news about Oscar, he instantly forgot his father's request and ordered his servant Hammond to bring him that special ring from the safe. He described the place where it was kept and asked to take a document with the Versace family seal from a secret storage. Kyle was determined to win his girlfriend's favor at any cost. Hammond handed the gentleman a small box in which was Kyle's mother's ring, the mistress of Versace Castle. Hammond carefully placed the ring in a velvet box and assured Kyle that Mrs. Daisy would definitely appreciate his efforts. Kyle, fiddling with the ring box in his hands, wondered if it was too late to propose to Daisy after 4 years of dating. Hammond, to cheer Kyle up, reminded him of the story of how Lord Daniel mustered the courage and confessed his feelings to Mrs. Olivia at her home. Kyle, inspired by Daniel's example, decided that he was no worse and certainly better than this upstart Oscar, who dared to propose marriage to Daisy. Kyle's thoughts were racing. He could not imagine how to challenge Oscar to a duel because he did not wield a sword, unlike him. Hammond, noticing Kyle's confusion, suggested that he fight Oscar fairly. For example, with his fists. Kyle bitterly recalled his previous failed attempt to confess his love to Daisy and give her a ring, but this time he was determined to win her favor. At that moment, Lola quietly knocked on the door of Olivia's room and said that Lord Daniel was waiting for her. Olivia told Lola to let Daniel in and put away the magic ball so he wouldn't accidentally break it. Daniel, sitting next to Olivia, asked if Kyle had created this stormy scene with her of his own free will. Olivia sighed tiredly and confirmed that Kyle himself had insisted on talking, whose shouts were still giving her a headache. Daniel smiled gently and invited Olivia to sit down and calmly discuss everything that had happened. Olivia proudly admired the emerald on the ring Daniel had given her, admiring perfectly how the stone matched the color of her eyes. Olivia was incredibly pleased with Daniel's gift and admitted that she used to be a little jealous of Daisy when she received gifts from her fans. Olivia recalled the boring lunch with Leonardo and compared it to a magical date with Daniel on the riverbank, which felt like a real fairy tale to her. Olivia never expected to connect her destiny with Daniel, a man not used to wasting time on trifles and always achieves his goals. Suddenly, Olivia's thoughts were interrupted by a question about the crown prince and the imminent uprising, which took her by surprise. Sensing something was wrong, Olivia asked Daniel directly how precarious the crown prince's position had become recently. Daniel, without hiding, replied that the situation was indeed heating up, and that the imperial family's position had deteriorated noticeably, especially after the sensational story of the Taj Mahal. Olivia was well aware of the tragedy at the Taj Mahal, when the second Prince Ray supposedly drank the holy water and died. There were many rumors throughout the empire about the emperor's origins, and many considered him unworthy of the throne due to the lack of proper support. Even though the emperor's mother was from the noble Argon family, she was demoted to the status of a concubine, which negatively affected her son's reputation. Having become emperor, he remained faithful to his love for Cecilia, the daughter of a simple servant, who gave birth to his only heir, Patricio. Before heading north, Empress Cecilia transferred all rights to the throne to her son Patricio, who became Emperor Patricio II, hiding his humble origins from the House of Lords. Realizing the magnitude of the problem, Olivia asked Daniel, who remained on the side of the imperial family. Daniel listed the few remaining forces of the imperial family, which included Empress Josephina's son and Kyle. Olivia was extremely surprised to hear Kyle's name and did not understand what he had to do with the struggle for the throne. Daniel calmly explained to Olivia that Kyle was the third heir to the throne and that she, curiously, was the fourth. Olivia was shocked by this news because there was not a word about it in the novel, and realized that her life could now be in danger. She tried to understand the situation by recalling the other members of the imperial family, and concluded that the Empress, being the Emperor's sister, held a higher position. Olivia gave herself a mental pat on the back for making the deal with Leonardo, instead of hastily and thoughtlessly running away, as Kyle had wanted to do. After thinking again, Olivia concluded that the only reason her life might be attacked was for her rights to the throne. She recalled the incident with the poisoned tea that the Emperor himself gifted her, and was glad that he had come to his senses in time and averted the threat from her. Daniel was furious that someone dared to attack Olivia's life, and suggested that Empress Josephina might be behind this attempt. Olivia, developing Daniel's idea, suggested that if she were killed, a war would inevitably break out between Versace and the imperial palace. She reasoned that if Versace wins this war, Kyle will become emperor. But most likely everyone will decide that a coup d'etat has taken place. Olivia understood that in any case, whoever wins, the rights to the throne will pass to the third prince, which did not suit any of the participants in this struggle. Daniel listened to Olivia's reasoning, becoming more and more imbued with the gravity of the situation, and realizing how dangerous this game was becoming. Olivia said that most members of the House of Lords are on the Empress's side, so the Crown Prince decided to look for ways to overthrow the current government. He admitted that Leonardo personally asked him to help organize the uprising to protect Versace from imperial wrath. Olivia could not reveal all the secrets to Daniel, but assured him that she and the Crown Prince had the same goal. They needed to ensure the security and tranquility of Versace. Olivia mentally lamented not being able to tell Daniel everything she knew from the novel, and this made it very difficult for her. She honestly admitted to Daniel that she made a deal with the Crown Prince in order to survive and find a way out of this difficult situation. Olivia said that under the terms of the agreement, she was supposed to become Leonardo's ally for 2 years and help him manage Temir. The girl understood that it was difficult for Daniel to accept this truth, but she could not explain her choice otherwise without revealing the content of the novel. Daniel was ready to do anything for the sake of his beloved, and without hesitation, he offered to postpone their engagement, assuring that it was enough for him to be by Olivia's side. Daniel's proposal surprised the girl. She never expected him to be willing to wait these 2 years until everything calmed down. Olivia resolutely rejected Daniel's proposal and stated that she would definitely marry him and give birth to beautiful children, a son and a daughter. Loneliness scared Olivia, and more than anything, she wanted to create a strong and happy family with Daniel. Daniel, seeing Olivia's determination, promised that he would do everything possible to help her fulfill the terms of her deal with the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, in the palace, in his office, Crown Prince Leonardo was listening to the messenger's report about Olivia's decision. Giorgio, not believing what he heard, asked Leonardo if Miss Olivia really agreed to become part of his dangerous plan. Leonardo confirmed the messenger's words with a frown and rubbing his temples. He asked Giorgio to speak more quietly so as not to irritate his headache. Giorgio reminded Leonardo that, according to the terms of the deal, he could not guarantee Olivia's protection, since the Knights of the Empire only obey the Emperor. Giorgio was surprised that Olivia, being an intelligent girl, accepted a deal that promised her no benefits and put her life in danger. Not approving of his friend's action, Giorgio tried to reason with him and dissuade him from this venture, worrying about Olivia's life. Leonardo, weighing all the pros and cons, confidently replied to Giorgio that they desperately needed Olivia's support now, and that it was simply stupid to refuse it. Leonardo explained that 7 members of the House of Lords opposed them, some of the courtiers, as well as Prince Esther. Apart from the hostile forces, the rest of the nobility remains neutral, waiting to see which side wins. Leonardo understood that the key to defeating the emperor was the support of the North, most of whose army consisted of Smaghall Academy graduates. Most of the soldiers saw their ideals in Gerard Versace and Ron Meridian, and his word carried enormous weight for all Northerners. Leonardo could not help but admit that Olivia, being a master of the sword, had an undeniable advantage, and her participation in their cause was invaluable. Giorgio doubted that military action was inevitable because they had many years of friendship with Versace. Leonardo, not sharing his friend's optimism, explained that knowledge of the blood oath brings him closer to the secretary of the Versace family. Only a person who personally saw the secretary could gain access to the family's most important secrets. Olivia, like no one else, was suitable for this role, and Leonardo was even willing to marry her to win the support of the North. Giorgio, angry, reminded Leonardo that they could have avoided all these troubles if they had gotten rid of Versace earlier. He blamed himself for not following the Empress's orders and letting Versace die at the Taj Mahal. On that fateful day, the Empress ordered the destruction of everyone present in the temple, but the Emperor disobeyed her and saved Versace and the third prince. Giorgio believed that the Emperor acted hastily, choosing love over power and strength. He was indignant that because of this mistake Leonardo and the Empress were forced to suffer and endure hardships. 2 years ago, Leonardo turned 15, and on that day the whole empire celebrated its founding anniversary. In honor of this event, everyone came to the Taj Mahal, where there was a majestic temple where the ashes of the empire's founder rested. The main gift of the holiday was the holy water from a spring that flowed in the temple territory. After drinking the holy water, everyone present confirmed their belonging to the clan of Kamihila I and swore allegiance to the empire. During the holidays, Raymond, Leonardo's brother, noticed that something was wrong with the third Prince Reynald. Leonardo, viscerally sensing danger, shouted at his brother, ordering him to stay away from Reynald. When everyone turned around, it was too late, because the third Prince Reynald had killed his brother Raymond. It was a punishment for consuming dragon's blood. A terrible curse took hold of everyone who craves unlimited power. Reynald, once a sweet and kind boy, has turned into a ruthless monster, intoxicated by golden magic. The priest, seeing what was happening, called the guards to protect His Majesty from the distraught prince. Reynald turned to his panicked mother, complaining of unbearable pain tearing his body apart. Josefina, driven mad, accused her son of fratricide and demanded that the emperor execute Reynald, claiming that he had turned into a monster. Josephine's words, usually filled with cruelty and coldness, sounded especially creepy this time. And heartfelt, at that moment, Leonardo appeared behind Reynald and struck his brother with a blow of his sword. The sword fell from Leonardo's hands as soon as he managed to kill his brother, who turned into a monster. Leaning over his defeated brother, Leonardo bitterly whispered that he was innocent of anything, and that he had become a victim of evil magic. The emperor recoiled in horror at his son, realizing that he was controlled by some evil force. He ordered the guards to capture Reynald, fearing he might attack someone else. Reynald groaned in pain and begged for help, pleading with his father to save him. The emperor understood that it was impossible to save Reynald, and the only way to save him from suffering was to take his life. The king saw tears running down the emperor's cheeks, and these were the first tears he allowed himself to shed in front of his sons. Reynald's body shuddered in pain, and the golden magic entangled his body more and more. The boy felt his bones breaking inside. His flesh burned alive, and he was ready to do anything to stop this infernal torment. Consciousness returned to Leonardo in fits and starts, and he had difficulty remembering what happened. Seeing Leonardo's sword, Reynald begged him to kill him to end his misery. At that moment, Leonardo finally believed that Reynald was just a pawn in the hands of his cruel mother. He had long understood that she was using her son to manipulate the emperor and attract his attention. Reynald was always a kind and trusting child, something his mother shamelessly took advantage of. Leonardo blamed himself for revealing her vile plans too late and not being able to protect his brother. Looking at Reynald, he felt no hatred, but only regret, realizing that deep down he was a good person. Despite everything that happened, Leonardo could not raise a hand against his brother, knowing that the real blame did not lie with him. Suddenly, everything around Reynolds lit up with a bright light, and he, confused, asked his brother what was happening. Reynolds's body was enveloped in a strange feeling of weightlessness. He felt as if he was dissolving into the air. Fear overwhelmed Reynolds. He stopped feeling his own body, not understanding what was happening to him. Leonardo turned towards the head of the wizard's tower, wanting to know what he was doing with his brother. In a calm voice, Gabriel assured Leonardo that for the time being he had only moved Reynolds to a safe place. Gabriel's magic had incredible power and easily restored the church destroyed by Reynolds. Gabriel did not stop there with the help of magic. He healed the wounds of the imperial family members, and even the wounds on Raymond's body. With the help of his magic, everything around him took on its previous appearance, as if time had rolled back, erasing the traces of the tragedy. In this terrible situation, Crown Prince Leonardo lost two brothers at once. To decide Reynolds' fate, the emperor summoned Empress Eustilla, Leonardo, and Empress Josefina. Empress Josefina calmly stated that the easiest way would be to kill Reynald. Josefina, filled with anger, could not understand why Eustilla hesitated to offer to let Reynald live. Josefina was filled with anger, considering it unthinkable to leave alive someone who dared to invade the life of her family. Considering Eustilla's kindness inappropriate, Josefina did not mince words in condemning the empress. Addressing Eustilla, Josephine asked why, in her opinion, the criminal should escape punishment. Interrupting Josephine's angry tirade, the emperor reminded her that Reynald did not act alone. Without letting up, Josephine sarcastically suggested blaming the royal family members for everything, who were not at the meeting. Josephine, obsessed with revenge, suggested exposing the Versace family as guilty of what happened so they could get rid of them. The emperor, indignant at Josephine's words, ordered her to stop talking nonsense. Wanting to get her way, Josephine gave the emperor an ultimatum: Reinald or Versace. Surprised by Josephine's cruelty, the emperor bitterly noted that he did not expect such behavior from her. In response, Josephine coldly replied, accusing the emperor of cowardice, since he could not make a difficult but fair decision. Realizing that Justilla was holding her head, Leonardo worriedly asked what was wrong with her, suspecting a magical attack. Seeing that she was not well, the emperor ordered Leonardo to immediately take her to his chambers. Continuing the conversation with Leonardo, the emperor pointed out that the blame for Reynolds' actions also lay with his mother. The emperor admitted that if the decision is made to get rid of Versace, all family members, including Olivia and Raphael, will be at risk. Josephine, surprised by the emperor's words, could not hide her surprise. Without deviating from her goal, she again put the emperor before a choice, demanding to save Reynald or Versace. Calmly considering the situation, Josephine suggested arranging Reynald's suicide, who was poisoned with holy water containing poison. Indignant at his stepmother's words, Leonardo exclaimed that this was impossible, because if this became known, the emperor like himself would face serious problems. Sighing deeply, the emperor admitted to Leonardo that just as he could not abandon Reynald, he could not betray the Versace family either. For the emperor, the Versaces had become a real family, and he could not allow them to suffer harm. To protect both Reynald and Versace, the emperor decided to hide the truth about what happened, announcing that Raymond had died after drinking holy water with deadly poison. The second prince's ashes were buried, but still remained without proper attention from the imperial family. Leonardo, not knowing the truth, held a grudge against his father, accusing him of excessive affection for Versace. Leonardo could not blame his brother for what happened, so he took out his anger on his father. While Raymond never received the due honors, Reynolds was hiding from the world in the wizard's tower. Leonardo hated Versace not for what happened in the Tadmale, but for his father's cowardice in choosing to protect them instead of his own family. In a fit of rage, Leonardo declared that his father had no right to humiliate Raymond's memory in this way. Giorgio tried to reason with his friend, reminding him that if the emperor had gotten rid of Versace, he would have lost his last hope. That's why, according to Leonardo, it is necessary to act, because as the emperor clings to Versace, then they should ask them for help. Giorgio agreed with Leonardo's arguments, although he did not like this plan at all. Leonardo was not going to force Olivia to help, because she already had her own conditions, of which he did not tell his friend. Leonardo allowed Olivia to get engaged after learning that she had a man she loved. Giorgio could not believe what he heard. Miss Olivia really had a boyfriend. Having confirmed that Olivia really has a lover, and a very influential one, Leonardo went to bed. Giorgio was perplexed and demanded that his friend tell him details about Olivia's mysterious lover. At that moment, Olivia was having dinner with Daisy in the dining room of the Versace residence. Olivia noticed that Daisy was acting unusually and asked her if she was okay. Thoughtful Daisy no longer remembered what had been discussed and asked Olivia what she was talking about. Confused by her friend's reaction, Olivia suggested that Daisy was already losing her mind because of her relationship with Kyle, in which Oscar was also involved. Snapping out of her thoughts, Daisy apologized to Olivia and admitted that she was thinking about Oscar. Olivia caustically remarked that Oscar is a nice guy who has already forgotten about that fool. That is, about her careless brother Kyle. Daisy, comparing Oscar to Kyle, noted that her fiancé is a more advantageous match because he is rich, handsome, and faithful to her. Olivia objected that a real man is ready to do anything for the sake of the girl he loves. As they say, go through fire and water. Continuing her thought, Olivia suggested that Daisy might have misjudged the boy's feelings. At this point, Daniel joined the conversation and disagreed with Olivia, pointing out that the more in love a person is, the harder it is for them to confess, as was the case with him and Olivia. Olivia angrily objected in her voice, because when you love, it is harder to suppress your feelings than to hide them. Daniel considered Daisy's behavior incorrect, for whom Oscar was just a substitute for her beloved man. Olivia defended Daisy and pointed out that one can only forget a person with the help of another love. Daisy objected and asked what to do then if that same person does not reciprocate. Daniel again reproached Daisy, reminding her that a person's feelings cannot be considered a transaction, and that her emotions are also very important. After advising Daisy not to repeat his mistakes, Daniel suggested that she tell Kyle her feelings. Daniel believed that Daisy still had hopes for reciprocity. The main thing was not to give up. Daniel, by the way, advised the girl to no longer resort to alcohol and awkward situations to forget Kyle. Surprised, Daisy had no idea that Daniel had guessed her feelings for Kyle long ago. Daisy, embarrassed, admitted that Daniel was right and that she really loved Kyle. Looking back, Daisy realized how selfish she had been and feared that Kyle would not see her as his soulmate. Doubts did not allow Daisy to openly express her opinion because she considered Ray a more suitable match for Olivia. Daisy resorted to Olivia for advice more than once, but she replied reluctantly and soon stopped reading her friends' letters, which greatly annoyed her. At that moment, Olivia called them, wanting to know what they were secretly discussing in private. Upon learning that it was about Kyla, Olivia could not hide her indignation. Olivia was surprised by Daisy's choice because she thought Kyle was a complete fool. Daisy hurried to apologize to Olivia and pointed out that if she is not against her alliance with Kyle, it turns out they are already matchmakers twice. Olivia, in turn, replied that she would be delighted to get rid of her annoying brother Kyle. Daniel pointed out that all Daisy needs now is a little more faith in Kyle. Olivia suddenly said that Daisy and Daniel were the perfect combination of brother and sister because she and Kyle would have already fought dozens of times. Seeing them, Olivia felt a kind envy of their relationship. Daisy replied that their reconciliation was quite stormy. Kyle unexpectedly called her the day before and expressed everything he thought about her. Olivia said that she and Daisy would attend a charity dinner for Earl Darville to meet representatives from the lead-it companies and La Debon, with whom they collaborate. For tonight, Olivia chose a luxurious blue dress with a richly embroidered corset, and her hair was decorated with the latest product from the collection, the Edite. The maid who entered the room could not contain her admiration, struck by Olivia's beauty in her new dress. Lord Calixon was also impressed with Daisy's outfit and noted that she looked stunning. After telling Daisy that Olivia had already left for dinner, Lord Calixon asked her to make sure no one disturbed him or Kyle. The conversation smoothly turned to the topic of relationships, and Lord Calixon asked Daisy if she knew her parents' love story. Daisy said that her own mother confessed her love to her father, even though she believed the initiative should come from a man. Daisy smiled and shared with Lord Calixon a love story in which Jean openly confessed his feelings to Ron in front of all the guards. Lord Calixon noted that by acting this way, John ran the risk of going unanswered, because even brave men like Ron can fear an unexpected confession in front of everyone. According to the Lord, Kyle was not someone who accepted hints and simply lacked the courage to take the first step himself. Daisy doubted Calixon's words because she was sure that Kyle simply did not love her. Otherwise, he would have confessed his feelings long ago. Daisy said she needed to recover before meeting Kyle and went to her room. Going down the stairs, Daisy ran into Oscar, who was waiting for her to discuss an important matter. Seeing her, Oscar cheerfully greeted his friend and noted that he was already starting to worry. Daisy suggested that Oscar stop this engagement comedy because their secret was out, and then she asked him if he really loved her. Oscar, with a smile on his face, replied that he felt strong feelings for her from the beginning, like for his beloved friend. Daisy laughed, suggesting that she was the only one in this story who was truly in love. At that moment, Kyle appeared on the way and Daisy, surprised, asked him what he was doing here. Explaining to Kyle that they were heading to an important meeting, she asked him to wait until they returned. Kyle jealously asked the girl why she was going there with Lord Oscar. Oscar, remaining calm, told Kyle that he was only accompanying CREA Daisy as a business partner. Daisy, paying no attention, reminded him that she was in a hurry to get to an important meeting she could not miss. Kyle, not wanting to let Daisy go, asked what kind of relationship she had with Lord Oscar. Daisy sighed and briefly replied that she and Oscar were friends and partners. Promising to continue the conversation upon her return, Daisy hurried to the meeting. Accompanied by Oscar, Oscar decided not to reveal the truth about his true relationship with Daisy until she herself decided to tell Kyle everything. During the trip, Daisy was studying documents and came across the unfamiliar name of a certain Mary Jane. Oscar, hearing Daisy's question, tried to remember where he might have heard that name. Being well informed about the company's affairs, Daisy personally considered all candidates for positions in the ETIT owned by the Versace family. Oscar looked mysteriously at the girl and said that Daisy would be very surprised to learn who was hiding under the name of Mary Jane. Under this name was hidden the charming Miss Isla of Sabine, which was a big surprise for Daisy. There were 3 powerful ducal families in the empire, and Isla belonged to the Eastern Duchy of Sabina. Miss Isla of Sabine was one of the candidates for the hand and heart of the crown prince. Oscar added that Miss Sabine was very interested in cosmetics and that she would meet Olivia in person at the academy. The news of the visit of Miss Sabine, a supporter of Empress Josephina, caught Oscar's attention because Olivia rarely accepted personal meetings. Meanwhile, at the Versace estate, Kyle was telling Olivia and Daniel the latest news. Unable to bear it, Kyle asked Olivia and Daniel if their feelings for each other were indeed mutual. Olivia confirmed with a smile that she loved Daniel and humorously noted that she hardly would have found another girl. Learning that Kyle used secret documents to come to the estate in secret, Olivia looked at him reproachfully. However, Olivia immediately added that Kyle did everything right because it was an emergency situation. Trying to justify Kyle's actions to herself, Olivia assumed that Daniel would have acted the same way. Then Olivia suddenly asked Kyle if he managed to see Daisy. Kyle replied that although he managed to see Daisy, they postponed the conversation until she returned from work. Olivia advised him not to postpone an important conversation with Daisy, otherwise it would be too late. Kyle admitted that he accidentally overheard a conversation between Oscar and Daisy and became very alarmed. Noticing the change in Kyle's face, Olivia demanded to know what Oscar was talking about. And Daisy. Kyle, blushing, conveyed Oscar's words about his love for Daisy, as well as the girl's reply. Olivia said with a serious look that Kyle had misunderstood what he had heard. Olivia explained that Oscar likes to joke like that, and he shouldn't take it seriously. To prove her words, Olivia said that Oscar sometimes says similar things to her as a joke. Suddenly, Daniel asked Olivia if she thought Oscar's joke was inappropriate towards Olivia. Daniel admitted that it was unpleasant for him to even imagine such a thing. Olivia, in turn, also admitted that she did not like those words, even if it was just a joke. Sometime later, Olivia and Daniel went for a horseback ride. The ride took place through the forest, which was maintained by Alfred I in honor of Empress Cecilia, who was fond of horse riding and the estate. After dismounting, Olivia was about to get off the horse, but Daniel immediately offered her his help. Daniel gallantly offered his hand to Olivia so that the girl would not fall accidentally. Hidden under the trees, the lovers enjoyed each other's company. Illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, Olivia and Daniel could not take their eyes off each other. The girls suddenly thought that the perfect moment for a kiss had come, but Daniel's face was somehow too thoughtful. Olivia, trying to hide her embarrassment, asked Daniel what he was thinking about now. Daniel replied that he planned to go to Hershey tomorrow, and that he could not report it earlier yet. He believed that the deal with the crown prince should be discussed in person. In addition, Daniel decided to meet with the 6 main northern families. According to Daniel, by joining forces with all the families, it would be much easier for them to defend their interests. Olivia agreed with Daniel, but expressed concern for the safety of the other families. Daniel reasonably noted that the collapse of the Versace and Meridian families would strike a devastating blow to the entire North. After all, it was the Versace and Meridian families that were the most powerful in this territory. Enemies will attack the weakened North like a swarm of bees on sweet honey if they give in. Olivia, reflecting on Daniel's words, asked if he was really inviting them all to join forces. Daniel expressed confidence in the success of his plan, although he did not rule out the possibility of failure. At that moment, Olivia's thoughts returned to Oscar's story about Miss Isla of Sabine. Who was an important part of this story? She remembered that in the novel, Isla was the main villain and did not miss a single opportunity to humiliate Olivia. Daniel mentioned that relations between the Duchy of Sabina and Empress Josephina had cooled over the past year, but he hoped that Olivia's meeting with the Empress would correct this situation. Olivia was surprised, as there was no character named Daniel in her novel, and now it was as if he existed in another reality. Surprised by Daniel's knowledge of politics and the art of negotiation, Olivia could not understand, because such things were not taught at her faculty. Daniel admitted that he and Oscar only entered the academy thanks to Daisy, so they only studied for 3 years. Olivia noted that even before enrolling, Daniel and Oscar were skilled swordsmen, so they barely needed training. Daniel confirmed with a smile that to meet Daisy, they took all the courses in the humanities department. He jokingly corrected himself and said that most likely only Oscar attended these courses for Daisy's sake, because she studied there. Daniel looked at Olivia seriously and said that this week he would propose to the Versace family. Realizing Olivia's confusion, Daniel kindly asked her if he was rushing things, and if she wanted to reschedule this conversation. Olivia hurried to assure Daniel that she didn't mind. She was just surprised by his haste. Olivia looked at Daniel tenderly and admitted that she only loved him. Daniel jokingly told Olivia that he would do anything to make her happy, but he felt he could no longer contain his feelings as a man for a woman. Olivia jokingly asked what exactly he was talking about, a kiss or something more. Noting that they were thinking about different things, Daniel blushed slightly, clarifying that he was talking about physical intimacy between a man and a woman, and assured her that he was not one to rush things. Suppressing a smile, Daniel asked Olivia not to provoke him, otherwise he would no longer be able to control himself. Olivia agreed and added that they needed to get married as soon as possible so that Daniel would no longer suffer and unleash his desires. Suddenly, Olivia remembered that in the original novel there was no character named Daniel who was a skilled swordsman. Olivia was overcome with anxiety. Where did Daniel go in his version of reality? Perhaps he died before the novel's new plot began. Olivia anxiously asked Daniel how much the future had changed upon his appearance. Daniel reassured Olivia, assuring her that he would always protect her, no matter what happened. The charity meeting in the county came to an end. Oscar and Daisy returned to the Versace residence. Oscar decided to take a moment and remind Daisy that a man would not waste his time or money on a girl he wasn't interested in. Daisy, understanding Oscar's insinuation, asked him if he meant that Mr. Kyle went to the meeting for her love. Oscar, continuing his thought, said that before confessing feelings one must be sure of reciprocity. Only then will everything turn out well. Suddenly, Daisy burst out, realizing that it was easy for Oscar to talk about love, because he had never had a girlfriend. Oscar replied by calling Daisy cruel and rude, but immediately laughed and admitted she was right. The deep night fell upon the Versace residence, enveloping everything around it in impenetrable darkness. Daisy had no intention of staying late at the charity event, but an unexpected encounter with old friends changed her plans. Most of her friends had long since settled down, started families. They had children, and some were preparing for weddings. Her heart filled with sadness, realizing that she was the only one still alone. Suddenly, the butler's voice pulled her out of her thoughts and asked if she was all right. Daisy thanked Oscar for his help and wished him a well-deserved rest. Kyle noticed that it was already dark and invited Daisy back into the house. Unexpectedly, she shared with Kyle the story of her friend, who had been loved since childhood by a young man who did not reciprocate her feelings. Fortunately, the friend held no grudge against her childhood love and remembered the past with a smile. Tired of waiting for her own happiness, Daisy wondered if she should follow her friend's example and leave her past relationship behind. The absence of the moon in the night sky seemed to give her the courage for such frank conversations. The girl doubted whether she was making a mistake, because at her words, Kyle seemed very happy. She thought about what wonderful creatures these people are, because some people prefer to hide their true feelings, even if they strongly desire something. And there are those who continue to fight for their happiness, even after a long time. Kyle's gaze seemed to dim, and Daisy wondered if his sadness was caused by her own sadness. In this mood, she bid Kyle farewell and hurried home. Returning late at night, when everyone was already asleep, she found the house seemed completely empty. It had been a long day, but it paled in comparison to the years her love for Kyle had lasted. She did not forget the day Daisy first confessed her feelings to him, because from that day on their close relationship began. Kyle reminded Daisy of her promise to always protect him no matter what. He swore that the girl must be faithful and always defend her husband. As a child, Kyle seemed to her a brave prince from a fairy tale, and Daisy always looked for him with her eyes. One day she found him crying in a glass office, and from that day she swore to herself that she would protect this boy. Now, many years later, Kyle again seemed to her the same child, on the verge of tears. His words about marriage and subsequent infidelities confused Daisy, forcing her to think about him in a new way. She reminded him that their childhood engagement was nothing more than a game, and that this day should not be remembered to this day. Kyle objected, reminding her of the ring and the flowers he later gave her. Daisy tried to explain to him that in childhood everyone jokes like that, without giving meaning to the words. But Kyle stood firm and feared that if he let Daisy go now, he would lose her forever. Tired of the argument, the girl offered to continue the conversation in the morning. And now they need a good rest. Kyle insisted on discussing everything right now, as they had already postponed an important conversation for too long. Daisy gave in and prepared to listen to Kyle, because he was determined and it was difficult to refuse him. He suddenly knelt down and proposed to her again, just as he had done many years ago in their childhood. Surprised, Daisy could not believe what she heard and suspected that Kyle was just making fun of her. But Kyle was extremely serious, and his heart broke with pain when Daisy, indifferently, suggested forgetting the promises of childhood. It seemed as if something inside her forced her to say all those words. Closing the distance between them, he only thought of confessing his love for Daisy one more time, and making her his wife. In his hands was again the ring, as a symbol of his immutable feelings for Daisy, and his desire to become her husband. Daisy was surprised to learn that Kyle held a family ring with a royal topaz, destined for the bride of Versace. It turned out that Kyle had kept the ring for 4 years and wanted to give it to Daisy on her special day. He reminded Daisy of what she had told him when she was very young when she kissed him, and proposed to him. That old night, 15-year-old Daisy gave him her first kiss and promised to marry him. Memories flooded Daisy again. She had really done all this. But then, Daisy remembered that Kyle never reciprocated her feelings that night. He assured the girl of his love and suggested that she not wait until her 20th birthday, but marry right now. Kyle promised to take care of Daisy because her consent would make him the happiest person in the world. Not understanding what kind of husband Kyle was talking about, Daisy could not help but smile, and she liked his naivety. Embarrassed, Kyle apologized for his incontinence and attributed it all to emotion. He gently wiped the tears from Daisy's face and timidly asked if he could kiss her. The girl did not understand why he was asking for permission, because everything was already set for a romantic kiss. Daisy, disregarding decency, called him her brave prince and asked him to kiss her on the lips. After this passionate moment, Kyle found himself in his office at the Versace residence, where he delved into searching for a book on a huge bookshelf. Suddenly, Daniel entered the office, approached Kyle, and noted that he was still awake. Daniel explained his late appearance, saying that he had not spent time with Kyle over a glass of good wine for a long time. So he took a bottle. Suddenly remembering something important, Kyle asked his friend how things were going with Olivia, and where she was now. Daniel reassured his friend by telling him that Olivia had already left and asked how his meeting with Daisy went, and if they managed to resolve all their problems. After taking a sip of wine, Daniel decided to ask Kyle an important question that had been bothering him for a long time. Daniel wanted to know what he did in the past, before Olivia came into his life. More specifically, Daniel was tormented by the question of what he did in the past before Olivia changed and became the person she knows now. He admitted to Kyle that in the past, he was not present in Olivia's life, and now he wanted to know everything about the girl's past. Daniel repeated his main question again. Where was he then, in those same years when Olivia needed his support and love? Kyle thought for a moment, feeling the weight of responsibility for what he had to tell his friend, realizing that the truth might be too much for Daniel. Gathering courage, Kyle reminded Daniel of their conversation from 2 years ago, when he strictly forbade his friend to go to the Black Forest. Sighing deeply, Kyle admitted that in the past, Daniel died in the Black Forest along with the third prince. There were rumors that 3 years ago Kyle traveled to the future, but no one believed it, as there was no confirmation of this incredible event. When Daniel died, his father Ron was heartbroken over the loss of his son, and Daisy became completely alone after losing her brother. Olivia, overwhelmed by the bitterness of her losses, withdrew into herself and tried to avoid people, and Kyle began to behave towards others like a real scoundrel. It all started with Daniel's death. This tragic event became the point of no return for all the heroes. Daniel shared his memories with his friend. He recalled how they told him that Olivia went to look for him. Daniel was interested in another question about whether Olivia went to the Black Forest in the future. After his supposed death, Kyle noted that Olivia, since childhood, didn't like to go anywhere, preferring to stay within the walls of her house. Comparing the facts, Kyle concluded that Olivia saved him with the third prince 2 years ago. And it was she who made the deal with the crown prince on Saturday. Daniel admitted that the last 3 days he spent with Olivia were like a fairy tale. And during that time, he managed to think about all possible scenarios. Daniel concluded that Olivia's future changed after he appeared in her life, thus becoming the only one for her. Kyle was indignant and warned his friend that it was impossible for Olivia to know the crown prince because it could ruin her life. Daniel calmly pointed out that it doesn't matter anymore because he is alive and can take care of Olivia's happiness himself. Kyle honestly admitted that he could not reveal this terrible truth to Daniel because he always wanted to see his friend alive and unharmed. Daniel, overwhelmed by emotion, admitted that it was very difficult for him to be close to Olivia, knowing that she loved him but could not get close to him. Kyle, realizing the gravity of his mistake, explained that he was driven by the fear of losing his friend, so he did not dare to reveal the truth to him. At the end of his story, Daniel recalled Daisy with horror and asked if she was also dead. Kyle, who no longer wanted to lie to his friend, confirmed that everyone died that terrible day except him, and Daisy was no exception. Daniel decisively stated that it was necessary to change everything. He was sure that the emperor and the crown prince did not kill them, but on the contrary tried to save them. Daniel suggested that it was the empress who tried to kill Olivia, and the emperor prevented her. Kyle thought about his friend's words. The empress herself killed him and the third prince. Daniel, remembering Olivia's words, concluded that it was the crown prince who was now trying to save Versace. Kyle agreed that most likely the imperial family was on their side, and they would do everything possible to save Versace from the danger threatening the family. Daniel recalled that Olivia had spoken about how she had to cooperate with the crown prince to save her family, and also that she intended to save Kyle and his father. Daniel confidently stated that Olivia also knows the future, and perhaps even more than they think. Kyle admitted that this is very possible, because 3 years ago Olivia changed a lot. Suddenly, Daniel suggested that Kyle go north and convene a meeting of 6 generations of families to discuss the current situation and find a way out of the stalemate. Kyle was surprised and asked his friend what he was doing and why he needed him. Looking at his friend with disbelief, Kyle directly asked him if he was really offering to believe the emperor and the crown prince, because before he considered them sworn enemies. For 3 years, Kyle and Daniel kept away from the imperial family, trying not to interfere with them, because it was Kyle who initiated the preparation for the uprising, of which even the crown prince knew nothing. Daniel calmly replied that if Olivia believed in the emperor, then he was willing to give them a chance. Kyle reluctantly agreed and warned his friend not to betray his trust. Daniel swore that he would never betray Olivia and also asked Kyle to protect Daisy, even if he had to sacrifice his life for her. Recalling an important point, Daniel asked if Kyle would like to become emperor someday, because this place belongs to him by right. Kyle smiled and replied that the imperial throne had never interested him and does not interest him. Daniel smiled and stated that in this case, he would advance in his career to occupy a worthy position and be worthy of Olivia. Daniel decided to first sign a prenuptial agreement with Olivia to secure her future and show everyone the seriousness of his intentions. Kyle, as Olivia's older brother, proudly declared his intention to marry first. Since he is older, Daniel, not wanting to yield, retorted by recalling his status as Daisy's older brother. Upon entering the office, the servant discreetly congratulated Kyle on his successful declaration of feelings, hinting at his imminent marriage. He mentioned the need to sign official documents to consolidate the alliance. The wise servant suggested that the young people think of the upcoming event as the unification of 2 families. Cautiously, he raised the issue of Olivia's future place of residence after the wedding and the change of surname. The servant assured that he would personally monitor Olivia's well-being and asked not to worry. The next morning, the Versace and Meridian families exchanged signed marriage contracts. The holiday weekend has come to an end, and all students have returned to their usual classes at the academy. Returning to her studies, Olivia noticed one strange thing about herself. She stopped avoiding people. Giorgio, as always, tried to talk to Olivia, hoping for at least a small conversation. Olivia, being busy, agreed to talk to him only on the way to class. The girl no longer saw the point in ignoring Giorgio, because he had stopped playing an important role in Leonardo's life. Jessica, as Olivia's best friend, suggested they go to the training room together. Olivia, promising her friend she would come soon, finally clarified with Giorgio the purpose of their conversation. Giorgio, embarrassed, suggested continuing the conversation in a more comfortable place. He gallantly invited Olivia for a walk so that no one could interrupt their conversation. As they walked slowly along the path, Olivia paid little attention to Giorgio's words. She was only interested in information about Leonardo. Giorgio, perceiving the indifference of his interlocutor, invited her to move on, promising to follow her calmly. A cool breeze carried to Olivia the delicate aroma of flowers that seemed to envelop her beautiful blonde hair. At that moment, Giorgio recalled their first meeting, when the beautiful Olivia, bathed in the rays of the morning sun, gracefully sought out the training ground. Olivia noticed Giorgio's strange behavior. His abnormally red complexion alarmed her. He was happy that Olivia called him by his name. His voice sounded like a beautiful melody. In a fit of emotion, Giorgio confessed his love to Olivia and suddenly felt very dizzy. Olivia barely had time to catch Giorgio, otherwise he would have fallen straight to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, he could not understand what had happened to him and why he felt dizzy so suddenly. Giorgio was moved by Olivia's care. She carried him on her back, gently scolding him along the way for his eternal weakness. He had never been so close to any of the girls, and now it was Olivia who was by his side. Olivia seemed to Giorgio's ideal. She was beautiful, strong, but at the same time inaccessible. And arrogant. It was rumored that she only communicates with those who are equal to her in status. But he noticed a peculiarity in her, because Olivia doesn't even try to find out the social status of her interlocutor. It is rumored that Olivia was born in the North, where etiquette and good manners are not emphasized. Giorgio believed that Olivia perfectly knew all the rules of decency. She simply neglected them. Olivia, tired of carrying Giorgio with her, eagerly awaited the end of their meeting. And she was at the limit of her patience. Jessica was extremely surprised to see her friend carrying Giorgio on her back. Upon finally reaching the training ground, the friends saw that Giorgio had already regained consciousness. Olivia, deciding to devote herself to her main business, invited Jessica to show her some martial arts techniques. Jessica was delighted with Olivia's elegant movements that always attracted everyone's attention. Olivia explained to her friend that only through hard training can ease be achieved, and precision in movements during a fight. After a few demonstrations by Olivia, Jessica was able to repeat the wrist strikes on the training dummy. Olivia praised her friend for her quick learning and diligence, which always made Olivia fond of her. Giorgio could not contain his admiration while watching Olivia teach Jessica. Olivia, hearing Giorgio's laughter, demanded an explanation, because until recently he hadn't laughed because of her. Giorgio asked the girls for time to show them something interesting. Suddenly, using his magic, he created a portal capable of changing the space around them. Giorgio explained that this portal would take them to a virtual space where no one would see them. He told Olivia that they had been followed for a long time and that it would be better to hide and think carefully about how to proceed. Olivia assumed she was under surveillance even after her visit to the palace, but she felt safe within the walls of the academy. She did not reveal her title as a sword master and chose to proceed with caution. Giorgio asked Olivia to refuse the deal proposed by Leonardo because he considered it too dangerous. Olivia, realizing that Giorgio was hiding something, demanded to know the whole truth. Giorgio was surprised by Olivia's sudden willingness to cooperate with the imperial palace. Because before, she carefully avoided any connection with him, Olivia understood that a few days ago, she would have happily accepted Giorgio's proposal. But now the situation has changed. She needed to protect many people because great danger threatened the well-being of her family. Giorgio tried to convince Olivia to abandon the dangerous venture and promised to persuade Leonardo to reach an agreement. Olivia did not take his words seriously and openly doubted Giorgio's ability to influence Leonardo. The ease with which Olivia suddenly destroyed the magical space amazed Giorgio, making him think about her incredible strength. Giorgio was surprised because the magical barrier Olivia destroyed was his ability, granted by the imperial family. Olivia was surprised by Leonardo's appearance in the training ground, since just a second ago he hadn't been there. Leonardo could not explain his appearance and asked Olivia to simply believe his words. Suddenly, a terrifying image appeared before everyone. Leonardo was standing next to Jessica's bloody body, holding a sword in his hands. Olivia, who had been in the virtual space, created by Giorgio the entire time. Was shocked by what happened, she was furious and without hesitation attacked Leonardo, accusing him of killing Jessica. Leonardo tried to calm the angry Olivia, assuring her that he was not guilty of attacking Jessica. Jessica, barely alive, asked Olivia for help, feeling her strength leaving her. Olivia, not doubting for a second that she was right, struck Leonardo to quickly reach her wounded friend. Olivia rushed to Jessica's aid, trying to encourage her and instill hope. Giorgio, not understanding anything, asked Leonardo about the reasons for the bloody fight in the training ground. Olivia, after examining Jessica's wound, assumed that the attack was carried out by a skilled swordsman. Giorgio quickly pulled out a potion that would heal Jessica's wound and help her recover. Using a magic potion, he quickly healed Jessica's wound, but the girl still looked very weak due to the loss of a large amount of blood. Olivia assumed that Leonardo did not attack Jessica, but tried to help her, but she was furious about the cruel games of this stupid romance. Leonardo was disappointed that Olivia accused him of assault, despite the fact that he tried to defend Jessica. He bitterly noted that Olivia, in a fit of anger, was ready to kill even the crown prince. Olivia, having calmed down a bit, approached Jessica to ask about her well-being. Leonardo suggested that Jessica needed help getting home. Leonardo was indignant about what happened and called himself a victim of the insidious forces of someone who started all this. He could not understand why Giorgio just stood there and watched as the girl with the sword attacked him. Leonardo reassured Jessica, assuring her that the magic potion had completely healed her wound. Jessica thanked Leonardo for saving her and realized that he had risked his life for her. Leonardo suggested ending the training and properly treating the wounds. Olivia, recovering from the initial shock, tried to find out who attacked Jessica. Leonardo said he did not see the attacker, but promised to discuss it later, noting with a smile that the fight was very exciting. Meanwhile, at the Versace family residence, Olivia's father was meeting with Daniel and Ron. Gerard warmly greeted the guests and asked why Kyle did not accompany them. Daniel explained that Kyle was still in Temur and could not come today. Gerard immediately politely asked Daniel about the well-being of Emperor Patricio. Daniel said that since the incident at the Taj Mahal, Patricio has been closely watching the Empress and the House of Lords. Gerard, silently wondering about trust in the Emperor and the heir. He asked Daniel if he knew about the cause of the second prince's death. He also reminded Daniel that the third prince had inherited the strongest dragon blood. Gerard expressed his gratitude to the Emperor for saving the Versace family and expressed the idea of bringing Olivia closer to Leonardo. He believed that Daniel was the best candidate to sit next to Olivia. Gerard always greatly appreciated Daniel's calmness and prudence, seeing no flaws in him. He pointed out that, unlike the foolish emperor who blindly loved his sister, the crown prince could turn out differently. Gerard reminded Daniel of Leonardo's behavior at the second prince's funeral, because then he was still a little boy. Daniel compared Leonardo's behavior that day to Patricio's behavior when he freed Cecilia, and declared once again his trust in the emperor. Clarifying Gerard's thought, he asked if he wanted to continue the deal between Olivia and the crown prince. Daniel, among other things, decided to remind Gerard that Kyle does not aspire to become emperor. Gerard, taking note of this news, proposed to discuss their actions in relation to their plans. He said that Cecilia was against her children ascending the throne and that he too wants them to live happily, like the entire Versace family. Gerard gave Daniel freedom of choice and proposed convening the 6 largest families to a council. Gerard decided to organize a magnificent banquet at which he would solemnly announce their engagement. Meanwhile, Olivia, heading to the Magic Faculty Academy, noticed her friend Violet from afar. Delighted by the encounter, Olivia called Violet and offered to walk together. Suddenly, Violet asked the reason for Olivia's visit and her desire to meet Isla. Olivia explained that she needed to speak personally with Isla, who was interested in working at the edit, and now she was studying magic. During their walk together, Violet asked Olivia about the details of her recent meeting with Lord Daniel. A little embarrassed, Olivia admitted to her friend that her relationship with the Lord had become romantic, and now they were a couple. Violet admired the beauty of the ring given to Olivia and reminded her friend to invite her to the wedding ceremony. Fantasizing about the future, Violet suggested that Olivia and Lord Daniel would have very beautiful children, and unexpectedly asked if Ray was aware of the changes in her friend's life. Olivia replied surprisedly that she hadn't seen Ray at the academy yet, but assumed he must be somewhere nearby. Violet explained that Ray is currently busy teaching and occasionally replacing other mages in the tower. In addition, Violet noted that he had started appearing frequently at the magic faculty, which was very unusual. The girl explained that at the moment, he is performing the duties of the tower head, combining them with research, so seeing him is very rare. Violet strictly ordered her friend not to tell the boy about her relationship with Lord Daniel under any circumstances. She pointed to a discreet door behind which Isla's laboratory was located, and warned her friend to be careful. The girl drew Olivia's attention to the fact that dangerous experiments with poisons were being conducted in the laboratory, and advised her not to touch anything. Before Olivia entered the laboratory, Violet gave her a toy bunny, and explained that if she pressed it, she would leave immediately. Smiling, Violet explained that this hair was made for her as a child by Ray, who at that time, according to her, was a very sweet boy. The girl added that the toy is connected to her bracelet by magic, and if you click on the hair, the bracelet will light up, signaling that her friend needs help. Olivia, noticing the affection Violet felt for the toy, suggested that Ray liked her a lot. With an indignant huff, Violet hurried to assure Olivia that Ray was not her type at all. Finally, the girl asked her friend again to press the toy hair when she was about to leave, so that she could say goodbye to her. As Olivia watched her friend leave, she thought with a smile that even as a child, Gray used magic to create trinkets. Memories of him brought a slight sadness to Olivia, and she thought she would like to have an equally affectionate brother. Upon entering the laboratory, Olivia was surprised to note that Isla was nowhere in sight. Olivia remembered that since returning to the academy, she visited Isla's dorm every day, but her friend was never home. Finally, one day, through the servants, Olivia received a note from Isla inviting her to a meeting in the laboratory. When Olivia entered, Ayla greeted her with a discreet smile. She invited her to sit down and promised to return soon with tea. Upon returning with a tray in hand, Ayla told Olivia that she had prepared tea with rare flowers, famous for their ability to relieve fatigue. Inhaling the delicate aroma of the tea, Olivia praised Isla's exquisite taste and the beauty of the tea set. While serving the tea, Ayla asked with a smile if Olivia would like to dip a silver spoon into the cup before drinking to check if there was poison in the drink. In a calm voice, Olivia replied that she was sure that if there was poison in the tea, Isla would have an antidote. After taking a sip of tea, Isla asked Olivia if she really thought she was such a good person that she didn't even think about poisoning her. In a confident tone, Olivia replied that she was well aware that it was beneficial for Isla to keep her alive, at least for a while, in order to achieve her own goals. Determined not to waste time on trivial conversations, Olivia moved on to the purpose of the visit, and began to talk about a girl named Mary Jane who had applied for a job at the edit. Not hiding her mockery, Isla noted that all the threads of this story lead to Oscar, and that it was he, most likely, who advised Mary Jane to contact the company. Isla admitted that she had wanted to meet her for a long time and was very happy that Olivia had come to this meeting today. Changing the topic of conversation, the girl unexpectedly asked Olivia why she didn't visit Temur last year. As planned, hearing this question, Olivia became even more convinced that her role in this story was not solely limited to the deal with the Crown Prince. After all, their first meeting took place at the Spring Festival, and even if this detail has undergone changes, does this mean that Ayla herself has changed? Recalling the plot of the novel, Olivia thought that Ayla was the only friend of the main character Adriana. But despite this, she used Olivia and harassed her in every possible way. The story ended tragically. At the end of the novel, both girls died. Olivia decided not to beat around the bush and turning directly to Isla, asked why she had refused the opportunity to become the Crown Prince's wife. Sighing, Isla explained that she refused the marriage due to health problems, without going into detail. Olivia knew that the Sabine family, from which Isla came, was famous for its ancestor, who was a seer. Unfortunately, the rare gift of foresight, inherited by many descendants of the Sabine family, often turned into a curse for them. Many family members went mad, unable to cope with the gift of foresight that befell them, while others died at an early age. To avoid a sad fate, the Sabine family made an agreement with the imperial family, destroying all records related to the gift of foresight. No one knew exactly what price the Sabine family paid for the information about their gift to be destroyed forever. Lost in thought, Olivia wondered why Ayla decided to share that information with her. Because it was a family secret of the Sabine family, which is why they made a deal with the emperor. Last summer, when Ayla entered the academy and the selection of a wife for the crown prince began, the future she saw in her dreams began to fade. She could not understand why everything was not going as she had dreamed, and she turned to Olivia with this question. Ayla even suggested that Olivia, like her, has the ability to see the future because her actions greatly influence the planned course of events. Olivia, trying to reassure her friend, said that her decisions were not influenced by prophetic dreams, but by the advice of her late mother. 3 years ago, her mother advised her to take up fencing, and a year ago to refuse to participate in the selection of brides for the prince, and continue her studies. Ayla knew that the Argon family, to which Olivia belonged, did not have the gift of foresight, so she was surprised to learn about her mother's advice. Olivia dared not admit that Lady Bonaparte is the protagonist of the romance novel she read, and that's why she tries to stay away from her. Ayla expressed her sincere opinion about Lady Bonaparte and noted that her excessive kindness is sometimes frankly annoying. This excessive softness, according to Ayla, only hinders her, condemning all her efforts to failure. Ayla invited Olivia to leave formalities behind and simply call each other by their first name. Olivia was perplexed. Ayla had seriously decided to ask her about her mistaken dreams. Ayla admitted that at first she was very upset by the incorrect prophecies, but little by little, she came to the conclusion that dreams do not predict the future, but indicate possibilities. She realized that even if she tried to avoid the events of her dreams, they still happened, but only the line associated with Adriana did not want to match reality. A conversation with Olivia helped Ayla understand that she needed to free herself from the influence of dreams, and this opened new horizons for her. In Sabina, where Ayla studied, they taught her that she should not interfere with the course of events in the dreams, and she should simply let herself go. Freed from these false attitudes, Ayla was able to choose what she wanted from the beginning, so she switched humanities for the magic faculty. It was thanks to Olivia's actions, which broke the script predicted by her dreams, that Ayla learned not to follow it blindly, but to see in them a guide for action. Meanwhile, Olivia's thoughts were occupied thinking about who could prevent the events of the novel from coming true, and her attention was drawn to Empress Josephine. The Duchy of Sabina was on the Empress's side, which made her a very influential figure, so Olivia decided to act carefully and not attract too much attention. Olivia congratulated Ayla on becoming a candidate for the crown prince's wife, which caused bewilderment in her new friend. Ayla never expected such congratulations because she didn't even participate in the selection. Meanwhile, guests for a family council were gathering at the Versace palace. Gerard, the head of the Versace family, warmly greeted those gathered there, rejoicing at the rare opportunity to see them all together. The conversation turned to the sons of Count Monet of the Eastern District, known for their talents. The works of art they created were worth fabulous amounts of money, and they generously donated most of their income to their family's nightly order. Olivia knew that the commercial enterprises of Bonds and Pox prospered, thanks to the support of the families living in their territories. The county of Cashuville, located on the outskirts of the Black Forest, was engaged in agriculture and food supply. All these families have been connected since the 12-year war, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Due to the harsh conditions, they had to stay united to survive. Contrary to popular belief, the founders of their union were not only Patricia Versace, but also other noble families. Gerard asked Daniel, as his son-in-law, to tell everyone about the deal Olivia made with the crown prince. Daniel reported that Leonardo, the crown prince of the empire, asked Olivia to become his protective sword. This news caused a storm of indignation among Count Monet, who was convinced that the prince was trying to seduce the innocent Olivia. Daniel hurried to continue, saying that during an audience with the emperor, where he represented the Versace family, poison was poured into Olivia's glass. This murder attempt convinced everyone present that someone was plotting a plan to destroy the Versace family and the entire north. It became known that Leonardo was preparing a rebellion against his mother, Empress Josephine, and was gathering allies. Olivia gave him her word to help him for 2 years while she was in Temir. Cecilia expressed her confidence that the girl, first and foremost, thought of the good of the North, risking her own life. The family members decided not to stand aside and to provide all possible help. Count Monet assured that his intelligence officers would provide Olivia with all the necessary information. Countess Cachubil promised to send an army at Olivia's disposal. Gerard offered to exchange important information through his son Kyle, who is in Temir. Daniel remained the official representative of the Versace family and could act as a coordinator for the efforts of all families. Gerard asked all members of the Entemir family to stay united and not to separate if any of them asks for help. He suggested raising a glass to the family unity they had not experienced for a long time. The family members cheerfully supported him and went to the banquet hall to continue the celebration in a close family circle. Meanwhile, in Olivia's chambers, a maid visited her to inform her of the guest's visit. Kyle, sitting comfortably on the sofa, was surprised by Olivia's gloomy appearance. Olivia did not explain the reasons for her mood and asked Kyle what had brought him to her at such a late hour. Kyle announced that he had come to take her home and that a carriage with a pair of horses was already waiting for them. Kyle was worried and wondered if Daniel was really good to Olivia and loved her. Since Olivia was born, Daniel has always taken care of her like a loving older brother. Kyle was grateful that Daniel cared for Olivia even more than for his own sister Daisy. Feeling guilty for their past, Kyle apologized to Olivia for distancing himself from her after their mother's death. Olivia understood that Kyle's apology was directed less at her and more at the past of Olivia that he remembered. Kyle explained that at first, he and his father found it hard to see Olivia, so Daniel took care of her. Olivia assumed that Daniel simply sympathized with her during that period. Kyle agreed that at first it was sympathy, but 3 years ago, when Daniel began teaching Olivia how to use a sword, everything changed. Kyle noticed that Daniel began to smile when he saw Olivia and realized that he was very interested in spending time with her. He admitted that he believed Daniel was in love with Olivia and wished him happiness with all his heart. Olivia decided that despite her past life, she would fight for the happiness of the people close to her. Olivia was willing to do anything and even make mistakes again, as long as those people she loved remained alive. The next morning, after a hasty breakfast, Olivia prepared for her visit to the Crown Prince's palace. The maid suddenly informed Olivia about the visit of a certain Arnold Bathory. But why did he show up so early? Arnold apologized for the early visit and began to explain the purpose of his visit. It turned out that Arnold wanted to meet Lord Kyle and had been planning to find him for a long time. Olivia was surprised by Arnold's request and asked why this man was looking for her brother. Arnold admitted that he admired Lord Kyle since childhood and wanted to become his student. Olivia agreed to arrange a meeting, but warned that Arnold would have to convince Kyle himself. Upon entering Kyle's, Arnold introduced himself and immediately expressed his desire to learn the art of the sword from him. Olivia hurried to introduce Arnold as her friend and asked Kyle to be polite. As a joke, Olivia tried to dissuade Arnold from studying with Kyle, offering Daniel as a teacher instead. However, Arnold firmly stated that he was fascinated by Lord Kyle's technique and wanted to become his student. Admiration for Arnold's words, Kyle jokingly asked if he really considered Kyle the best fighter in the entire North. To become his student, Arnold needs to defeat Olivia as Daniel's student, and this became a condition for continuing training with Kyle. Kyle noted with a smile that although he taught Olivia, for some reason, she did not use his technique in a real fight. To this, Arnold objected that during their fight, Olivia used Kyle's technique, and it was very impressive. Arnold's words touched a chord with Kyle. He was moved that Olivia had used his technique. Upon hearing this, Kyle proudly declared that his technique was ideal for Olivia, since Versace should use her family's style. Then, Kyle quickly handed Arnold the sword and promised to teach him the best techniques. Without missing a beat, Kyle called Arnold to attack, ready to defend against any assault. Daisy suggested that Olivia deliberately provoked Kyle to win over Arnold. Olivia, without denying it, admitted that she could not overcome such sincerity from Arnold. She understood his feelings because she herself was a fan of Daniel when she was a student. Suddenly, Daisy quietly informed Olivia about her imminent wedding to Kyle. Olivia joyfully congratulated Daisy and assured her that Kyle was easy to control. So if something went wrong, you just have to tell Olivia and she will fix it. Daisy replied by asking Olivia to take care of her brother, because he is not as cunning as Kyle. Olivia thought nostalgically of Daniel, who at that moment was meeting with northern families in Hershey. Leonardo greeted Olivia and noticed that she had finally arrived. Olivia, ironically, asked Leonardo to shake her hand, citing the fact that her hand hurt after their last stormy encounter. She asked if Leonardo had informed the emperor about her engagement, and if not, she asked him to do so as soon as possible. Leonardo jokingly noted that there was nothing suspicious about their communication. They were just discussing work matters, and added that this dress suited Olivia very well. Olivia coldly replied that she was not pleased with Leonardo's humor and the way he addressed her. Leonardo mockingly clarified what Olivia disliked so much. It was really the fact that he didn't call her by her full name, according to etiquette rules. Olivia, suppressing her irritation, admitted that she disliked the familiarity that the crown prince sometimes showed. Leonardo joked that Olivia, apparently, is very much in love, as she reacts very violently to his words, and immediately assured that he is always happy for her happiness. Olivia harshly confronted Leonardo, saying that such conversations were inappropriate between them. Undaunted, Leonardo asked what was going on with the wedding between Olivia and Daniel. Olivia was indignant at Leonardo's inappropriate jokes and noted that they had already found 3 candidates for his wife, so it was unclear what all these hints were for. Leonardo, paying no attention to Olivia's reaction, decided to steer the conversation in a business direction, and asked what, besides the question about the emperor, had brought her to the palace. An unexpected encounter with Rafla on the bridge took Leonardo by surprise. Rafla, smiling welcomingly, explained her appearance with the desire to meet Olivia. Olivia was surprised, because in the book, the princess is barely mentioned due to her illness, and the rumors about her beauty were greatly exaggerated. Olivia caught Leonardo's cautious gaze directed at Rafla and came to a conclusion about their difficult relationship. Rafla looked at Olivia with undisguised curiosity, noting her healthy appearance. Rafla's behavior enraged Leonardo, who abruptly interrupted the girl, accusing her of disrespect and lack of tact. The prince abruptly ordered the maids to take Rafla away, scolding them for their negligence. Olivia, seeing this scene, could not shake off the strange feeling evoked by the magical aura of the bracelet on the princess's hand. Leonardo's sudden grip on her head made Olivia worry. What happened to him? Leonardo, turning pale, referred to the headache that always plagued him after encounters with his sister. Some time later, Olivia found herself for the first time in the guest rooms of the crown prince's palace. Leonardo asked if Olivia liked the decoration of the rooms, because her future home with Daniel should look just as luxurious. Leonardo stopped in front of an old organ that belonged to the Argon family and invited the girl to play. Upon learning that Olivia was a skilled musician, Leonardo eagerly waited to see what piece she would choose. Olivia decided to play a melody that her brother frequently played on the piano. Olivia recalled with a sad smile how, as a child, she listened to the performance in a small church not far from her home. Music always fascinated Olivia. Her brother seemed capable of drawing the most incredible sounds from the keyboard. The canon performed by her brother seemed magical and enchanting to Olivia. Memories of her brother that used to bring her joy now only brought pain and sadness to Olivia. The girl, barely restraining her tears, admitted that she missed him and feared that he had already forgotten her. Olivia lamented the carefree times when her father was still alive, and her brother took care of her like a little girl. And now, a heavy burden has fallen on Olivia's shoulders. She needs to save her unfortunate cousin from certain death. Olivia's performance deeply moved Leonardo. He was sure that the girl had inherited the talent of her ancestors, the famous musicians of the Argon family. Leonardo compared Olivia's playing to the movements of a skilled spider, weaving its web with the finest threads, sometimes slow and fibrous, sometimes fast and swift. Seeing the girl's gaze, Leonardo assumed she missed someone very dear. A letter came to mind, written in Alfred's neat handwriting, which Leonardo kept in the case of a musical instrument. The author and recipient of the letter remained unknown, but Leonardo always felt that these lines were written from the bottom of his heart. The letter contained a touching declaration of eternal love and fidelity to a woman who will always hold a special place in the heart of the letter's author. Hearing Olivia play, Leonardo realized that he could no longer remain indifferent to her sadness. Hostility towards the Versace family and Olivia's father gradually disappeared, giving way to new, hitherto unknown feelings. Leonardo vowed to himself to protect Olivia, the last heir of the Argon family. For Olivia's happiness, Leonardo was ready to do anything. He changed a lot by her side. Leonardo firmly decided not to betray the girl who trusted him. Recalling the meeting on the bridge, Olivia asked Leonardo about the strange bracelet worn by the princess. Leonardo suggested that Raffla was interested in magic, hinting at Empress Josephine's origin from the Castle family. Many members of the Castle family were talented mages and controlled the Tower of Mages. Empress Josephine, not possessing magical abilities, was deprived of the opportunity to receive the title of mage. But Olivia was convinced that behind Raffla's modest manners lay a powerful force. Suddenly, a cunning plan occurred to Olivia to expose the princess and reveal the secret of her magic. To carry out this plan, they had to outsmart not only the Empress, but the entire magical community. Leonardo was frightened by the audacity of Olivia's plan, but immediately hurried to calm the girl, promising to protect her if she was in danger. Olivia said that Emperor Alfred was married twice and had children from each marriage. Hereditary power was passed down by seniority, regardless of gender or origin, but priority was always given to the children of the first wife. By law, Raffla was supposed to be second in line to the throne, but due to her difficult relationship with her mother, she remained in the shadow of her younger brother for a long time. Prince Reynold, at that moment, the maid, talking about Princess Raffla with her friend, did not hide her irritation. The rumors about the princess's genius as a child, according to the maid, were greatly exaggerated. In any case, a sharp change in the girl's character occurred after a serious illness, which is why her mother finally visited her. The maid shared gossip that Raffla was supposedly not the emperor's own daughter, and that was why Leonardo disliked her so much. Despite a difficult childhood and a cold relationship with her parents, Raffla achieved recognition and took her rightful place at court. The maid's conversation was interrupted by Lilia's voice, who told the girls to hurry up. Lilia loudly announced that the princess requested not to be disturbed, as she had no appetite today. And indeed, when the head of the maids entered the room and offered the girl soup, the capricious Raffla looked at the soup with disgust and declared that she would not eat it. Lilia patiently promised to convey Raffla's wishes to the kitchen, and they would prepare something different next time. Raffla unexpectedly decided to admit to Lilia that she had behaved incorrectly all day today. Lilia calmly confirmed that visiting others' palaces without permission actually violates social etiquette. Raffla, burning with envy, complained that she would never get such permission from the Leonardo, especially after seeing Olivia in the garden. Raffla, in a fit of emotion, swept the food off the table, indignant at the fact that everyone only wanted Olivia. Lilia, gathering patience, reminded Raffla of her meeting with the Empress today. Raffla stubbornly refused to go to the Empress, inviting her to go herself, if the meeting was so important to her. Meanwhile, Olivia returned to the academy after the weekend, full of energy and eagerness to learn. The girl was eager to start the group project on military history assigned to them. Olivia suggested that her project partner, Ian, focus on the topic of the consequences of war for common people. Yang agreed with her and pointed out that this way they could show the war through the eyes of ordinary people. The boy emphasized that although Olivia is against wars, her task is to analyze in order to warn people not to repeat past mistakes. Unexpectedly for everyone, Olivia admitted that she herself would vote for war if it benefited the state. Yang, surprised by her statement, suggested that she address the topic of the harm and benefit of wars, as this topic was close to her. He quietly added that he didn't understand nobles or their motives, but decided not to continue this conversation. Olivia has assigned roles in the project. Ian will look for information on the negative consequences of war, Ian on its benefits, and she will continue to work on general conclusions. The girl realized that Ian was behaving strangely today, as if provoking her into a conflict. Being left alone with Ian, Ian loudly asked who taught him to wield a sword so masterfully. Yang replied that this was the only thing he inherited from his father, who was a knight, thanks to which he later became a mercenary. Ian added with a smile that he was lucky in this regard, so he was very happy. Suddenly, Ian came up from behind and abruptly placed his hand on his shoulder. But what was he doing? There was a threat in the boy's voice, as he advised him to stay away from Olivia if he valued his life. Ian venomously replied that from the outside, everyone can already see how Ian looks at Olivia as his beloved. Not listening to the caustic words addressed to him, Ian abruptly declared that he would not allow Ian to get close to Olivia. Otherwise, he would have to take harsh measures. Yang defiantly looked at his classmate, confident that he would not resist the desire to fight him. With a threat in his voice, Ian suddenly asked what would happen to the arrogant aristocrat Ian when his immense confidence crumbled. And most importantly, is he capable of fighting at least Olivia Versace alone? He ended his tirade with a caustic question. Ian is capable of challenging all three families at once if he remains with them on opposite sides of the barricades. Or is he just so brave now? Zhang recalled that even a commoner can receive education at the academy, and that there is no privilege in it. Although admission to the academy, of course, is impossible without the support of an influential aristocrat. This did not change things. After this conversation, Ian concluded that Ian was hiding someone's powerful support and should be better watched. At the same time, Olivia noticed that Ayla appeared right in front of her and asked who she was waiting for. Ayla, smiling, replied that she was waiting for her to speak. Olivia immediately suggested walking to the Fencing Institute building, where there were usually few people. Ayla suddenly admitted that it was Sir Oscar who asked her to talk to Olivia about the topic of cosmetic production. Recalling last week, Olivia thought she shouldn't have felt sorry for Ayla when they met. Olivia decided to clarify the situation by asking why Ayla needed all this, and what rumors might arise if their plans became known. Thinking about Ayla's words, Olivia decided that since the conversation had gone this far, she should reconsider whether she should work with this girl. Ayla continued to persuade Olivia, offering to start producing and selling a lotion, whose recipe is now known only to a few maids. In addition, she proposed a fair distribution of income and would first have to pay Oscar's salary. Ayla directly stated that she knew who really created her shop, and of course, it was Olivia. She continued to congratulate Olivia on her talent for creating such things. Olivia responded calmly that everything was fair, that she was doing the work and was being paid for it. She emphasized once again that Oscar decides all financial matters with her, and that developing the recipe is among her responsibilities. Alone with herself, Olivia recalled those moonlit walks with Daniel that she missed dearly. She wondered, trying to determine the main villain of this story, if it would be Ayla, who was also fighting for her place under the sun. Olivia's thoughts turned to Daniel, whose arrival was scheduled for tomorrow. She had already started fantasizing about Daniel's future after he becomes a baron, because a place on the council of 6 families is not given just like that. Cezanne, suddenly spotting Olivia, invited her to join her company, pretending they were old friends. Olivia chuckled because this girl, Cezanne Monet, the daughter of a count, became a candidate for the role of the crown prince's wife instead of her. Olivia could play along with Cezanne, but so far their relationship did not allow for such falsehood. Olivia politely declined, citing the fact that she already had an appointment and was hoping for another opportunity to communicate. Olivia understood that she wouldn't be able to simply get rid of the obsessive Cezanne. The plot of this novel was too confusing. Suddenly, Adriana appeared next to them, tripping and dropping her food tray. The plates shattered loudly, and food and drinks flew in different directions. The unluckiest of all were Cezanne and Olivia, who was next to her. As food and drink stained their clothes, Olivia noticed how a girl named Natalie, standing next to Cezanne, silently caused Adriana to trip. Cezanne, not understanding the situation, accused Adriana of clumsiness and severely reprimanded her. Olivia realized that this incident, according to the author's plan, was supposed to bring the main character closer and the heroine, but something went wrong. Cezanne smiled maliciously, hinting that this was not the first awkward situation Adriana had caused. This time, Olivia decided to remain silent, although she, like Cezanne, was splashed by the food, and it was very unpleasant. It was clear that the fragile and defenseless Adriana, with her naive eyes, would be perceived by everyone as a victim of circumstances, and Olivia as a hardened criminal if she retaliated now. Olivia understood that everything that happened would be interpreted in favor of the main character. Even though she was not to blame, Olivia thought annoyed that during her entire stay in this damned novel, she had already received as many sidelong glances as she had never seen in her entire life. The girl admitted to herself, annoyed that this sweet and kind Adriana was already starting to irritate her to anger. Cezanne angrily reminded Adriana that this was not the first time she had spilled drinks, hinting that she would not tolerate it anymore. Adriana tried to justify herself, saying that Olivia saw everything herself, i.e., how Natasha made her trip. Adriana tried to communicate with Olivia and asked her to confirm that everything was exactly as she said. Olivia thought annoyed, because now her action could be considered revenge for the grape juice she spilled last time. Olivia addressed Cezanne using the male title of her father, which was of lower status than the title of Count held by Adrian's father. Olivia defiantly asked Adriana if she had proof of her words, or if she made it all up. Wanting to make her look bad, Adriana timidly objected that Olivia misunderstood everything and that she, as a noble lady, would listen carefully to any explanation. Olivia suddenly expressed everything on Adriana's face, noting that everyone knew about her arrogance and excessive pride. Gathering what little patience she had left, Olivia decided to explain the situation to Adriana. Olivia turned to the girl standing at a distance and asked her to honestly tell how everything really happened. Natasha, embarrassed, admitted that while passing by, she accidentally tripped Adriana's leg, causing her to drop the tray. Olivia looked sternly at Adriana and invited her to continue the conversation. Olivia would be happy to forget this incident if Adriana didn't constantly try to drag her into her intrigues. She looked coldly at Adriana and reminded her that she should apologize in such situations. Olivia ran out of patience and decided to reject the insolent girl. She deliberately knocked a tray of food and drinks over Adriana's head. Repeating her act, Olivia felt relieved to finally be able to defend herself. Suddenly, Olivia noticed that there was some commotion in the square, but why were so many people gathered there? Imagine her surprise when she saw Daniel among the newcomers. Daniel tenderly greeted his lover and invited her to go home with him. Adriana looked at Daniel with manifest admiration. He was the best in the world in her eyes. Adriana thought enviously that next to a man as handsome and majestic as Daniel, Olivia wouldn't even look at other men. Adriana couldn't understand how she hadn't realized earlier that Daniel was Olivia's lover. Daniel, turning to Olivia, noticed that their relationship had now moved to a new level. Olivia noted with a smile that Daniel could no longer find another girlfriend because she would always be there. Daniel said he had good and bad news for Olivia. Olivia looked at Daniel worriedly and asked the main question: did he manage to persuade the emperor? Daniel regretfully reported that the emperor was adamant and did not give consent to the engagement. The news Daniel delivered surprised Olivia, of course, but it didn't bother her much. Olivia saw nothing wrong with her and Daniel getting married without announcing their engagement. Late in the evening, a ceremonial carriage headed to one of the guest houses. The stranger politely asked the maid if Baron Bonaparte was staying here. The maid, pointing the stranger to the correct door, told him to go up to the second floor. At that moment, Charles, cursing out loud, discovered an unexpected guest in his room: Adriana, who was his daughter. The man, irritated, reminded Adriana of the academy boy she had recommended. Charles was outraged and described the guy as a commoner who appropriated someone else's surname and entered the academy with false recommendations. He reminded Adriana about her son and that the truth could ruin their lives, so meeting this boy should take place as soon as possible. Adriana calmly explained that the young man posed no threat, as he was sure the child died at birth. Hiding her irritation, she asked Charles if he had really called her just to talk about this young man. Charles angrily said that a year had passed since the child's birth, and if Adriana had hurried to find a worthy partner, this problem would not have existed. Outraged by her father's words, Adriana bitterly asked him if he was really offering his own daughter up for sale. Trying to compose herself, Adriana asked Charles how Anisha was. That was her daughter's name, whom he was hiding from everyone. He casually replied that the child was fine and there was no need to worry about it. He advised Adriana not to worry about the baby, and that, after meeting the Count's son, she should get him money. In conclusion, Charles demanded that Adriana pay for her stay at the hotel and leave the room, closing the door firmly behind her. Meanwhile, unexpectedly for everyone, Sir Kyle arrived at the Versace family mansion. Daniel suggested that Kyle's arrival was related to an unofficial agreement between the Versace family and the Crown Prince. Kyle pointed out that to convince all northern territories of his plan, they need to know all the details of the agreements. Daniel shared his fear that this situation might hurt the feelings of his future wife Olivia. In response, Kyle pointed out that his sister Olivia is not as vulnerable as Daniel believes. Olivia abruptly interrupted this discussion and asked them not to talk about her feelings. Pretending she wasn't there, she reminded everyone of the purpose of their meeting, as they needed to discuss Adriana's mind control abilities. Kyle supported her and started with the fact that he had already dedicated a whole year to research, trying to understand the true motives of the mysterious stranger. Olivia, without hesitation, stated that the unknown woman had special abilities that allowed her to subjugate the will of others. Olivia shared her concerns and recalled a strange feeling while talking to Adriana in the cafeteria. At first, Kyle was absolutely convinced that it was a special gaze and hypnotic from which it was impossible to hide. Olivia was tormented by bad thoughts, but as soon as she left the dining room, the strange feeling disappeared without a trace. Kyle realized that he had observed a similar effect in other people, confirming that mind control weakens with distance. Kyle wondered how the girl managed to manipulate people in a crowd, as it was difficult to make eye contact or be heard. Thinking, Kyle recalled that during their meeting, Adriana remained silent almost the entire time, as if she hadn't heard her interlocutor. Olivia suggested that if she could control Adriana's mind from a distance, and without words, then perhaps she was using telepathy. Olivia recalled that as soon as she turned around, she felt an intense gaze upon her, as if someone was deliberately sending her a signal. Thus, Olivia came to the conclusion that, even while remaining silent, Adriana conveys her thoughts and orders through some kind of special greeting. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, Adriana was running furiously, unable to hide her disgust. The brooch she was gifted turned out to be useless because even after 2 attempts, it had no effect on Lady Versace. Upon learning of Adriana's failure, the master could not hide his surprise and exclaimed that this simply could not happen. The master trusted the power of the artifact because this necklace had an incredible mind control effect. Imbued with magic, the master looked suspiciously at Adriana, suggesting that perhaps the problem was not the artifact, but her inability to use it. Adriana proudly stated that she could easily bend other people to her will. But with these two, she had unexpected difficulties. Adriana hurried her skirt and demanded money from the master for a new dress for the next masquerade ball at the academy. The master looked at Adriana reproachfully, reminding her that a year had already passed, that the results of her activities were not visible, and that she constantly demanded money. Adriana defended herself and accused the master of initially providing her with false information about Lady Versace. Adriana, losing patience, demanded that he find another way to get close to the crown prince, because this could not be done through the Marquis and Lady Versace. Realizing the situation was out of control, the master decided to temporarily disappear from the city to seek help from an influential person. Despite Adriana's failure, the master promised that she would receive the money from the butler. In a fit of anger, Adriana got angry, imagining how Olivia would simply become the baron's wife, while she herself became the prince's fiancée. Dreaming of revenge, Adriana vowed to herself that she would definitely bring Olivia under her will, turning her into a weak-willed puppet. Leonardo and Giorgio returned to the imperial palace, and Olivia spent all this time trying to understand Adriana's strange behavior. Daniel looked at Olivia worriedly and noticed that her voice sounded somewhat unusual today. Olivia complained of a headache and admitted that everything happening around her was too tiring. Daniel looked at the flowers arranged around the garden and admitted that he preferred greenhouses. Olivia smiled affectionately and called the greenhouse their shared secret place. Suddenly, Daniel handed Olivia a beautiful flower and proposed to her. Daniel took a ring out of his pocket and said that last time, he gave Olivia an engagement ring, and this is a wedding ring. With fear in his voice, Daniel asked for Olivia's hand so he could put the ring on her finger as it should be. Olivia happily agreed to become Daniel's wife. She had dreamed of this her whole life, so, on this moonlit night, Olivia Versace and Daniel Meridian swore love and fidelity. The next day, an important meeting took place in the Sun Palace, where Daniel's upcoming marriage was discussed. And Olivia, the emperor, was clearly displeased and immediately asked Leonardo if he knew about the marriage proposal submitted this morning by the Versace family. Leonardo calmly confirmed that he knew about Olivia's engagement to Sir Daniel Meridian. After ensuring Leonardo was aware of the situation, the emperor sharply asked if this bothered him. The emperor lost his patience and angrily asked Leonardo why he couldn't win Olivia's heart all this time. Having all the opportunities, the emperor angrily ridiculed Leonardo, hinting that the crown prince had been overlooked by the family of a common baron. And commoner, instead of making excuses, Leonardo stated that he had managed to secure an important commitment from Versace to become guardians of the empire. The emperor, clearly surprised, asked if this promise meant military support, and the readiness of the 6 northern families to side with Leonardo. Thinking aloud, the emperor noted Count Versace's astuteness, who entrusted the protection of Olivia to the future head of the family. Daniel, the emperor, admitted that he had no reason to reject Versace's marriage proposal, because this could lead to the cancellation of all contracts. Leonardo understood that the situation was complex and required careful reflection and investigation. A plan matured in Leonardo's head to find and punish Raymond's murderers and transfer the child's remains to the imperial tomb. Leonardo decided to involve Sir Daniel in this mission before he officially joined the family. Leonardo conceived the idea of assigning Daniel to lead a squad to capture drug traffickers. Wanting to give him a chance to prove himself, the emperor reminded Leonardo that Daniel could not give Olivia the title of Baroness, emphasizing the importance of the alliance with Versace. Leonardo assured his father that he would closely monitor the Versace family, just as the emperor did. The emperor noted nostalgically that it had been a long time since he had such frank conversations with Leonardo after Versace's accusations, admitting that his son had matured a lot. Furthermore, the emperor reflected on the importance of the northern lands, which represented half of the empire's military power, and the support of the northern families. Suddenly, Princess Raffla burst into the room and demanded that she be allowed in immediately with her father. The emperor was outraged by Raffla's insolence, who burst into his room without permission or a request for an audience. Raffla, embarrassed, apologized for the breach of etiquette, explaining her insolence as an urgent matter. The princess enthusiastically approached the emperor with an unusual request to appoint Sir Daniel as her personal bodyguard. Embarrassed, Raffla confessed to her father that she had been in love with Sir Daniel for a long time. The emperor flatly refused, reminding his daughter that Sir Daniel was Versace's man, and that they had already promised him another, and that he would appoint her a knight among worthy candidates. Raffla, annoyed, reminded her father that all power over the empire belonged to him, hinting at the possibility of fulfilling her wishes. In an attempt to convince her father, Raffla warmly assured him that this was the first and last time she would ask for this, and that she would not ask for anything else. Tired of his daughter's stubbornness, the emperor asked Sir Milo to take the princess away. Before leaving the room, Raffla, desperate, reminded her father again that this was the first request she had ever made in her life. The angry emperor called his daughter a stupid child, recalling Sir Daniel's engagement to Olivia, and the fact that he would become not only a knight, but the head of the Versace family. Inaccessible to her, enraged by Raffla's act, the emperor forbade her from appearing in the Sun Palace, and reminded her that she had no power in the empire. The ruler knew that after the northern families confirmed their alliance with Leonardo, many of the aristocrats who supported Josephine would now be willing to join their future emperor. Confident in his victory, the emperor decided that the time had come to take decisive action. Suddenly, Empress Josephine appeared in the hallway and, seeing Leonardo, noted his presence with feigned joy. Leonardo greeted his mother with cold courtesy, expressing his pleasure at meeting her. Josephine, wanting to hurt her stepson, mentioned Olivia Versace's engagement, suggesting that this news bothered him. Leonardo was only bothered by the possible connection of Sir Daniel with the imperial family, believing that such a talented person deserved more. Josephine did not see this as a problem because Versace never claimed the throne. Encounters with Josephine always gave Leonardo an unpleasant feeling of falsehood emanating from her. Josephine, who considered Leonardo an arrogant boy, was ready to end the conversation if it weren't for Raffla's presence. Sighing deeply, she defiantly left the hallway and closed the door forcefully. Raffla was lost. Only one request to her father, and she was not heard. Upon meeting Rael, who was looking directly at her from the mirror, she immediately complained about her father, who refused to grant her request. Rael sarcastically commented that it was no wonder they didn't listen to Raffla, because she was practically a stranger to the emperor. It turned out that the reason for Raffla's distress was Daniel's upcoming marriage, and Olivia, which the groom had no intention of canceling, despite the possible cancellation of the imperial decree. The mother's words about the need to be obedient and kind seemed like nonsense to Rael, because Raffla's efforts bore no fruit. Rael was angry. So much effort was spent on Olivia, and Raffla, having received so much attention from her, didn't even seek to meet her. Ignoring the reproaches, Raffla assured him that her mother loved her and always gave her valuable advice. Suddenly angered, Rael demanded that she give him what she had asked for 2 years ago, promising to grant her any wish in return. Raphaela's confusion, not understanding the reason for his anger, only worsened the situation, accusing her friend of indifference because she hadn't even thought of him for 2 years. Rael decided to remind her of Raymond's murder. At the same time, Josephine appeared in the room, having come here to find Rael there. Upon learning that she was being sought, Rael confirmed the Empress's assumptions that Raphaela's body was not yet completely under her control. Josephine was surprised that Rael hadn't completely taken over Raphaela's body yet, and believed that the plan had failed. Rael explained that to take full control, Raphaela needed to suffer, and crueler treatment from her mother would only accelerate this process. Josephine believed the fault lay in an insufficient dose of poison on that fateful day. Knowing exactly what drove Raphaela to seek out Rael, she was very surprised. Rael recounted from the enchanted girl's body how Raphaela, having approached the emperor with a request to marry Daniel to her, suffered a fiasco and her request was rejected, having asked the empress for permission to take over the castle title, even if it was in someone else's body. Rael was already anticipating the pleasure of revenge. Josephine supported his efforts because the family needs protection, and who better to provide it than Rael? History says that mages, as a rule, preferred to stay away from society, despising people, and to protect themselves, they created the Castle family, collecting and raising children with magical abilities. However, over time, selfishness prevailed over sanity, and in a desire for even greater power, the Castles began to enter into marriages between relatives. It was these closely related unions that led to the appearance of weak children, and the disdain from the clan resulted in the appearance of a person like Rael. Josephine, without doubting Rael's abilities, was surprised that he had not yet used spell magic. But Rael had his own motives, because the more Raphaela suffered, the more firmly his spirit rooted itself in this body. The insidiousness of Rael's plans astonished Josephine, because having found the desired man, Raphaela will only suffer more from his subsequent loss. The Empress even offered to give her what she wanted and then take it away, causing her even more pain. She remembered how important it is to maintain the deception and not reveal the true appearance so that no one, not even the Emperor, guesses it. Admired by Josephine's intelligence, Rael couldn't wait to completely move into a new body. The process was quick and almost painless. Rael's soul began to leave the body of its former owner. Moments later, the transmigration of souls was complete, and Rael could feel the beauty of her new appearance. These new feelings, previously unknown, intoxicated and enchanted her, opening infinite possibilities for her. Night fell over the city, wrapping Olivia in its arms as she spent time in the bedroom. The long wait for a response from Daniel made her nervous, and she decided to call his room herself. Olivia couldn't imagine having to look at Daniel without clothes, because that's exactly how she saw him a second later. Surprised by her appearance, Daniel was confused and immediately didn't know what to say. Justifying herself embarrassedly, Olivia admitted that after what she saw now, she even forgot why she had come. Having regained some sense, she remembered Leonardo's words, recalling that she came to Daniel. It turned out that an incident related to the murder of the imperial family had occurred at the Taj Mahal. Daniel considered the idea that the modest Versace princess could be involved in this absurd. This incident could lead to the collapse of the dynasty and the death of the Versace family. Leonardo's underestimation haunted Olivia, who saw it as an attempt to hide the truth. Kyle's appearance, asking Olivia about the reason for her visit, only added intrigue to this strange situation. After reprimanding Olivia for indecent behavior, he asked about the topic of conversation with Daniel. Olivia's indignation was provoked by the Emperor's statement about the poisoning, which cast doubt not only on the legitimacy of the government, but also on the family's reputation. Kyle assumed it was an attempt to protect the honor of Olivia's mother. He recalled that his mother loved Sir Milo, as his uncle had told him during his visit to Hershey. Kyle's story about his uncle's tender feelings for the newborn Olivia moved the girl, but she never expected him to start pointing at and caressing her head. Indeed, Kyle's attempt to pat Olivia on the head was met with strong protests from Olivia. Olivia decided to investigate the situation with her sister, suspecting that Kyle was the cause of her bad mood. Kyle affirmed that their date was perfect and that he didn't understand the reasons for the change in Daisy's behavior. Olivia was outraged because Daisy hadn't left the room, refusing to eat or communicate. Fearing that the crisis in the relationship would affect the engagement, she decided to talk to her sister immediately. Organizing her thoughts, she headed to Daisy's room, determined to find out the reason for her seclusion. But a cold reception awaited her on the doorstep of the room, because Daisy was not in the mood for conversation. From Olivia's voice, she realized they were hiding something from her, and she began to worry about Kyla. Sighing with relief, upon learning that her brother was not in danger, she decided to ask the question that tormented her. Stuttering shyly, Daisy asked if Olivia had kissed her lover Daniel. She was interested in a spicy moment, if Olivia's lips were swollen after kissing the boy. Blaming Kyle for everything, Olivia began to ask how long these kisses lasted. Her curiosity knew no bounds, but she was very angry with her stupid brother who allowed this to happen. Embarrassed, Daisy decided to tell her everything in detail so that Olivia wouldn't think anything bad of her. Recalling last night's events, she felt transported to the La Debon store, where this whole story began. Realizing that Kyle was patiently waiting for her, Daisy hurried to meet him. Worried about her delay, Kyle was glad she was all right, although for a second it seemed to him that he wouldn't see the girl today. Offering to drive Daisy home, he gallantly opened the carriage door for her. But Daisy, who dreamed of a romantic moonlit walk, refused the ride and offered to walk. Dumbfounded, Kyle, of course, agreed to walk, understanding the importance of the first date. And only after a while did Daisy realize the mistake she made by refusing the carriage. Watching the dancing couples during the festival, she dreamed of being in their place. And now, walking next to her beloved, she invited him to always be together and attend all these parties. Kyle's words that he would never let her go sounded like a promise to both of them. Suddenly, Kyle's behavior changed. He didn't seem to recognize her and looked at her with a strange gaze. His words were filled with longing and pain, as if he were begging her not to leave him. Sharing Kyle's feelings, Daisy hugged him tightly and assured him that she wasn't going anywhere. Willing to do anything for his beloved, he promised to always be there until the last days of his life. As a result, they kissed for so long that very soon Daisy's lips were swollen and still hurt. Upon learning her friend's story, Olivia gave Kyle a small bottle of cream to take immediately to Daisy. Threatening him severely, she told him never to repeat such nonsense again and sent Kyle out of the room. Surprised by this reaction, Kyle couldn't understand what he had done to deserve his sister's anger. Daniel, who witnessed this scene, asked Olivia what happened between them. Answering evasively, Olivia tried to hide the truth because it wasn't her secret, but her friend Daisy's secret. After leaving instructions for her brother on how to treat Daisy's lips, she came up with the story that it was Kyle who kissed her by force, and he couldn't stop his impulse. While sympathizing with Daisy's torment, Olivia secretly envied Kyle's assertiveness that Daniel never had. After all, Daniel was always reserved and gentle with her, as if she were still a child. Olivia didn't know how to tell her desires to her lover, for fear of offending him. Deeply attached to Daniel, she secretly dreamed of a more passionate manifestation of feelings on his part. Daniel's unexpected question caught her by surprise, and Olivia decided to tell everything as it really is. She admitted that Daniel still behaves with her like a child, but the girl had long since grown up. Daniel, moved by her words, hurried to assure Olivia of his sincere feelings. He admitted that he was happy to see her reaction, because it confirmed his suspicions that she perceived him as a man, and not as a friend. Daniel once again confessed his love to Olivia, and said that he knows very well that she is no longer a child. Olivia reciprocated his feelings, and was glad that their chance meeting today had paid off. She asked him not to hold back and to kiss her, and the loving couple melted into a long kiss. At that moment, the emperor, enjoying the beautiful weather on the palace terrace, was conversing with his wife. He asked her what book she was reading, and if he wanted to read it too. The emperor was happy to see his wife in a good mood. He decided to announce Kyle and Olivia's engagement at the empress's birthday party. Speaking of this, he remembered the count's words that he, as an uncle, needed to be informed about this in advance. Smiling at the memories, the girl noted that this birthday would be a special event for everyone. The emperor shared his joy and said that Sir Daniel had agreed to support them and provide them with help from the North. He was proud of his son Leonardo, who managed to gain the support of such a strong ally as Daniel Meridian. He was determined to restore his power and protect his daughter from the empress's tyranny. Having clarified whether he was going to marry Raffla to the Baron, the empress emphasized the difference in their families' titles. She recalled that the Versaces held the title of Marquis, while the Meridians were counts. The wedding with Raffla should be a gift from fate for Daniel, raising his status, especially since the title of their courtiers has not yet been approved. Smiling, the emperor asked if Daniel would be happy with such a wedding gift. Cecilia perceived this marriage as the only sure way to protect her children from danger. Changing the subject, she asked her husband if he had visited Reynold, greatly missing her son. Judging by his words, Reynold found his vocation and became a respected teacher at the academy. Meanwhile, strange events took place in the imperial garden that could lead to tragedy. After all, Prince Rey, grabbing Violet by the neck, demanded that she answer an important question for him under threat of death. He wanted to know from the poor girl's mouth if all those rumors about Olivia that had spread throughout the palace were true. Filled with jealousy, he wanted to know the truth. If Olivia really had a lover attending her academy, he reminded Violet that Olivia belonged to him, and that it was her responsibility to look after her. Desperate, one of the maids tried to defend Violet and begged the prince to forgive her. After proposing a deal, the prince promised to release Violet if she told him the name of her opponent. Since she didn't want her friend to die, the maid revealed the name of Olivia's lover, whose name was Daniel, whom Violet, of course, knew very well. The maid said that Daniel is not only a representative of the Versace family, but also a close associate of Prince Leonardo of the Imperial Guard. The maid Sophia concealed information about Daniel, hoping to avoid trouble, not knowing that Prince Leonardo already knew him. Rey couldn't believe that the man courting Olivia was actually Daniel they were talking about. Realizing that Olivia's fiancé was Daniel, Rey became completely powerless. Meanwhile, Olivia was surprised to find that Arnold had hidden abilities about which he himself preferred to keep silent. Arnold did not consider himself completely talentless because he, like Olivia, dreamed of becoming an aristocrat. To achieve his goal, Arnold needed to pass his final exam at the academy in early September. Becoming noble was not an easy task for Arnold, as Empress Josephine and Castle prevented his ascent to the title of Duke. The final exam was just an excuse for Arnold to postpone the inevitable, but he didn't know how long he could evade his destiny. The conversation about nobility made Arnold think about Olivia's closeness to the crown prince, and he asked his mentor directly about it. Olivia denied her friendship with the prince and warned Arnold not to use people to achieve his own goals. Arnold suddenly reminded Olivia of Cassel, who took the place of the head of the West only after the sudden death of his father. Although there was no evidence of his involvement in this, Olivia replied that even if Arnold received the title of Duke, this would not guarantee him the position of head of the West. The meeting with the crown prince, in Olivia's opinion, promised nothing good for Arnold, beyond a formalized formula of support for the imperial family in exchange for help. Such an agreement would not have gone unnoticed, and by helping Arnold, the crown prince would have gained many enemies. Olivia wondered why this novel was filled with suffering people clinging to her as their only hope for salvation. Olivia decided to start her story with a funny tale, anticipating Arnold's reaction, who kept chuckling, not knowing what awaited him. After entering the world of the novel, Olivia learned many new things, for example, that a long peace weakened the empire, but Alfred I restored power to the emperors. However, the usurper Patricio, who took the throne instead of Cecilia, had no legal power due to the lack of support from his mother's relatives. When the second prince was poisoned with holy water, the aristocratic families again questioned the legitimacy of Patricio's authority. Empress Josephine took the reins of power into her own hands to create the appearance of imperial family support for the Versace family. Olivia made a deal with Leonardo to save the Versace family and the North from the fate that befell her, and the Duke in the original story. As a result of the agreement, it was revealed that Josephine and Princess Raffla have magical powers, and Adriana the gift of mind control. At the same time, the main villain of the novel unexpectedly helped Daniel in the investigation. 2 weddings were planned in the near future. Olivia would get engaged to Daniel, and Kyle Condesi. Arnold studied fencing, and Crown Prince Leonardo asked his mentor Olivia to become the guardian of the imperial sword. Meanwhile, Daniel returned to Hershey and held a meeting of the northern chiefs to gain their support. Due to all these events that occurred over the last 3 weeks, the world has ceased to resemble a novel, giving hope of salvation to our heroes. To contact the Countess's Guild, Daisy rented a pastry shop after 6 in the evening. Experience working with Oscar taught Olivia to manage money wisely, because even at the pastry shop, she had to wait her turn. Suddenly, a guest whom she was about to meet today entered Olivia's room. The appearance of Dorothy Pauman, representative of the Countess of Cashville, initiated an important conversation about Northern affairs. Kyle recognized Dorothy as the wife of his deceased comrade, Sir Pauman. It turned out that Sir Pauman sacrificed himself to save the cleanup crew from monsters, and Kyle gratefully recalled his feat. The modest Dorothy, whose mother created the Widows' Information Guild, did not consider all these thanks for her husband's feat necessary. Olivia asked if Dorothy knew the true purpose of their meeting. The Widows' Guild, led by Dorothy, was known for its knowledge in various areas. The widows had an extensive network of informants and confidants that allowed them to know any secret, from the personal lives of aristocrats to their financial situation. Olivia decided to check how deep Dorothy's knowledge of current events was. Dorothy said that a secret meeting of the 6 Northern chiefs took place 2 weeks ago. At Olivia's evening meeting with Leonardo, Sir Daniel Meridian reported on the situation at the border. Dorothy concluded that an agreement had been reached between Olivia and Leonardo that required Northern support for implementation. Furthermore, Dorothy suggested that the approval of Olivia's marriage to Daniel was one of the conditions of the agreement with the Crown Prince. Kyle pointed out that the widows, as always, are meticulously gathering information. Olivia responded by sharing information with Dorothy about the forces trying to eliminate the Versace family and turn the North against the Emperor. Empress Josephine, Princess Raffla, and Adriana remained under suspicion. The widows believed that Raffla and Adriana had magical powers. They presumably controlled the consciousness of the victims using their voices and special sound waves. Olivia's suspicions about Empress Josephine led Dorothy to believe that Olivia herself was interested in investigating Prince Ray. Olivia ordered the widows to conduct an investigation into Josephine's childhood and Adriana, as well as to gather information about the Kryinsky Count's family and Castle. In addition, Olivia requested a list of aristocrats from the West and East with a brief description of their characters. Dorothy assured Olivia that the lists of aristocrats would be delivered to the Versace mansion tomorrow afternoon. Olivia was tormented by jealousy because lately her fiancé Daniel had always been suspiciously busy. Kyle reminded her that Daniel, being in charge of the narcotics department under the orders of the Crown Prince, was forced to spend more time at headquarters. Olivia didn't like that Daniel was doing something so important that he couldn't tell her. She wondered if she had made a mistake by choosing such a proud and reserved man as a husband. Kyle assured her that Daniel was a great choice and that he was exactly the kind of man she wanted to be with. Olivia smiled and reminded him that she had a romantic relationship with Daniel, not a business partner. All this talk made Olivia even more eager to see Daniel. At that moment, Leonardo appeared, who wanted to talk to Arnold about his request, conveyed through Olivia. It turned out that Arnold asked Leonardo for a personal meeting. Leonardo expressed his displeasure with the fact that Arnold is telling everyone the state secrets, and especially Olivia, because now the entire North will know. Olivia assured him that Arnold was her close friend and that she would not tell anyone about the secret request. Seeing a list of names on the table, Olivia asked Leonardo what those documents were and why Daniel suddenly ended up in the narcotics department. Olivia explained that to strengthen Leonardo's position, it was decided to announce Olivia's engagement and Daniel on the Empress's birthday. According to the plan, after the announcement of the engagement, Daniel was supposed to lead the investigation department, but there was no official announcement of the alliance with the North yet, and the plans had to be changed. Giorgio intervened in the conversation and reported that Princess Raffla demanded that Olivia's engagement be cancelled. And Daniel, but Leonardo reassured Olivia by telling her that the Emperor had rejected the princess's request. Olivia, slightly calmed down, asked if Daniel knew about this. She was embarrassed by the idea that the beautiful princess might be interested in Daniel. Giorgio assured Olivia that Daniel was completely indifferent to the princess's antics. Giorgio's words calmed Olivia a little, because in reality, his words sounded very sincere. Olivia assured herself that this was not the first time a beautiful girl had paid attention to Daniel, and that this was completely normal. To distract herself from bad thoughts, Olivia decided to find out more about the drug department and asked Giorgio a question. George briefly described the department's responsibilities in investigating crimes related to drug trafficking. Drugs were not illegal in this world, which is why many became addicted to them. But the real problem was that crimes were committed under their influence. The difficulty was that there was no law under which an aristocrat could be arrested if the victim was also noble. It happened that they couldn't even initiate a case because, due to the victim's high position, no one had the right to reveal their name, so the prince often had to personally deal with such investigations. Leonardo decided that he himself would work in the narcotics department to uncover all the secrets under the guise of an investigation. Of course, this department was more for show, because the power of the aristocrats had to be taken into account. In one of the reports, Olivia found a list of people and was alarmed to see that they were all very young. Leonardo said that these were probably lists of those who hold drug parties in their private clubs. Olivia wondered if these were the same clubs where rich young men had fun with their faces hidden behind masks. Since there were only boys on the list, it means the victims were only girls. Olivia reasoned. The case was marked as closed, which meant that most likely the girl chose to hide everything. After all, none of them complained to the prosecutor, which means they couldn't punish the criminals. So they decided to simply send warnings to all influential families. Olivia was very angry about this. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to these crimes. She suggested secretly collecting evidence and punishing the perpetrators without revealing the victims' names. Giorgio reminded her that the law is the law. Nothing can be done without an official statement from the victim. So Olivia came up with a way out. She just needed to record the girls' testimonies, but hide their faces from the public eye. Giorgio decided that this was a good plan, because there would be fewer crimes and other girls would have the courage to report what happened, and the perpetrators would think twice before doing anything illegal. Arnold suggested discussing at least a couple of resolved cases to give the girls some confidence and force them to testify. This should give courage to the poor girls, especially if the perpetrators hold high positions. Arnold assured everyone that there would be no problems with collecting evidence and that he himself would like to work in the narcotics department. Leonardo agreed that it would be better for Arnold to first pass his final exams in September, and then, having received the title of Duke, he could officially begin his service. The task is not easy, but as soon as Arnold becomes Duke, his father's murder will be solved. Arnold was happy because he had been waiting for the opportunity to discover the truth for so long and avenge his father's death. He swore that he would never forget this favor and would faithfully serve the crown. Leonardo assured her that he trusted Olivia more, as she would be the main person in the investigation, and Arnold should be more careful because betrayal is punishable by death. Giorgio thought that infiltrating an undercover agent would be difficult. Olivia woke up. It was almost midnight, and she and Daniel hadn't seen each other before going to bed, as was usually the case. But first, you must find out how to achieve everything, because it is not necessary to be close to do it. There is a magic ball with which you can record everything that happens if you set it up correctly. Arnold wondered how to prepare this setup if they don't know what the criminals will talk about. Olivia replied that some keywords could be added that he would react to and would make the ball shine in the dark. Meanwhile, in a simple brick house, lost in the alleys of the 5th District, a department investigating drug-related crimes was operating. Daniel decided to install a listening device in a closed club, little suspecting that this day would bring him not only work, but also an unexpected encounter. Olivia resolutely entered the club, making it clear to those around her that she had not come here for fun, but to meet Daniel. Olivia introduced herself as Daniel's fiancé and began asking about him as if she knew nothing. A man approached Olivia, introduced himself as the leader of the investigation team, and, curiously, he asked if the two behind Olivia were her bodyguards. Guards! Daniel suddenly appeared and was very surprised to see Olivia in this place, and immediately asked her what she was doing here. Olivia calmly explained to Daniel that she came to the party as his companion, and that the two people accompanying her were security guards watching over her safety. Daniel became agitated and reminded Olivia of the danger posed by the place, known for its connections to drug trafficking. Olivia reassured Daniel by telling him that everything was fine because he himself would protect her. Having trusted his fiancé and friend, Daniel still asked his man to watch them closely. Olivia explained that they had decided to come separately, 2 in each carriage, to meet at the club. and not attract attention. Daniel was surprised by such a well-thought-out plan and asked Olivia if it was really her idea. Although outwardly Daniel was calm, he had a bad feeling inside, and he warned Olivia that many dangers could await them at this party. Olivia replied by pointing out that this is why she came, insinuating that Daniel should not have come alone. The girl emphasized that coming to such a place without a partner is a sure way to get into trouble. Olivia reasonably noted that such an attractive man as Daniel, if he were alone, would certainly attract the attention of many women. She insisted that Daniel should not have gone to that party alone, and her arguments sounded convincing. Olivia, not hiding her jealousy towards Daniel, made it clear that she had no intention of sharing him with anyone. Daniel, expecting further actions, asked Olivia what her plans were. Olivia shared her plan. First a little chat, and then a private walk with Daniel in the garden, away from prying eyes. Daniel warned Olivia that such walks with strangers in such places rarely ended well. Olivia paid no attention to Daniel's words and firmly decided that the walk would take place, and asked him curiously if he had been to this garden with girls before. Daniel replied seriously that he had never visited the garden with such intentions. Olivia was satisfied with the answer and said with a smile that she and Daniel would definitely take a walk in the garden tonight. Olivia admitted that she had wanted to spend time alone with Daniel in the garden for a long time. She explained that a walk in the garden was a good opportunity to quietly leave the party and dedicate themselves to the main thing they were there for. Daniel, a little suspicious, asked Olivia if she was trying to confuse him. Olivia gently kissed Daniel on the cheek, trying to calm him and assuring him that she had no hidden motives. The spacious building of the old mansion, where a rich aristocrat once lived, now houses the private club Havana, known for its atmosphere of mystery and luxury. Olivia noted that, although there were similar private clubs in other parts of the city, none could compare to Havana in terms of the luxury it offered its clients. Jessica, apologizing for being late, explained to Olivia that she was late because she had been doing her hair for a long time. Olivia suggested that her friend hurry up and take their seats because Ellen was already waiting for them at the reserved table. Ellen asked Daniel to tell Olivia everything about Princess Raffla so that there would be no unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. Daniel noticed that Ellen was not indifferent to Olivia and decided to find out the reason for her concern. Passion. Meeting Daniel's gaze, Ellen assured him that Olivia was just a good friend and an exceptional gentleman and nothing more. Before leaving, Ellen checked with everyone if they were ready to start their tasks. Olivia confirmed that she and Daniel were going to the garden to install the 8 communication balloons as planned. Upon leaving, Olivia instructed everyone that they should pretend to have a fight and leave in different carriages to create the impression that the lovers had quarreled. Walking with Daniel through the moonlit garden, Olivia confessed how good she felt next to him. In response to Olivia's confession, Daniel jokingly said he would quit his job and be near her all the time. Recalling their conversation in Temir, Daniel noted that he knew well that Olivia prefers affectionate men and doesn't like wasting time with criminals. Daniel reminded Olivia that she herself told him in Temir that he should be an ambitious person. He admitted to Olivia that he was upset and angry because she did not remember an important moment from their past for him. It was then that she remembered that Daniel had talked about their first meeting in Temir, when there was a fight between them, because Daniel did not present himself to her as a representative of the Versace family. Recalling that encounter, Olivia admitted that she still didn't understand his feelings for Daniel and, afraid of losing him, she grabbed his hand when he wanted to leave. Olivia sadly noted that she did not remember this incident at all, but Daniel still held cherished memories in his heart. Daniel reassured the upset Olivia by telling her that despite her forgetfulness, that day was the happiest of his life. Looking into Daniel's eyes, Olivia felt uncontrollably drawn to him, and her heart beat at the same time as his. Overwhelmed by feelings, Olivia wondered how their relationship would work, and if they could ever be together, but then she put all these thoughts aside and kissed her lover on the lips. Daniel, after checking the reliability of the rope thrown out the window, smiled and said everything would be fine. Olivia confidently stated that she knows how to hide better than anyone and is ready to teach it to anyone. She decided to place magic balls in places where there was no connection, because all the victims mentioned similar details in their stories. Daniel advised her not to waste energy, because he could return later and try to install the balls. Suddenly, Daniel was stunned when Olivia suddenly took off her skirt. Confused, Olivia explained that wearing a long skirt made it uncomfortable for her to climb the rope. At that very moment, Jessica sadly recounted how she met Daniel at the academy. But unfortunately, he did not remember this at all. The girl couldn't understand how he could forget her and continue living as if nothing had happened. Ellen, not sharing her feelings, remarked that she could always go home. Jessica shook her head, because her strict father only allowed her to return after becoming a true gentleman. Ellen smiled at her skills. "You can't even dream of being a gentleman." Trying to cheer her up, she said there was no need to be angry, because even mastering a combat technique is progress. Jessica wondered if she should really go home. At that moment, Ryle cheerfully greeted Ellen, whom he hadn't seen in such places for a long time. Ellen replied by asking if Ryle had given up his trade as a merchant. Ryle replied with a mysterious smile that he had something very interesting in store for him. He handed Ellen 2 capsules, assuring them that they were special because after them, no memories were left for the girls. Ryle explained that it is enough to dissolve the capsule in water and give it to the victim to drink, but he warned that it is dangerous to exceed the dose. Suddenly, Ryle asked if Ellen knew the girl sitting nearby. Ellen anxiously confirmed that he and Jessica were a couple, not understanding what the question was about. Ryle lowered his voice and warned that Ruth had been watching Jessica all night, and clearly not with good intentions. 2 years ago, Ellen was a known bully and hung out with a bad crowd, whose main leader was Ruth herself. Ryle insisted that Ellen take Jessica away immediately before it was too late. He literally pushed the guy and told Ellen not to thank him, but to take care of his beloved's safety. Ryle decided to personally explain to Ruth that Jessica was not just a beauty, but the girlfriend of his sworn enemy Ellen, hoping to earn her recognition. Meanwhile, having finished installing the magic balls, Olivia ordered Daniel to leave. Suddenly, Daniel tensed up and warned that someone was coming towards them. Somewhere nearby, they heard Paul's voice. He muttered quietly, dissatisfied, that they constantly had to do this job, and that it was already quite boring. Paul asked Ryle, surprised, why he decided to settle in this place again. Ryle explained that Ruth hadn't found another place yet, and now was not the time to tell her about Ellen's appearance. He recalled that Ruth is still angry with Ellen over that old story with the girl, and if she finds out about Jessica, she will surely want revenge on him. Olivia, overhearing this conversation, realized that someone had warned the bandits about the danger, which means there was a traitor in the headquarters. Alarmed, Ellen grabbed Jessica by the hand and ordered her to leave immediately. Jessica, not understanding anything, asked surprised what happened. Ellen replied that now was not the time for explanations. The main thing was to get out of here as soon as possible, and she asked her to trust him. She explained that she and Daniel had an agreement that if the figure she carried with her broke, she had to flee without looking back. Jessica was worried. What would happen to Olivia if they left this place without warning? Ellen reassured her, because those two are excellent with swords and will manage, and she needs to quickly put her cloak over her head so that her bright hair doesn't attract unnecessary attention. Jessica looked at him hopefully and said that she was strong and would definitely defeat everyone. Ellen suggested that they first reach the carriage, and then he himself would sit behind the carriage and take them out of here. Jessica complained that her legs hurt and asked if she should wait for him here. Ellen sighed deeply and, carrying Jessica on her back, ran towards the carriage. Jessica suddenly felt so warm and comfortable in her soul. She remembered how once he also carried her on his back, and it was so cool. Ellen, smiling at her memories, warned her not to rely too much on romantic stories, because in life, everything happens differently than in books. Jessica was indignant and replied that everything was written correctly in the books, and that there was no need to laugh at it. Ellen privately regretted getting involved in this story, because if it weren't for that letter, everything would have been completely different. The letter said that the daughter of her old friend was entering the same academy as Ellen, and they asked her to watch over her, preventing her from meeting a dangerous guy. Daniel worriedly assumed that someone from his department had leaked the information. Olivia agreed that this was very possible, but now she was more worried about Ellen because the bandits were clearly looking for Jessica. After this, the guy asked Olivia an unexpected question. He had heard about Princess Raffala. Olivia asked surprised what kind of princess this was and why she should know her. Daniel was on cloud 9 because every morning he woke up thinking about his beloved. It seemed to him that the whole world was focused on one woman, without whom he could not imagine his life. Olivia reciprocated Daniel's feelings, but vague concerns about the past haunted her. Olivia could no longer hide her anxiety and asked Daniel when he first fell in love. Daniel, slightly embarrassed, decided that Olivia really wanted to know the news about Princess Rafla, and not about his feelings. Olivia assured him that state affairs could wait, and that now the most important thing for her was to hear an honest answer to her question. Daniel admitted that he felt tender affection for Olivia since their first meeting. He especially remembered her unusual white hair like light dandelion fluff when she was very small. He recalled how, at the age of 15, she went to study at the academy, and Olivia cried bitterly saying goodbye to him. Upon returning 3 years later, Daniel was surprised to notice the changes that had happened to Olivia. She became withdrawn and did not seek meetings with him. But one day, the girl herself approached Daniel and asked him to teach her the art of fencing. It was important for Olivia to know that Daniel fell in love with her, and not the other girl she was in the past. Gathering courage, Olivia admitted that her soul moved into another Olivia's body when she turned 15. Daniel was surprised to hear these strange and frightening words that did not fit in his head. Olivia herself did not understand how she ended up trapped in someone else's body, forgetting her past life. Olivia spoke haltingly about what had happened, as if afraid that Daniel would not believe her. The girl was trembling, her head was spinning, and Olivia was about to collapse to the floor in shame and fear. Questions about what her lover would say to this tormented Olivia as she awaited Daniel's reaction. What he heard seemed like complete nonsense to Daniel, because he was sure that this was the real Olivia. He recalled that Olivia's first strange behavior began when she was about 11 years old. And at the age of 15, the girl, as if by magic, got rid of the quirks, and she became the same Olivia again. And at that moment, Daniel realized that he would never have given up his love, even if the truth had been revealed to him earlier. It was important for him that Olivia saw how much he loved her and believed every word she said. Despite the strangeness of the situation, Daniel was eager to hear the continuation of the most unusual story that happened to his beloved. Burning with curiosity, Daniel asked Olivia to tell him about her past life before coming to this world. Confused, Olivia asked to be given some time to organize her thoughts and tell everything in order. To distract herself from difficult thoughts, the girl decided to change the topic of conversation and asked Daniel about Princess Rafla. Daniel replied that during his time at the academy, he only spoke with the princess a couple of times. One day Rafla offered him her handkerchief, but Daniel politely refused the gift. Daniel recalled with a smile that lovers exchange handkerchiefs to show their affection. As a joke, Daniel asked Olivia if she would give him her scarf as a sign of confirming her feelings. Olivia laughed and replied that she hadn't had time to sew lately. Fortunately, she changed her mind in time to give Daniel a ridiculous scarf with embroidered roses, which turned out frankly poorly. Meanwhile, intense work was unfolding at the police station in the anti-narcotics department. Ellen showed Giorgio 2 suspicious capsules found on the arrested drug trafficker. Giorgio, continuing the interrogation, asked Ellen if she had managed to obtain new information from the criminals. After hearing that Jessica had become a sacrificial lamb, Giorgio asked Ellen to explain what that meant. Ellen explained that the criminals used this phrase to refer to those girls from the private club who were supposed to be their next victims. She still didn't dare tell Jessica everything, fearing for her condition. Answering another question, Ellen admitted that she overheard the bandits' conversation by accident, so she couldn't say anything else. While the interrogation was going on, Ellen impatiently waited for the recording of the wiretap installed in the club to finish. Giorgio emphasized that despite the risk, they are obliged to neutralize the criminals and save the innocent girls. The main problem was that the club owner was a relative of the criminals, and it was impossible to act without solid evidence. Leonardo suspected that there was a traitor in the ranks of the police who was passing information to the criminals. Daniel confirmed his conjectures, citing evidence that the criminals were informed about the imminent raid. To identify the traitor, Leonardo ordered a list of all persons involved in developing the operation to be compiled. Fortunately, thanks to the wiretaps, it was possible to record the conversation of the criminals, incriminating them for committing crimes. Daniel reported that they managed not only to prevent new victims, but also to obtain testimonies from girls who had already been victims. Without a moment's hesitation, Daniel gave the order to arrest the criminal Ruth and close this damn club. He listened carefully to the recording again with the arrested person's father to make sure the voice really belonged to Ruth. Ruth's father sadly recognized his son's voice on Lord Daniel's recording and asked him worriedly about his fate. Lord Daniel reported that 3 aristocratic women had already testified against Ruth, accusing him of a brutal crime that would not go unpunished. To protect the Count's family from shame and punishment, Lord Daniel invited his father to sign a document expelling Ruth from the Sorbonne family register. Ruth's father understood that making this difficult decision was the only way to protect the family's honor and put an end to the series of problems caused by his son's recklessness. At that moment, the enraged Ruth, being in captivity, could not understand how her father dared to betray him. Forgetting his noble position and origin, the young man angrily recalled his title as heir to the Kendall family of Sorbonne and demanded proper treatment. The father looked at his son with pain and disappointment, seeing not a drop of remorse in him for the actions he had committed. To Ruth, everything happening seemed absurd. Until the end, she expected her father's support, assuring him that she had been the victim of a setup. In a cold tone, the father announced Ruth's expulsion from the Sorbonne family, advising him to cooperate with the investigation for his own benefit. Meanwhile, Violetta looked at the lotion sample Olivia had given her with obvious curiosity. Waiting for her opinion, Olivia spoke approvingly of the lotion, noted its good quality, and promised to share reviews with her friends soon. Recalling the sensational drug trafficking case at the Club Habana, Violetta decided to reveal to Olivia the shocking truth associated with this case. Violetta admitted that it was she who created the drug that was sold in Havana. The girl hurried to explain that initially, these were common headache pills, developed by her as part of a semester assignment. The assignment was to create an effective medicine for headaches with an additional hypnotic effect. Violetta said that in the process of working, she mixed a rare herb with snowstorm, not knowing about the side effects of their combination. Olivia then asked for the names of the professor and his assistant who could confirm Violetta's words. Without a second thought, Violetta named Professor Cedric and his assistant Gale, adding about the danger coming from Princess Raffla. Violetta had a bad feeling, so she strongly advised Olivia to stay away from the princess. Olivia was surprised by the mention of dreams, as Violet had never complained about them before. It turned out that the dreams stopped after her brother started adding a drug to Violetta's tea. According to the girl, the medicine was intended to control children with unusual abilities. The danger of the drug lay in its side effects, which included memory loss and the inability to recognize one's own family. Olivia doubted the reality of such side effects, considering them fiction or exaggeration. She tried in vain to find a reasonable explanation for the situation, but her thoughts constantly returned to the strange actions of the imperial family. Olivia wondered about the emperor's motives, because having a gift, he himself might need the duke more than anyone. 2 days before the ceremonial banquet, Justilla began active efforts to regain power. From that very morning, the empress personally supervised all preparations for the upcoming holiday, giving orders to the servants. The court ladies were surprised by the empress's unexpected intervention in palace affairs. No one doubted that the empress decided to regain her lost influence and power. Now, even holding a simple tea party required her approval and personal instructions. Entering the rose salon, intended for her, Josephine was discovered indignant by the empress and her entourage. Josephine abruptly demanded everyone to leave, reminding them of her right to this premises. Having received no reaction to her words, she was extremely surprised by the indifference of those present. The empress coldly noted that all this time she had been expecting a greeting and proper treatment for herself, according to her status. For her insolence, Josephine immediately received a resounding slap from the empress. Outside Sidera, the empress ordered the guards to put the daring concubine on her knees. Josephine was shocked by the empress's audacity. Anger invaded her. The empress arrogantly replied that she was simply putting things in order in her palace and would not allow any concubine to tell her what to do. Josephine, enraged, accused her of hypocrisy and pride while trying to recover from the slap. The empress arrogantly declared that this time she would turn a blind eye to her trick, but warned that this would not happen again. Josephine supposed that the empress's confidence was due to the decisive actions of the House of Lords. She smiled, realizing that such courage from the empress was dictated solely by fear. Josephine warned the empress that her behavior could have a negative impact not only on state affairs, but also on the future of her son. The angry empress declared that only she could make decisions in the empire, and that it was time to dissolve the House of Lords completely. To top it all off, she disdainfully accused Josephine of treating her own son horribly. Josephine could not stand such a reproach. She ordered Milo to take his hands off her and wanted to head for the exit without anyone's help. Before leaving, Josephine threatened the empress, promising that she would regret her behavior. The empress didn't bat an eye and calmly ordered the guards to escort the concubine out and close the door behind her. She was not at all scared by Josephine's threats because the empress felt strong and was ready to defend herself. Finally, the empress's birthday arrived, and the palace shone with festive lights. The guests greeted Emperor Alfredo and Empress Justilla with bated breath, resplendent in the light of luxury. Crown Prince Leonardo greeted those present, but everyone noted the absence of Princess Josephine. Rumors immediately spread throughout the palace that Josephine had fallen from grace, and her status had now been lowered. Everyone realized that the rumors about the current Empress Justilla's return to her former influence turned out to be true. Josephine, who only heard about the celebration by hearsay, was choked with anger and swore revenge on Justilla. Empress Justilla gave a touching speech in which she apologized for her long absence and promised to rule the people of the empire wisely. Suddenly, the empress invited Kyle and Olivia to come forward and declared them part of the imperial family. Amidst the applause of the guests, Justilla spoke about Olivia and Daniel's engagement, which made Olivia the fourth contender for the throne. Then the empress introduced Kyle to all the guests, who became third in line to the throne. Emperor Alfredo addressed the guests with a speech in which he congratulated those gathered and expressed his joy about the engagements. Alfredo called the unification of the Versace and Meridian families a great help to imperial power. The emperor decided to give generous gifts to his nephews in honor of their engagement. Alfredo again recalled that the loyal North Versace family had always been on equal footing with the imperial family. He praised the Meridian family for partnering with Versace and making efforts to catch the criminals. Alfredo expressed the hope that the younger generation would serve the dynasty even more faithfully. Versace received the title of Marquis, and Meridian received the title of Count. The emperor asked Versace not to compromise the honor and dignity of the family, and also invited Meridian once again to become counts, knowing of their previous refusals. Alfredo called the day special due to the return of his wife and the announcement of their engagement, and after the speech, he invited the empress to dance. Meanwhile, Olivia and Daniel secluded themselves to discuss the title they received. The girl reminded her beloved that it was not customary in her family to accept such gifts from the emperor, and Daniel confirmed his beloved's words. Olivia, despite Daniel's words, wanted to know for sure what his decision would be. Daniel admitted that he values Olivia very much and wants to make her life safer, even though he doesn't have the power to make her empress. Olivia assured Daniel that she was happy to take his surname. Moved, Daniel swore to live from now on for the sake of his beloved daughter, who would soon become his wife. To hide from everyone's attention, the couple decided to take a walk in the night garden. Olivia was delighted to see that her favorite childhood spot had not changed at all. Suddenly, at the same moment, Crown Prince Leonardo approached Jessica, who was sitting alone on the bench. Jessica, looking surprised at Leonardo, remembered that the last time they met was at the academy. Leonardo replied that he remembered the unusual color of Jessica's hair then. The girl got angry and reproached Leonardo for pretending not to recognize her at the academy, but she entered there deliberately to meet him. Jessica asked Leonardo to simply call her by her name, without false or flattering words. Leonardo, recalling his childhood, told Jessica that he promised to marry her when he became crown prince. The prince confessed to Jessica that after his departure, he wrote her marriage proposals for several years, but he never received a response. Jessica explained that her father was against their marriage, and then added that feelings are changeable. Like nature itself, despite everything, Leonardo asked Jessica if the old feelings between them were still there. He enthusiastically admitted that he still felt sympathy for her. Jessica coldly noted that she was attracted to monogamous men, unlike Leonardo, and cited Daniel as an example. Jessica sarcastically stated that with 3 girlfriends, she would never be bored. Not wanting to continue the conversation, the girl said goodbye and, straightening her back proudly, she hurried to leave. But Leonardo did not give up. He asked directly if Jessica loved someone else. The girl replied proudly that, fortunately for Leonardo, her heart was not occupied by him, and she didn't need to know anything else. At that moment, the malicious voice of Ray, who had been sitting on a tree branch, addressed him from above. Leonardo sadly asked his brother if he enjoyed witnessing the refusal, and added that now both of them were up in the air. Ray sadly replied that, in fact, the girl he loves announced her engagement today. When he confirmed that it was Olivia, Leonardo could not hide his surprise, although he knew very well that this engagement would still take place. Noticing a change in the usually indifferent Ray, Leonardo assumed that he too was suffering from unrequited love. Not wanting to go into detail, Leonardo honestly admitted that he was always depressed by his interactions with his brother. Leonardo explained that when he was a child, he was proclaimed future emperor, which is why girls take an ordinary conversation to propose marriage to him. Although he still loves Jessica, despite the fact that after that injury in the training field, the girl pretends not to remember anything about their relationship. And now Leonardo sadly realized that although he now has the strength to protect Olivia, the girl seems very disappointed in him. By the way, he asked Reynold, as his brother, not to forget about his mother and what she expects from him. At the same time, Josephine, after hearing the news from Miguel, calmly noted that the emperor had made a stupid mistake, but that nothing terrible had happened. Miguel shared gossip with Josephine that Rafaela was in love with someone else. Remembering that she represents the influential Castel family, Josephine got angry and accused Miguel of trying to restart an old unpleasant affair. Miguel was surprised by Josephine's reaction and asked if Rael's influence over Rafaela was too great now. Josephine, tired of Miguel's moralizing, sharply interrupted him when she realized that he was trying to blame her for all the failures. She assured the man that Rafaela would not act against her will. Josephine explained that Rael cannot yet fully control Rafaela's body. That's why she needs a beloved man. Mockingly, Josephine asked Miguel if he had found a suitable boyfriend that would please both girls living in the same body. Miguel reminded Josephine how she herself rejected the emperor, whom she found for her wedding. Having burst out, Josephine replied that at that time she dreamed of mutual love. With a smile, Miguel noted that he still considers Rafaela's father the same man he once secretly met for everyone. Miguel said that the man was too kind and would never have abandoned his daughter. He rubbed it in Josephine's face that it was he who saved her and warned her to be smarter and not abuse the rights of the House of Lords. Josephine, indignant, replied that he had not told her that the chamber had the right to interfere in the affairs of the empire only 3 months a year. Sarcastically, Miguel commented that he was unaware of Josephine's incomprehension in such simple matters. At that very moment, frightened maids, led by the eldest, ran into the room where our heroes were. Surprised, Daniel asked the maids what they needed and why they burst in without asking. The maid, stuttering, said she had to personally convey very important information to Sir Daniel. The woman whispered in his ear that Olivia had already finished her conversation with Miss Savins and was waiting for him in the garden. Kyle, delighted, sent Daniel to find Olivia and decided to accompany Daisy to the carriage himself. Kyle's words surprised Daisy because Olivia was still talking to Miss Savins. Or so she thought. Kyle was confused. It seemed to him that something strange had happened. He told Daniel that, although he was glad the situation was resolved successfully, the ease with which everything happened was too alarming. Suddenly, Daniel asked Kyle how he would feel if Olivia never returned. Kyle honestly replied that he had realized a long time ago that his sister had changed a lot. He admitted to Daniel that he had almost no contact with his sister in the past, but when he saw her now, he immediately felt that she was completely different. Kyle explained that Olivia's blank stare, which reminded him of his death experience, completely gave her away. Daniel tried to reassure his friend, assuring him that Olivia was simply afraid of losing him, because he himself saw the fear in her eyes during the conversation. Appeal. Kyle agreed that it was hard for him to accept his sister's change despite her return. He warmly added that now, no matter what happens, Olivia is still his dear little sister. Kyle wished them a happy life together, after which he sent him to Olivia, and then the maids appeared with the same message that Olivia was waiting for Daniel. Daisy, who was nearby, was surprised by the maid's words that Olivia had broken free and suspected that something was wrong. Olivia, overhearing their conversation, decided to find out what was going on and suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At that moment, the answer to the mystery was hidden at the other end of the palace. Ray, confronted by Olivia, was surprised to see her alone so late and volunteered to help find Daniel. Olivia explained to Ray that someone had called Daniel in her name, and they had rushed out to the garden. Wanting to calm a worried Olivia, Ray assured her that he would find Daniel. And Daniel, hearing a voice in the garden, mistook it for Olivia's voice and immediately headed there. But upon approaching, he saw Princess Raffla and, bowing hastily, asked her what she was doing there. Suddenly, Raffla apologized to Daniel for the unusual request for a meeting. Daniel gallantly offered to continue the conversation in a more suitable place. But Raffla suddenly ran towards him. Having confessed her feelings to Daniel, Raffla begged him to protect her, because he had already done it once. Olivia watched them from behind the whole time, not believing what she saw. Seeing Daniel and Raffla in his arms, Olivia felt her heart shrink with pain. Daniel's words about indifference towards Raffla now seemed like a vile lie to her. Not wanting to stay in this place any longer, Olivia asked Ray to take her away, or rather, to transfer her to another space using magic. Disappointed and heartbroken, Olivia wanted only one thing: to flee this lie and betrayal without looking back. Ray, a powerful wizard, could transport Olivia anywhere she wanted. Daniel tried to reason with Olivia and ask her to stay, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Olivia disappeared, leaving Daniel completely lost. Raffla watched Daniel's reaction with an innocent look, as if she didn't understand the reason for his excitement. Daniel did not believe in such naivety, and accused Raffla of trying to provoke Olivia's jealousy. Angrily, Daniel forbade Raffla from calling him by name, threatening her with violence. Kyle calmed his friend, assuring him that Olivia was not the type of girl who would believe such nonsense. He reminded him that Olivia was intelligent and perceptive, so she would never fall for such a cheap trick. Kyle reiterated that Olivia's heart belongs entirely to Daniel, and she trusts him unconditionally. Seeing that Daniel had calmed down a bit, Kyle suggested returning home and waiting calmly for Olivia. Having been transported to an unknown place, Olivia admitted to Ray that although she trusts Daniel, she has no intention of leaving things as they are. The girl decided to take revenge on her lover for the pain caused, having a cunning plan for it. Ray was interested in Olivia's most sincere feelings and directly asked how strong her love for Daniel was. Olivia, as if drowning in dreams, enthusiastically talked about Daniel being the godfather she knew. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ray directly asked what place he himself occupied in the girl's heart. Olivia, as if reading a book, told Ray the story of his origin, which she knew from the novel, and then, comparing Ray to Cotton Candy, equally beautiful but short-lived, Olivia hinted that their communication would not last forever. According to the girl, Cotton Candy is created to be enjoyed for a short time, so you shouldn't count on anything more. Olivia reminded Ray that their meeting was just part of her plan to make Daniel jealous. She made it clear to the young man that their communication was nothing more than a game, and that she intended to use him in the future. The top floor of the Tower of Mages became Ray's personal dwelling. It was a place where outsiders could not enter. There, in his room, Reynolds carefully placed the unconscious Olivia on the bed. Ray regretfully noted that Olivia still remembers nothing and doesn't know thanks to whom she is still alive. He apologized for his obsession and promised the girl to protect her peace and safety. Using magic, Ray helped Olivia regain her lost memories and relive the events of her past. A golden dragon named Reynolds swore to become the devoted protector of Olivia Versace and always be by her side. Using magic, he transferred Olivia's consciousness to their shared past, where the little Reynolds wandered into the thicket of a dark forest, where Gabriel threw him. The frightened child tried to hide from everyone to be alone and not see anyone else. It was in this thicket of the forest that their first meeting with little Olivia took place, who accidentally wandered into the wilderness. Seeing Reynolds, Olivia was not afraid, but asked him what he was doing there alone in the middle of the trees. The girl introduced herself and said she was nearby and was about to return home. Olivia suggested that Reynolds, confused, drink some medicine to heal his wounds. Reynolds turned away, believing he didn't deserve help and that he was better off dead. Olivia is not used to giving up and ordered the boy to drink her medicine, reminding him that life is beautiful and worth fighting for. She urged Reynolds not to give up and forget about despair, because she would be by his side. Looking at Reynolds, Olivia even found him handsome, although not as much as her Daniel. Olivia admitted that her heart belongs to someone else and that Daniel is her destiny. Reynolds didn't understand how she knew who she would marry and how she could know beforehand. Olivia smiled and said her heart never deceives her. Saying goodbye to her new acquaintance, she went home, assuming that Daniel was already worried and looking for her. As she left, Olivia advised him not to be afraid of difficulties and to always fight the aggressors. Reynolds was surprised because no one had ever told him anything like that. Previously, he had only heard reproaches and accusations that he was a monster and a threat to everyone. However, meeting Olivia turned his world upside down, giving him hope for the future. In self-confidence, Josephine's appearance interrupted his memories of the past. And now, this very past was looking at him through the eyes of this evil woman. She greeted her son coldly and with contempt, making it clear how indifferent she was to him. In her eyes, he was a nonentity and a loser, whom it was better to simply get rid of. Reynolds tried to explain to his mother the reasons for Prince Raymond's death, but she did not listen to him. Unable to tolerate such an attitude, Olivia rushed to the boy's defense, because she was never afraid to fight bad people. Josephine smiled mockingly and asked what she was going to use to fight her. Was it really that pathetic piece of iron in her hands? Olivia could not stay on her feet when she was hit by a strong magical wave and fell to the side. She was thrown several meters, and her back painfully hit the thick trunk of a tree. Ray called Olivia fearfully, hoping she wasn't injured from the fall, and regained consciousness. Josephine calmly stated that she could not let Olivia live after learning about the secret of the imperial family they had just discussed. Ray was desperate. He was ready to do anything as long as Josephine forgave Olivia. Josephine, taking advantage of Ray's desperation, decided to capitalize on the situation and demanded an oath in exchange for the girl's life. Ray, without the slightest doubt, swore that he would protect Olivia from any danger. Solemnly, as befits the Golden Dragon Reynolds, he swore never to harm Josephine and keep her secrets, but Ray cleverly added a condition to his promise, prioritizing Olivia's safety. Josephine did not expect such a clever move and was impressed by Ray's intelligence. Being his mother, Josephine understood him well and saw herself reflected in him. At that moment, an uninvited guest appeared, and Josephine decided to quickly escape this place. It was Daniel. He saw Olivia unconscious and ran to her to help. Ray looked with surprise at the young man before him. It was Daniel Meridian himself, Olivia's beloved. Realizing the dangers of the truth for Olivia, Ray insisted on erasing her memory of this encounter. He tried to explain to Daniel that it would be better if no one knew what happened here. Daniel was stunned by Ray's appearance and could not understand whom he should believe. Gabriel suddenly appeared and, looking at Olivia, said with relief that the girl was alive. Gabriel promised to erase from Olivia's memory only those things that could seriously traumatize her. Realizing that it would be very difficult for Daniel to keep the memories of that day, Gabriel decided to erase his memory too. But then Ray joined the conversation and asked Gabriel not to completely erase her memories. Ray wanted Olivia to have at least a small part of her memory, even if she knew nothing else. Gabriel reassured Ray and told him that he would erase the worst memory and everything else would remain intact. Ray said goodbye to Olivia, but believed they would see each other again someday. And now, exactly 10 years later, Ray broke his promise and decided to find Olivia. Upon seeing him, Olivia told him about a strange dream she had just had while she was in oblivion. Ray decided not to hide the truth any longer and explained to Olivia that this was not just a dream, but her memories. And then Olivia recognized him. She remembered having seen Ray once a long time ago in her childhood. Ray was over the moon because he had been waiting for this happy moment for so long. And now he could not contain his feelings, embracing Olivia. Upon learning about the difficulties Ray had to endure, Olivia, deep down, truly sympathized with him. However, upon waking up, Olivia clearly realized she was in an unknown place. She was sure that Daniel was very worried about her and asked Ray to send her home as soon as possible. Olivia was perplexed because Ray himself brought her here and now, apparently, does not want to send her back. Ray was very happy to meet her, but was annoyed that Olivia wanted to return home. Observing this scene, Gabriel smiled, noting that when a man is too attached to something, it doesn't make him more attractive. Realizing that the conversation was reaching a dead end, Gabriel invited Olivia to send her home using magic. Olivia, now understanding what Gabriel was capable of, decided to clarify the worrying matter. She couldn't believe that Gabriel really knew how to control other people's memories, and she wanted to know more about it. There was no longer any doubt. This girl was a sorceress, but truly not just a mage, but a real goddess. Olivia decided to ask her directly who she was and what she had been doing all her life. Gabriel replied, admitting that he doesn't remember everything, having lived too long. Perhaps a long time ago, she was also an ordinary person, like Olivia. And now their destinies seemed surprisingly similar, because both were forced to play the role of other people, forgetting who they really were.